Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What an incredible moment this is. We are just about to kick off our 12-hour live stream. We're going across the world. This is 12 hours of incredible learning that's going to be happening with some amazing ambassadors and people from the community, all who are eager to share the incredible ways that they've been using Wakelet inside and outside of the classroom. So this is always a very, very special moment for us during Community Week because it really shows just how global this community is. It helps us connect with people from all four corners of the world. And of course, allow those people in those little trickier time zones to join in the fun and see some really, really cool live learning happening on their screens. So we're really, really excited for this, and there is so much to learn. I will be hosting the first 2 hours of this live stream. And we are going to be speaking with some truly incredible people. We're going to be speaking with Anna from Russia, with Shirley from Malaysia, Ghada from Egypt, Kyle from Australia, and Yogesh from India. So some amazing people there who are going to be talking about some very, very interesting things. So just as a point of note here, every time that you share an interesting thing that has happened from this live stream on social media using the hashtag Wakelet Community Week, you will be entered into a prize draw. And the grand prize this year, as it is every year, is an all expenses paid trip to ISTE 2024. And that's going to be happening in Denver, Colorado. So you'll get to hang out with the Wakelet team. You'll get to see all of the amazing things that are happening at ISTE. If you've not been, it is truly an incredible experience and a must-do experience for educators from all over the world. And we are really, really excited because actually the first person who we're going to be bringing into this live stream today, Anna, is a previous winner. So she is going to be joining us at ISTE this year and doing some incredible things with us. So I'm going to bring Anna into this stream right now.
Yay,
Anna,
I'm so excited. And I just can't hide it.
Anna from Russia, welcome, Anna. I know that today you're going to be talking about some really cool things, but something which I am so glad that you're talking about, which is how to build the perfect profile on Wakelet. A lot of people use Wakelet for, collections, sharing them, receiving them, looking at them, things like that. But some people do forget that you do actually have a public profile available on Wakelet, and that this profile you can share all of the awesome things that you've been working on. You can showcase the things that you're most proud of, and I'm going to leave all that stuff to you because you know much better. But welcome, Anna. Do you want to tell the folks at home a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to dive in it. But first things first, Mr. Thank you so much for such a great introduction. And I'm super excited. I feel like I'm celebrating. I feel like I'm home. And, today it's time to celebrate you. That's what I've used this phrase on my Twitter header and everywhere in the post because it's true. I'm going to share with my personal experience because I've been using Wakelet for 5 years in a row. And for 2 years, I've been claiming Wakelet as a great place, as a landing page, as a website. And I'm going to showcase the power of public profiles today. So I'm super excited. I can't wait to kick off the very first a 12-hour live stream session. And I want to say hi to everyone who joined us. Please drop some comments from which part of the world you're tuning from, because I can see a great geography. I can see Mahat, hello friend, and everyone. I'm going to tune into the chat later because I want to, to cover all of the things that I would like to share. And from the very beginning, I would love to say that we are wearing so many hats these days. And to start from my brief self-introduction, I can say that I'm a tech consultant, e-course developer, creator, YouTuber. Oh my gosh, let's dive in and let me share with my public profile right now. I'm ready to share my screen and I'm ready to share with my resource collection that I prepared for you folks and also with my public profile. Let's dive in.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Anna. As always, everybody share your thoughts in the chat. Introduce yourselves. Let us know where you're from. And don't forget to capture the screen whenever you see something interesting or inspiring and share it with us on social media using the hashtag Wakelet Community Week. Thank you so much, Anna. Take it away.
Oh my gosh, my mom is here. Mama, hello. She was the very first person with whom I shared with the e-guide for teachers, actually. So I'm super proud to say hello to Dr. Michael Harvey. And okay, here is my public profile on Wakelet, and you can see everything that I can share. It's like digital self-presentation, and you can see all of my titles, everything that I would love to share about myself, ethic consultant, MI expert, and everything with one shareable link, or also you can share with the QR code. It works as well. So I want to invite you to join my public profile. Check it out, because you can see and you can grab some resources. I love 3 words for this year: simplicity, accessibility. On the top of that is always inclusion. So it's super easy to start your journey with public profiles. And as Misba mentioned, your public profiles, sometimes you don't pay attention to them. Teachers, you started your journey on Wakelet, but you never pay attention to your public profiles. I've seen so many amazing collections that you shared with me, with the global community. But when I get to your public profile, I don't see anything that you have a part of this collection. And I highly recommend to use Wakelet as a web site and also as a landing page constructor, because you can see how it works here. So here is the Wakelet resource collection. But before we dive in, I would love to share with the categories that you can see. They are all clickable. And as I mentioned, the word simplicity is so essential this year, especially 2023 is a year of Wakelet, I think, because I placed all of my digital space on Wakelet. It's not a joke, it's true. And I can share with you how many collections I've got, how many spaces I've got. You can see all of them on my left, on your left as well, I think. And all of these are my spaces. And I suggest to use public profiles and spaces of websites. And it's so easy to create them. Just edit the profile, use the header. You can use the GIF or GIF format, whatever, and you see how it looks like. So if you're a visual person like me, you can make it like add a little bit more magic, visual magic for your students, for yourself. It's time to celebrate you. So we're not talking about your school spaces, but you can also create and curate your school website there. You can easily upgrade your profile picture one click, and you don't have to wait, for this saving lots of clicks. And I'm going to mention some website constructors, and I'm going to smash them all because I'm not using them these days. I switched to one platform. It's Wakelet, and we're going to dive in it just in a few minutes. You can create your bio, your social links. It works like on any website, but it takes just so little number of steps to take to make it look like this. It's beautiful. You can see their socials. You can add category, you can add new category. And I want to highlight that Wakelet team, they made incredible Wakelet webpage, Wakelet Community Week, and the announcement, because you can easily, move it up and down and schedule things and update them for your audience. It looks fantastic. It's like you scheduled, you update information, so people click this category and they switch to this space and they learn more about English language teaching or whatever you are. So let's get to this part. I'm not talking today about how to create a collection, how to create a space, how to share, how to set your privacy settings on Wakelet for your collection, for your spaces. You can do that. Yeah, easily. There are a great number of amazing tutorials that are made in a super professional way by Wakelet team. You can check out their YouTube channel and just dive in, learn, reach out, Wakelet ambassadors, Wakelet team, we can help you out. And I just want to mention back to our public profiles, because your students may have profiles, but they're not that public because they join you through classrooms like Google Classroom. That's a different story because it's super essential on Wakelet. They pay attention a lot to safety and privacy, especially of students. So you can learn more about classrooms. There were a great webinar hosted by Tisha and Ryan, if I'm not mistaken here. So you can, again, check out a YouTube channel of Wakelet team. They create beautiful videos. So this is resource collection that I hope is already shared with you. And yeah, you can see that this thing works now like as a landing page. What landing page is, if you confuse a little bit about this, you can find this collection if you scroll a little bit down. So this is a page, a standalone web page created specifically for a marketing or advertising campaign. whatever, but you can promote your projects. If you please drop in the comments, what are you in education? Are you a librarian, a tech consultant? For what you may use website? And now we are going to talk about what websites do you use. Please use the Q&A box again. Are you using any website constructors? Which do you know? I want to share with my selection. Since I've been experienced for 5 to 4 years in a row, I was trying to make a perfect place to place myself, like to place my projects, my blogs, everything. And I tried WordPress. I paid for domain. It wasn't that cheap for 3 years in a row. Now I'm not doing this because there are so many features, there are so many tools, and I'm diving in and thinking I don't have time. We need time saving thing. We need to save our time to make like lesson plans, to make more projects, to collaborate. And also I use Wix at free, but it took so much energy from my side. Tilda, beautiful animation, but I have no idea how to fix and set it. You need to pay like lots of money to bring this animation and action on your website. I don't want to do that. I don't have this extra money. Okay, Canva. It's great. It's a great tool for design, in a very visual way. But I have all of my notes, everything on Wakelet. So I don't see the point to create my website on Canva. I'm sorry, I don't see that point. So Google Sites, it's the choice of teachers here, because if you want to be nominated as the teacher of the year, you need to have your website. And this is one of the reasons why you need to have a website. So you can't be nominated and to win this award if you don't have a site. And I've tried Google Site. I was trying to be Google certified. I made it happen, but I don't use Google Site. I'm sorry, it's not my choice for sure. Taplink, it's more like landing page, and I've paid for Taplink like for 2 years in a row. I'm not going to make it this year because Taplink is a landing page. I paid for video feature that maybe I can show you here. You see, this is a video feature. It's the same thing like it's on Wakelet. So I can add my video. Sorry, it's a bit downloading. And you can see that my video is in a very visual way here. And Wakelet works much, much better and much, much easier as a landing page. So I'm not going to pay for Taplink anymore. And I'm going to switch it and I'm going to place it on my Instagram here. Instead of Taplink, there's going to be Wakelet page, my public profile, or anything that you would like to share. Again, so let's get back to that collection. And I would love to look through the comments. Hello, Jaritza. Yay. So, okay, that's cool. Please drop in the comments if you have a website or if you want to, which one are you using these days? So, and these are my suggestions why we need it. And I'm sure that we definitely need websites for self. And I want to demonstrate the power of searching landing pages made on Wakelet. I tried this. I Googled self. Like I tried Anna Dyagileva 1. This is my handle. And you can see what popped up. Can you see that? Isn't that the magic? So we know that on Instagram, it's like the promotion feature is built in. But it's not claimed in the Wakelet, but here you go. And this year I was just shocked. I noticed that my Wakelet public profile has 500 followers. So far, so good. Can you see that? 500 followers. And some people, they are really struggling to get 500 followers on Instagram. Even on... on YouTube, okay, on Twitter, let's get further. Facebook is more like family playground for many of us. But anyway, 500 followers, and I haven't done anything. Like, yes, I shared with my certain sections, categories. It's really easy because I'm for teachers, I'm for students. I've got something that I'm passionate about, books, countries, traveling, and you can see the categories. People just they Google me up, like for example, or some certain the names of landing page of our collections can be found on Wakelet too. I discovered Dr. Luther Martin King collection that we made with my students. I discovered this in Google search. Isn't it amazing? Just one click, we share, and we are here so people can find you. This is Google Chrome browser. I'm not joking. You see, this is my public profile. Why do we need to use other platforms like website constructors? I don't know. I don't want to. All of my digital spaces on Wakelet, I can easily give the access to the certain collection. It's going to pop up on my public profile. I can place it into certain category, and I'm missing some interaction. But if we're going to use more public profiles on Wakelet, the more features are going to be there. And but you still can interact with your audience. For instance, I created certain category Q&A. I made this beautiful collection, which is like, sorry, which word? Where is it? Here we go. And I just shared with invite link so people can add comments. Drop any questions here so people can drop some comments. You can see, you can interact with them. You can reach them out. If you add some more notes, you can reach them via their profiles, because the more things you will add to your profile, like socials, the easier people will find you. So right now, I want to invite you to join our collaborative space, because I love collaboration. I've been talking a lot about collaboration throughout the years on Wakelet. And please drop, oh, I can see some, oh my gosh, thank you so much, guys, you're amazing. Drop the link to your public profiles on Wakelet. One link, you can copy it again, copy it here, share. Just copy the link and enter. We are not sharing with the landing pages as a collections. We're sharing with your public profiles. They are amazing. And please don't hesitate if you don't have much information on your public profile. We are sharing this now, but what I love on Wakelet, you can always update it at any time, 24 hours a day. It's available to update any information that you have. So you just can grab some inspiration, no copying, no, but grab some inspiration, make your profile like to represent self, and it's going to be fantastic. If you create a school website, make it happen on Wakelet, because these spaces can be for different teachers, for different classrooms, classes, whatever, like anything, events. If you host any events, that works fantastic. So project, of course, you see, so how many websites / spaces I have on Wakelet, and how many collections I've got. I can see the number these days of my collection, but it's over 2,000. It's over 2,000 that in my main public profile. So you can see that collections. So I suggest you to join the public profile collaborative space. You can see this on my collections, and I have dozens and millions of them. Just it's easy to curate, because they are not available, all of them, in your public profile. But those that you make public, they are available, and you categorize them. A few clicks and you have a website, one shareable link, and you shared with the landing page. Again, there are so many things and so many platforms where you can use, because the Appsmashing and integrations of Wakelet are so incredible. So I added my Wakelet public profile here on my YouTube channel. I've made this, I'm making this, instead of Tapling, I'm making this beautiful landing page of mine for my Instagram account. This is like another website, solar system. I'm super passionate about solar system, and we have a space project with my students. And I've got so many incredible spaces / websites to share, and they are also people can find you. You see, you can promote yourself, because teachers, you create books. So many of you're book authors, you are hosts, you run your podcast, you do so many incredible things. This magic should be spread, not make up thing they're so popular on YouTube. Come on, you do you, I do me, but we are better together. Sharing is caring. Let's collaborate, let's exchange with our public profile. Let's make it like the universe of teachers who are sharing, global community on Wakelet. It's fantastic. If you go to Canva and you create your website there or anywhere else, will you have this? No, I don't think so. So throughout these 2 years, I can claim for sure that it works so well, and especially public profiles. People can find you, you can share with your passions, you can easily curate it. And you see, let's get connected space. You can also join it, because I shared the invite link here. And please drop a comment from which part of the world you're tuning from. Let's get connected. You can interact with your audience. You can add the space as a landing page. You can create as many spaces as you can. Probably some of you have got a question: how many spaces can I create? Limitless number, and it's free. So many options that I paid for. Now the website constructors are free on Wakelet. And this here's my great gratitude to this incredible team. Let's clap it loud, because they provide such a great chance, and Wakelet is the best and the limitless choice board. Do you see why? Because you can create limitless number of landing pages. You can put into landing pages the links to your spaces/websites. I think I'm going over the time, but if you don't mind to. Okay, you're super generous. I can share about Wakelet throughout the day, because I'm not promoting, I'm sharing with my personal experience. I literally place all of my digital space on Wakelet. I don't have to switch from one tab to another, because everything is indeed in one place. Simplicity, accessibility, inclusion. These are the three words that I would love to highlight. And I have created so many things on Wakelet. I don't have that much time to cover all of them, but you can go just and dive into these categories, in these sections, and just learn more about me. And I want to learn about you. So again, don't hesitate. Drop your links to your public profiles. Let's do something together. Let's collaborate. Let's exchange. Let's follow each other. Let's support each other. This is so amazing. You see, so again, landing pages I claim as collections, and websites as spaces, public profiles for sure. So you can dive in again. You can see so many other resources that I've shared. I think that I'm done here, but if you have any questions, please drop them in the Q&A box. And yes.
Thank you so much, Anna. That was absolutely incredible. Of course, I mean, I think that everybody in the chat is so impressed by the level of passion that you have for the things that you're doing here. I loved what you showed there. I think that the profile element of Wakelet can sometimes be forgotten. And I think that the one thing that you shared that struck with me the most is that we know that there are a lot of teachers out there that really want to showcase the things that they're working on, that want to showcase their projects, that want to showcase their personality, the way that they personalize their teaching, the most effective ways that they've got through to their students. And it's really like building a personal brand. And when I mean that, I don't mean that in like the cynical marketing way. I mean it as in, we see so many amazing personalities across the Wakelet universe and in the community. And the Wakelet profile truly is, I believe, and clearly you do as well, Anna, the best way to showcase those things. So I love that. I also loved how you were talking about how easy it is to actually make something look very beautiful on Wakelet. That was really good. I think that the Wakelet team, the design team, and the engineering team have really made the platform very easy to use, and I think that that's one of the things that teachers really love about it. So I feel like
this year.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. I feel like every time you do that, Anna, I feel like you want to say something.
I'm joining you because I've heard so many times from teachers, I have nothing to share. I don't think that I've got. You have nothing to share, really? No. Every time when I connect with teachers, there are so many projects. There are some STEM projects in the classroom. I'm amazed, from New Zealand, from Australia, from all over the globe. Let's get connected, because you inspire every day. Like what you do is essential. You do you, I do me. So, but we are better together. Let's celebrate it.
Exactly. And I think that building on that, the idea of finding and connecting with people on Wakelet is now easier than ever. During Wakelet Live, our final announcement on the product side was the introduction of a new community area where you as community members can all get together and connect. And there's forums, there's support forums, you can message, you can create groups. It's never been easier to connect with other community members on Wakelet. So we're so excited about that. And to get there, you literally just click on your profile picture on Wakelet, and then just click down to the community button. Once you click on that, it will open up a new page and you can access all of the awesome features of that new community area on Wakelet. Anna, thank you so much. Do you have any final words that you'd like to say to the people watching?
Yes, first things first, I want to say thank you everyone who joined us. Thank you, Misbah, for hosting my session. And also, I would love to say that Wakelet has replaced so many platforms for me, and it's indeed time saver. I don't make my presentations anymore elsewhere except Wakelet. And I'm sure that with this new feature that you mentioned, we're going to replace like channels somewhere probably, or okay, let's stay tuned. And thank you so much for such incredible updates that you do. I can't wait to see all honesty. So I'm super excited to share the news.
I know. I cannot wait to see you either, Anna. Anna, thank you so much for all the passion
Thank
and
you. You're
the knowledge
amazing.
that you've shared today. We appreciate it so much. And of course, the Wakelet team, and I'm sure so many other people who are traveling to ISTE cannot wait to see you in person as well. Thank you so much, Anna. We appreciate it.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Awesome. Well, that was absolutely incredible. I think that Anna's done an amazing job there of sharing how powerful profiles can be on Wakelet. Again, like I said, you know, profiles are something which a lot of educators don't necessarily use as effectively as they could, but we've really made it easy for you to showcase all the things that you're working on using your profile, and then share everything that you're doing through one simple link. So we are so happy that Anna has highlighted that today. So moving on, we have another special guest, Shirley Ling Jen from Malaysia joining us. And Shirley is going to be talking about Appsmashing. So I'm going to bring Shirley into the stream now. Hey, Shirley, how are you? Welcome. I think you're muted, Shirley. If you just click the unmute button, we'll be able to hear you.
Okay, hi, Misbah. Glad to meet you and glad to meet everyone in the world.
How are you today, Shirley? What time is it over there in Malaysia right now?
Now is around 6:30 in the evening.
6:30 p.m. Okay, well, it's almost coming up to 11:30 a.m. here in the UK. So really good time, actually, between the UK and Malaysia. That's good. So, Shirley, do you want to tell the folks at home a little bit about yourself, and then we'll jump right into your presentation?
I think I will share my presentation first because all my things is in my presentation. Okay,
amazing. Well, thank you so much, Shirley. I'm going to add your thing to the stream now. So if you, Shirley, if you can on your computer, if you can click on the on your presentation, and then we'll bring your screen in. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Right. There we go. Okay, right. Take it away, Shirley. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, our moderator of the day. Okay, Mr. Misbah. Okay, so hi everyone. Good evening in Malaysia. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, or good night in other parts of the world. Okay, I'm very glad that there are many people joining us today. Okay, there are supporters from Malaysia as well. Okay, so I hope that I can deliver what I know about Wakelet the best. Okay, so these are my Wakelet profile, my Twitter profile, and my Facebook profile. Okay, so do join me, okay, at my profiles. Okay, so the title of my presentation today is about Appsmashing Wakelet. Okay, so this topic is actually suggested by one of the pioneers, okay, Wakelet ambassadors in Malaysia. Okay, his name is Mr. Yu Kok Hui. Okay, so one of the earliest Wakelet ambassadors in Malaysia. Okay, I believe that he's here as well. Hi, Mr. Yu. Okay, so actually I am one of the youngest Wakelet ambassadors in Malaysia, so I'm actually learning from them. I'm very glad that I've been given the opportunity to present here today. Okay, for this Wakelet Community Week. Okay, so my name is Teacher Shirley Linden. I'm going to show you my Wakelet profile after this. Okay, so just a brief introduction about myself. Okay, I have a master in education. Okay, I'm an international innovation judge. Okay, I'm the Wakelet ambassador. And so far, I'm also the Wakelet Students Ambassador. I've carried out many Wakelet Students Ambassadors program. In my school, we have 2 prize giving ceremony for the students. And also, I have also involved the students in my country. So actually, almost all the teachers and the students, okay, they know about Wakelet. And I'm going to show you some of the webinars that we are currently carrying out in Malaysia as well. Okay, so this okay, I'm also an MIE, okay, Google Certified Educator, And I am Joho Stat Superhero Digital Teacher. Okay, so this topic is actually suggested by my Stat IT officer. Okay, as I mentioned just now, Mr. Yu, together with us. Hi, Mr. Yu. So glad that you are here together with me. Okay, so I'm also the consultant panel for English subject for my district. I hope that I'm not going too fast. Okay, so here, while I'm bringing together with me, okay, all the Wakelet ambassadors from Malaysia. Okay, I believe some of them are here as well. Okay, so most of these people are influential people of Malaysia. Okay, so there are Edufluencers, Malaysia Teacher Prize winner, and other, okay, lecturers, educators, all the famous people in Malaysia. Okay, so these are some of the Wakelet webinars that we are currently carrying out in Malaysia. So these are the community, Wakelet community leaders, okay, in Malaysia. So they are actually aiming to get 4 Wakelet ambassadors. So actually in Malaysia, we are currently having many webinars about Wakelet. So these webinars, they involve more than 1,000 of teachers every time for our live stream. Okay, so I believe now Wakelet is actually a very popular educational platform in Malaysia because we do not only carry out in our state or district, but this one is actually webinars for all the educators and students in Malaysia. Okay, so I think they are here. Teacher Yeni is one of them as well. Okay, so next I'm going to introduce the topic about Appsmashing Wakelet. Okay, so this actually everyone knows that Wakelet, okay, is one of the friendliest educational platform. Okay, so it is also my most favorite platform. Why? Okay, because it can integrate almost every platform in it. Okay, we can use Canva, we can use Twitter. Okay, it can also integrate with links, Flip Video, Google Classroom, Microsoft Teams. Okay, so all this we can integrate it with Wakelet. I'm going to show you one product that the teachers, the educators in Malaysia, okay, we did it together for my last week presentation. Okay, actually last week I just presented about Appsmashing Wakelet in Bahasa Melayu, in our own native language. Okay, in our own native language. Okay, so okay, these are some of the work. Okay, some of the product done by the teachers. Okay, so you can see here actually Wakelet can integrate many platforms. So for my session today, I'm going to guide you. I am going to guide you step by step how we're going to integrate other platforms into Wakelet. Okay, so here we can see that this is the collection. Okay, collaborated with teachers in my country. Okay, so I've shared a collaboration link with them. So they have added in something here. So how do we know that whether they have collaborated? Okay, so actually I've used this collection with for my webinar with the teachers. Okay, during my last session webinar. So all these are the teachers that have collaborated in this Wakelet. So we can see that actually Wakelet is a very friendly platform. We can integrate almost every educational platform into it. Okay, for example, here we have many collaborators. I have many collaborators, and most of them are educators in Malaysia that attended my webinar last week. Okay, so here we can see that. Okay, so here we can see that. Right, I think I cannot show all of them here. Okay, so here we can see that actually for Wakelet, okay, we can integrate. Okay, we can integrate photo. Okay, this is the photo of one of the teachers. Okay, we can integrate YouTube video. Okay, we can integrate text. Okay, we can write down the text. Okay, and then we can integrate flip video from Teacher Yeni. Okay, hi Teacher Yeni. I believe Teacher Yeni is here as well. Okay, and we can make it full screen. Okay, so this is from Flip Video. Okay, I'm going to show you, I'm going to guide you step by step how we can do this. Okay, and the YouTube videos, okay, the Quizy link, okay, Canva, and so on. And below here, the one with the text are actually from my students. Okay, so actually I collaborated with my students first before collaborated with the teachers. Okay, so the topic for this one is about health and well-being. Okay, so I'm going to continue with the next one. Okay. Okay. Okay, next I'm going to teach you. Okay, I'm going to guide you how we can integrate Canva into Wakelet. Okay, so Wakelet with Canva. Okay, so there are a few steps that I have okay, I have put it here. Okay, so for those who are interested to learn, okay, you can actually screenshot my page, okay, or you can look it back, this video again, okay, to learn it on your own, how we can integrate different platforms into Canva. Okay, so there are two steps that we can integrate, there are two methods that we can integrate Canva into Wakelet. Okay, so here one is for the covers, at the cover image here. We just need to click here. Okay, when we click here, you will have, it will come out with Canva. Okay, another one, we can click at the link. Okay, I'm going to show you in Wakelet here how we can do that. Okay, so this one is actually from Canva as well. Okay, it's actually from Canva as well. Okay, so here we can go here. Then we can go to the second button here. Okay, see? Okay, there is one design with Canva. Choose from Giphy, choose from Unsplash. So we choose the first one, design with Canva. Okay, then here, allow this cookie. Okay, so here we have many templates that we can use, right? Sometimes we want to make our cover more interesting. Okay, this is the place that we go. Okay, we can use here. Okay, for example, I'm going to click at this. Okay, so here we can put here, welcome to our class. So as usual, okay, as usual, we can change it to, if in Bahasa Melayu, okay, I'm going to teach you some Bahasa Melayu today. Okay, we can change this to Selamat Datang. Okay, this is in Bahasa Melayu. Okay, English, welcome. Okay, so we can, just like the usual, okay, we can change the size of the wording. Okay, Selamat datang. Okay, welcome to my class. Okay, next, what should we do? Okay, we can go to publish. Okay, times before it loads, and you see, here is my, okay, selamat datang or welcome to our class. All right, very good. Okay, see, I have integrated Canva into here. Okay, so beside from, okay, this is the English version and this is the Bahasa Melayu version. Okay, so there are two steps that we can use Canva. Okay, we can integrate Canva into Wakelet. Okay, so actually there are many functions of Wakelet that I have used together with my students. I'm going to show you some of the collection that I have with my students. Okay, so this is one of the biggest Wakelet collections that I've done for my school teachers. Okay, so inside here, actually this is done during, this one I did it during Teachers' Day, okay, in May. So all the students, they're either they put down something, they put on YouTube, they write down something for the teachers. Okay, so this is a surprise for my school teachers and they love it. Okay, when I use this. Okay, because Wakelet can integrate different kind of sources. Okay, resources. For example, we can have YouTube, we can have text. Okay, we can have a picture. Okay, and so on. Okay, so okay, next one. I'm going to show you what else did I put under my Wakelet. Okay, so next one will be, this is my school newsletter. Okay, these are some of my students' photo. Okay, so whenever there is a prize giving ceremony, I will put all the students' photo here. So this is some kind like a photo album. Okay, so a photo album for them. Okay, so all the students, I will share the link with them. Okay, when I have uploaded all the photos. Okay, so the students are very happy to see the photos inside. And some of them, they will ask me, teacher, why my photo is not inside your Wakelet? Okay, so for me, this is very organized. Okay, for Wakelet is very organized because we can organize it according to what we want to do. Okay, for example, like my experience as an, okay, for literature camp, okay, for national students pen pal. Okay, so it's very organized compared to how we share the normal photos. Okay, and all right. Okay, what else? And okay, for example, this is the online class that I have with my Form 5 students. So everything is arranged inside this Wakelet collection. So once my students, they want to study, okay, they want to do revision for their exam, okay, they will look back again at the resources that I have provided for them. Okay, I provided for them here. Okay, let's go back to my topic. Okay, the next one I'm going to share with you is how we can integrate flip grip. Okay, how we can integrate flip grip. Okay, flip video. Okay, so these are some of the instructions. Okay, these are some of the instructions, some kind of like user manual. Okay, how we can integrate a flip video into Wakelet. Okay, so you can screenshot. Okay, you can screenshot it before I guide you step by step in how we can do it, right? So there are two methods that we can use flip video with Wakelet. Okay, the first one is we need to click here, okay, at this link, okay, click the flip video, okay, and then select the flip video, okay, and another method is go to flip. Okay, so this is my flip video. Okay, so I believe many of you are familiar with flip here. Okay, so these are my videos. Okay, I'm just going to show you a quick guide on how we are going to use flip video with Wakelet. Okay, so here we can go to here. Okay, so here I will try to upload one video. Okay, for example, I'm going to upload this. Okay, then. This video is okay. Next, we go next here. Okay, so here we either can give a student title for this one, students presentation. Okay, next we go to save to my profile. Okay, so we can create a link here. Okay, copy this link. Okay, and then go to Wakelet collection. Okay, and then we can paste the link here. Okay, so actually Wakelet is one of the friendliest educational platform. We can integrate almost all the videos into it. Okay, all the media into it. Okay, so here, okay, see, this is the flip video that I have produced just now. So sure, all our our teachers, our students, they would like to see, okay, how we have used Wakelet. Okay, they can see either video, they can see YouTube, okay, and then they can see a beautiful cover using Canva. All right, next, beside from this, I'm going to show you, we can also integrate, okay, Wakelet with Google Classroom. Okay, so for Google Classroom, there are two ways because in Malaysia, we are actually using Google Classroom. Okay, so Wakelet can actually integrate with Google Classroom and also Microsoft Teams. Okay, so this is the Google Classroom and this is the Microsoft Teams. So in Malaysia, for the educators and teachers, educators and students, actually we are focusing on using Google Classroom. So my students like it because I can use Wakelet in Google Classroom as well. Okay, so how we can do it? Okay, there are two ways. If we just want to share the materials from Wakelet, okay, into Google Classroom, we just need to click here, copy link, okay, and then go to, for example, this is my class. Okay, choose an action. So create an assignment, ask a question, make an announcement, or create material. Okay, let's go here. Okay, so as usual, we can type our questions. Okay, see? Okay, this is the Wakelet that I have put inside here. Okay, another way that we can use is, okay, through collaboration. Okay, so how can we use collaboration? Okay, how can we use collaboration? Link here. Okay, we can go here. Okay, and then we can invite with link. Okay, so what is the difference between share, okay, shared view and collaboration? Okay, collaboration means the students can add in my collection, just like this is a collaboration collection. Okay, so here I go here, copy link, okay, then go to Google Classroom. Okay, and then go here. For example, this is my class. Okay, choose an action. Okay, create assignment. Okay, go. Okay, so here we can give instructions to the students. Okay, students, please add 5 tips how to keep yourself healthy into the Wakelet. Right? So okay, we can assign the due date, assign the topic, and then we click assign. Okay, you have posted your class. Okay, see, we already have the Wakelet here. Okay, so I think beside from this, okay, we can beside from flip video, beside from Canva, beside from Google Classroom. Okay, there are many other media that we can integrate and Appsmash with Wakelet as well. Okay, just like Quizy, okay, YouTube, okay, animation, and so on. Right, so these are some of the instructions on how to create a flip video. Okay, so you can screenshot this if you want to integrate flip video into Wakelet. Okay, and this one I have explained just now, Wakelet with Google Classroom. Okay, you can screenshot it, okay, and you can do it yourself and try it out yourself. Okay, so that's all for my presentation today. Okay, thank you very much for all the educators around the world.
Thank you so much, Shirley. That was absolutely fantastic. I loved the way that you showed how Wakelet can be used to collaborate with students. I thought that was amazing. And I think that you've helped build such a passionate community in Malaysia. So it's amazing to see all of the innovative things that are happening over there. We're so appreciative of our Malaysian community. We know that you guys are doing such an incredible job over there. I also love that you shared so many different integrations. You know, we like to think of Wakelet as being a bridge that connects all these different platforms together and fits into the workflow of teachers and students and helps it and enhances it, particularly the Canva integration as well. You made it look so easy, just, you know, jumping into Canva,
one of the
creating a graphic.
platform.
Shirley, thank you so much. I'm sure that everybody in the chat there is going to go away now and jump into all those integrations and see how they can create some magic in their Wakelet collections. Thank you, Shirley. Much appreciated.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye now. Thank you. Oh, that was incredible, guys. I really love seeing that. And again, I think it's always good to get a nice reminder of how many different platforms can be integrated into Wakelet. You know, over the years, we've added a number of different integrations to help you achieve your goals when it comes to teaching your classrooms and so much more as well. So thank you so much for that, Shirley. That was amazing. Remember, everybody, just a quick reminder that each time that you share a tweet sharing your thoughts on any of the sessions that you're watching, and you use the hashtag Wakelet Community Week, you will be entered into a prize draw where you will not only win a bunch of really cool swag, but the grand prize is an all expenses paid trip to Denver, Colorado next year for ISTE 2024. So we cannot wait to see who wins that. But the more that you tweet, the bigger the chance that you have. So amazing. Let's move on now. We are going to Egypt to speak to Ghada Hassan. Assalamu alaikum, Ghada. Welcome, welcome. How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you? It's very nice to meet you and see you.
I know. Likewise. Thank you for all the amazing things that you've been doing to spread Wakelet across the Egyptian educator community.
Yeah.
We see all the incredible things that you do online, and we're really, really excited today to hear about how you're going to boost collaboration and creativity with your students.
So let me first say thank you for the Wakelet Community Week and all the Wakelet team for their great work to let us as educators to share our ideas all around the globe. So at the beginning, let me introduce myself first. My name is Ghada Hassan, and I'm an English teacher at one of the Egyptian language schools. So I'm really proud to be one of the teachers working in this school. And I would like to have the chance to mention the name of my school. It's called Mustafa Kamel Official Language School in Egypt. And I'm also really proud to be Wakelet ambassador and a community leader belonging to such a powerful community working with Wakelet. And I hope that my screen is working well. So if I move from tab to another, is it working?
Can you move from one tab to another and let's see?
Yeah.
Are you moving tabs?
Yes.
Okay, no, it's not. Okay, so let's take a quick moment then, Ghada. So I'm going to remove your screen. So if you just go and click present at the bottom again.
Okay.
So click present and then click share screen. And then when you click share screen, instead of tab, click window at the top. And then when you click window, then choose the Chrome window and then click share.
Yeah, good.
Then
is it working now?
It should work now, yeah. So if you switch over to your tab, there we go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to add that to the stream. Amazing. Okay, so now we can see your screen and we can see what you're presenting. Ghada, we are also excited to see what you're going to be sharing today. Thank you so much for shouting out your school as well. I know that you're a credit to your school and the Egyptian Wakelet community. So thank you so much. I hope everybody enjoys your session.
Yes, so today in part of my presentation, I'm going to share one of my students' achievements that have been made in this academic school year 2023. And as you know, that climate change has been one of the most important global issues that had been tackled or concern a lot of people all around the world. So my aim was to help my students to be more aware of this issue and try to think critically about it. So as a teacher, I think we need to have like a place or an environment or an educational environment where the students can share their ideas and voice their thoughts. So I find that Wakelet can be like a safe and a secured place where students can share and collaborate their ideas. So my aim at the beginning of this work was to make my students more aware of this global issues and how climate action affect everything in our life. So the aim of my work was just to make them aware and be like acquainted of the importance of this issue. So at the beginning of my work, I just created a collection for my students just to share their ideas. So in this collection, I called it "Let's Chat on Climate Change." So I have put like a space for my students to talk freely about climate change. So in this collection, I started receiving some ideas of my students. So I have given them some questions to be answered about climate change. So and by the share option, I have opened this climate change collection to the students to share their ideas and write their answers. Like if you have any photos related to the topic, you can put it here. So you can see that some of my students have already put some pictures about climate change, and they started searching the internet to find the most important or the most related pictures and photos related to this topic. So, and also after that, I encouraged them to add some videos about climate change They try to find videos on YouTube also, and some of them have already made some videos done by themselves, created by themselves. So I'm going to show you something about like a video which was done by one of my students. Okay, if you can see it. Okay. This is one video, if you can see it. This is about climate change. It's in Arabic, I'm sorry, but it talks about how climate change affects everything in our world. This is also a creation done by my students. One of my students who is very creative, I think. And in this video, he talks about how climate change affects our life in general. So he have done some amazing things, creative things concerning climate change, as you see here. So he really surprised me by his work. And this is one part of our work, to let our students work and share and collaborate in one place, or in a safe place, like as you see here in my collection. So after that, I'm going also to show you another collection done by one of my nicest students. It's called Celia. She is in primary 6, by the way. She is a little girl, and she has done something about saving the world. So she started putting some texts about climate change, that it is an absolute disaster and we should save our planet for this disaster by several and creative ways. She started using the simple options of Wakelet, like writing texts and putting some links about the effect of climate change. And she also searched the YouTube to find some videos related to this topic. So this was amazing, done by Celia, and I'm really proud of her. This is a very simple collection done by my students. Okay, so I have to show it to all of you to see that how collection can help students to improve their skills and to be more creative, to be more selective and organized. And these are one of the most important skills that we want to develop in our students. So I'm talking about the environment, the educational environment. So I found that Wakelet is like a secure educational environment for students to collaborate and share their ideas. And also it helps them to acquire other skills, or to improve their skills by organizing things and searching the internet and finding things that are related together. So they find that they can select these resources and put them in one place. So, and also I would like to share something done by this nice little girl. She has done also a PDF, and all the PDF is done by herself. So in this PDF, she has done something also related to climate change. So she has put the picture of our school, and she says that our school is one of the best schools in our city. And she mentioned something about the school and the teachers inside the school. And she said that we want to discuss this important issue, and we need to save the environment. So I think that she started having the feeling of that she is responsible not only for herself, for her country, but she is also responsible for the whole world. She must be like a global citizen. She must think about the other issues that might threaten the world, not only in Egypt, although Egypt is included in climate change dangers, but she thinks that she must think globally. She must think more critically about this problem. So I would like to show you very quickly what she has already done. She has mentioned something about the causes of the climate change and manufacturing goods. I think she has done a really amazing thing. So she says that climate change is like a threat for the world, so we need to stop it by not throwing garbage. So she is trying to present some simple solutions. How can we save the environment and make it more safe place for humans to live in? Okay, so this is one part done by my students. Okay, and then in another collection, and this was the general aim. So in this collection, we want to make like an announcement for a competition inside the school. So we have made like an initiative done by my students. It's about the friends of environment. How can we save the environment? How can we be friends to the environment? But in this action, we need to save the environment using technology. So in this collection, I have collected many things about this competition that already have been done in our school in this year. So we have done something about climate change, and it was like a competition used by Class Point. And the Class Point is like a digital tool. If I want to show you in a full screen so you can see it, Class Point is like a tool or an app done or added to PowerPoint, so you can change the PowerPoint into like an interactive way to help the teachers to put some interactive questions and give them the opportunity to like make competitions and receive feedback from students. So what we have already done in this competition, that one of my students was the leader of the competition. By the way, this is my nice and creative students. His name is Saif. He was the leader of the competition, and I was only the organizer of the competition. So at the beginning of it, we started to share a video about climate change and how can it affects the world. So after that, we tried to put some questions, some interactive questions, and we tried to collect answers from the students who were sharing or who were joining in the competition. And as you see, this tool, this nice tool, Class Point, gives the participants the ability to like to draw something, to put texts, to answer a question, and it can appear in an interactive way, as you see here. So this is a part of our work, as you see. And also another part of our work, which were put in Wakelet, I would like to show you something as well. And also, I was more concerned about how can I train my students to use Wakelet, especially using the mobile app, because all of them, you know, that they are holding the mobile app all the time, and it's very easy for them to use technology using mobile. So I have held some meetings with them to teach them how they can work with the Wakelet mobile app and how they can create like simple collections related to our topic, which is climate change. So this is part of a meeting with some of my students, teaching them how they can use the Wakelet app in collecting information and in creating some and collecting some resources as well. So, and part of our work was also like a meeting with some of our partners in a United States school. So we were lucky to meet a school in the US talking about climate action. So this was part of our meeting with Robinson Country Public School. We have talked about climate action and we have shared ideas. The students have the ability to share their ideas and voice their thoughts. Every side has shown their work, and it was also fantastic for the students to meet other students from all around the globe and talk to them about this important issue, and like to see that they are not only living in Egypt, which is suffering from climate change, but other countries also suffer from this issue, suffer from this problem. So we need to work together. Even we are in a very small age, we need to work together, we need to collaborate together in order to be the savers of the world. We are the youth of the future. So we need to have a role towards the world we are living in. And also, this is another part of my students' work as well. It's also talking about climate change. So he has done a nice video about climate change, and he says that we need to end this problem. We need to overcome this problem. It's very important to have a role in this important issue, you know. And at the end of our work, so we had to like celebrate our success. So this was a part of like a day of honor, or celebrating the students who already participated interactively and effectively in the competition. And I had the chance to honor them in the school assembly in the very early morning. These my nice students holding their certificates, and they want to say, hey, we are happy, we have done something very great. So we need to celebrate our success by the end. So I think that through this work, I find that Wakelet is like a secure or a safe place or an environment for students to collaborate and share their ideas. It also helps the students to acquire skills, to search the internet, to find other ideas, to organize and save them in one place, to be more selective, and to work with other students all around the world. And also the product, I think the product is apparent here, the product is clear here, because I think after the students have already done all these amazing works, I think they are happy of what they have already done, and I'm really proud of them by the end. So this is my very simple experience using Wakelet. I hope that you enjoyed my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ghada. That was really, really, really good. I love the way that you're bringing your students into all of this. I love what you said at the beginning, which is, you know, Wakelet being a safe and secure place for students to express themselves. I think that's really important, and we're seeing that a lot of teachers are finding the Wakelet experience for students to be very empowering for them. Because it's a nice, secure area where they can express themselves free of judgment, where they can share their thoughts and ideas. I love the way that you're bringing student choice and leadership into it through such an important issue as well. I think that that's a really good start for educators. If you can pick a really good issue that your students can get behind, something to do with activism, something to do with something that affects their futures, you can really find some brilliant ways to engage those key skills, and then also empowering your students and recognizing them at the end as well. I think more educators should do that, you know, rewarding them with certificates and ceremonies, and just recognizing the hard work that they've put in. So thank you so much, Ghada. That was amazing. We really, really appreciate it. And once again, on behalf of the whole Wakelet team and the Wakelet community, the work that you're doing over in Egypt to help share the Wakelet wave and bring educators and teachers and students into the universe is amazing. So thank you so much, Ghada. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Have a great rest of your community week. Bye now.
Bye.
Wow, that was awesome. Again, I really love any use case that that brings students into the mix. You know, in the end, we've created a platform here that is very, very useful for students, and teachers are finding so many different powerful ways to engage really key skills. But as well as students, that we also have to remember about the educators themselves, right? And the things that you are using Wakelet for on a personal level and your professional development. So that leads me really, really nicely into bringing Kylie all the way from Australia. Welcome, Kylie. How's it going?
Well, thank you. Really happy to be here.
We're so happy to have you. What time is it over there, Kylie?
It is currently 7 minutes past 7 in the evening. So I've been waking up every morning to all these notifications about what's happened, and then jumping onto YouTube and watching what's been happening throughout the week so far. So lovely to be here live.
Well, we are so happy to have you joining us all the way from Australia. Well, I say all the way, but it really does depend on where you are. I'm saying all the way from the UK, right? But no, it's great to have you with us, and you're going to be talking a little bit about professional development on Wakelet. So I'm going to bring your presentation in. There we go. Perfect. So take it away. The floor is yours. If you need anything, just let me know.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So Kaya Wanju, and that means hello and welcome in Noongar, the language of the traditional custodians of the land that I'm living and learning on, the Wajak Noongar Buja. I'd also just like to take a moment to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands in which you are all living and learning on here today. And as a proud Australian, this is something that we do. We acknowledge our traditional custodians. So I'm very privileged to be able to bring that to this international setting today. All right, there we go. So As mentioned before, my name is Kylie. I'm from Perth, Western Australia, so the western side of this awesome country, and it is currently about 7 o'clock at night. I'm a high school history teacher by trade, but I'm currently running a program called Vision that allows students to complete their courses online no matter where they are in Catholic schools in Western Australia. So I currently have a class where I have students as far north as Karratha, which is quite about a 2-hour plane ride, all the way down to Albany, which is about an hour plane ride away. So today I am going to talk about how we use Wakelet to assist with the tracking, sharing and development of staff in our Vision program. So I work with about 25 teachers from all over the state, and I'm responsible for the upskilling of these staff. Vision teachers have a growth plan that they have to complete every year. This is a plan on how they're going to demonstrate their own growth in an area set out by the various standards that we have to adhere to. These growth plans are written by teachers, and they get to choose what they want to focus on. And they can do their learning either through university study or through the specialised units that we have written on our Wakelet PL platform. So these units are housed in a space in Wakelet, and this makes it very easy for the writers of units to work together thanks to the collaboration features. Teachers gain their instructions from a staff notebook, which is attached to our team. And then from there, they can access the link that we've got embedded in the team to the Wakelet, which has all their readings, their flip activities, their forms and quizzes and feedback. We use the Teams integration to allow for easy access, so everything is in the one spot. Our teachers know they can just go to the team and they can access Wakelet through there. So this has also allowed our program to be future-proofed because it's not, Wakelet isn't tied to an employee account. You know, we've got it there, we've got it set up, and we can make sure that anybody can access it in the future. So we all know that professional learning is very important, and we always need to be upskilling ourselves as teachers. By running PL in this way, teachers can choose what they want to focus on, develop resources to share with others, track their learning over their careers, and it allows them to work at their own pace. So instead of taking these teachers out for a day away from their classrooms, they are able to choose when it suits them to complete their learning, which I think is better for our students and better for our teachers. So this is what our Wakelet portal looks like. And if I've got time at the end, I will go live into Wakelet and show you exactly what it looks like. I do want to shout out to the collaboration with Canva because it's enabled us to be able to brand everything really nicely. So we've got, you know, everything's color coded across our OneNote, across our team and across our Wakelet, thanks to that Canva collaboration. So I'm now going to quickly show you some examples of the learning journey journals and professional libraries we've been able to create using Wakelet. So we know teachers are time poor, and one of my jobs to support the teachers is to be looking for good articles, research, current research that teachers can engage with. And often I'll find those things and create summaries of them either as a flip video or as a document and place these in our professional library. We've got lots of different topics going on in our professional library at the moment, including things like digital pedagogy and the debate around the Australian tertiary entrance rank exams. So this is a little video of our online library. I've used the column layout, which I love, by the way, to organise the ideas in Wakelet. We've got everything from PDFs in there to videos, all of those sorts of things that teachers can gain access to on various different topics. And then we also have our exemplar libraries. So with our exemplar libraries, we collect examples of how teachers have addressed standards. And it's an opportunity for teachers who might be looking at addressing a particular standard, for them to be able to go and look at what's already been done, gain some help from people who have already addressed that particular standard or do it quite well. So this is a collaboration link. You'll be able, teachers can upload their own things if they've gone, hey, I've done this really, really well and I want to share. So it's part of our celebration that we encourage teachers to be able to upload things into our exemplar library. So now we'll have a look at some professional portfolios. So as I said, we use OneNote and Teams as well as Wakelet, and our teachers can create a Wakelet of resources to demonstrate their learning in a unit. They can then share this with Vision Admin, but also with their principals, and we've even had some of them share them to job interviews and panel interviews to be able to demonstrate their teaching. So here's an example of a learning journal that I created as a teacher for a unit of work in my growth plan. You can see I have several readings and resources that I've included. I've created flip videos as reflections on these resources to demonstrate my understanding and how it applies to my context. I've been able to embed websites, flip videos, images, YouTube videos, as well as my own documents in PDF format, uploading from OneDrive. I've created and recorded a presentation in PowerPoint and uploaded it as a video to the Wakelet for my oral presentation. As this was during COVID, we couldn't present in classes, but being able to present in this way made it very easy for everyone to gain access to it and provide feedback. I was also able to ask some of my colleagues to add their own reflections through Flip and added it to the collection of resources. If you look carefully, you may even spot my New Zealand buddy and Wakelet Pro, Dr. Michael Harvey, who gave up his time to contribute to this. It was great to be able to bring that professional collaboration into the task through Wakelet. Our teachers can create an ongoing collection of their learning using all of the tools I've mentioned and many more, thanks to the versatility of Wakelet. So some final thoughts. I suppose the big one is the Wakelet's not just for students. I've seen so many amazing examples of how teachers are using Wakelet with their students. For us, we love using it with our teachers because it gives them a chance to have a play in Wakelet themselves and then be able to use it with their students. Sometimes, you know, when you get a new piece of technology introduced to you, you need a really good play and you need to act as a student. So that was one of the reasons why we chose to go through Wakelet to do this PL tracking. It's an awesome organizational tool for this teacher training. Everything's in the one spot. Everybody can access it. There's no issues with, is this school on our tenant or is this school not on our tenant? It's very, very easy to be able to share this information with people. The collecting of resources is so vital. Teachers are so time poor. So part of my role is to make sure that they are able to gain access to the best research out there. I'll do the work and, you know, work through all of the articles and present the ones that are best for our context for them. So our teachers have said that it's really good to be able to have that resource there, quick and easy, ready to go, and not have to spend hours searching through journal databases. This has been very helpful for their own study and with their growth plans. It's also very good with personal life, and we've got many different ways of how the Vision teachers have used Wakelet to organise their personal life. But that's a presentation for another day that hopefully I'll be able to share with you at some point in the future. So just wanted to say a massive thank you again for allowing me to share this. Wakelet is not just for your students, it is also for your teachers. And thank you very much for letting Australia be a part of our Community Week.
No, thank you, Kylie. If it wasn't for all of the super passionate, incredible people around the world in all the different countries that use Wakelet, none of this could be possible. So thank you. That was a brilliant presentation. I think you really touched on a few very important things there. We're seeing, I think it was maybe like around a year and a half ago, I think, when portfolios really became a very big deal on Wakelet. The way that I see it, I think anybody that uses Wakelet, regardless of what they're using it for, should have that portfolio element, because it's just so quick and easy and useful to grab those things that you're most proud of and just build something that showcases who you are and showcases the work that you've done. So yeah, professional portfolios sit alongside student portfolios, I think, as one of the most popular ways that people are using Wakelet. I would recommend that everybody in the chat, your Wakelet profile is your portfolio. It's not a separate product. It's not a separate feature on Wakelet. It's your Wakelet profile. So, you know, my Wakelet profile is at Misbah. It's not necessarily a portfolio, but everybody has one. And if I wanted to turn it into a portfolio, I could do that very quickly. I just add sections to it, and I just take the things that I'm most proud of during my Wakelet journey and put them in there. So so we're seeing more and more of that. So I love that you brought that up. And also, Wakelet is for everyone, right? You know, this platform that we've built is so versatile. There's so many different ways that people are using Wakelet across so many different sectors and so many different places. You know, just during Wakelet Live on Monday, you know, there were just dozens and dozens and dozens of different ways that people are using the platform. So thank you so much for shining a light on that. Do you have any last things that you'd like to say to the community?
Look, I'd love to see, you know, lots of the Aussie Wakelet people jump on throughout the week and see their comments. We are a small group down here, but we are a loud group, and yeah, we're really looking forward to seeing what else is in store this week.
You wouldn't have it any other way in Australia, I think.
Hell no.
Thank you so much, Kylie, for your endless passion. Thank you for joining us and dedicating some time to help share these really, really important things with the rest of the community. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. See ya.
Bye-bye. Well, that was brilliant. Another fantastic session there. We're keeping the ball rolling with this one. You know, we are, well, I don't know how many hours in we're in now. I think we're coming on 2 hours into the 12-hour live stream, which means that there's only 10 hours left, which is funny when you think about it that way. But we have so many amazing presenters that we have lined up for you for the rest of the 12-hour live stream for the rest of the day. And, you know, dip in, dip out if you have somewhere you need to be. Cool. You can have this on in the background as you get some chores done or some tasks. But really, we've made this live stream happen just so that everybody around the world gets a nice equal opportunity to not only present but also watch and absorb and digest all the fantastic things. Really, really good so far. We do have one more before my hosting segment is over. We are going to India, and we are going to bring in Yogesh Kumar, who's going to be talking about how Wakelet is a one-stop shop for your classroom. So, without further ado, Yogesh, welcome. How are you?
Thank you, and namaste from India.
Namaste. What time is it over there?
Yeah, it's 4:51 p.m. here in India.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
Do you say 1 p.m.?
It's a 4:51.
4:51. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying it's like 1 p.m. and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Look, that's way too close to the UK. No,
Yeah.
4:51 p.m. Great. So that's also a good time, I think. Okay, amazing. Well, Yogesh, we're really interested in hearing what you have to say. I'm going to pull your presentation up now, and yeah, take it away. If you need any help, please just let me know and I'll jump back in. But thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for representing India. Thank you for representing the Indian Wakelet community. We're really, really excited to see what you've got to share today.
Yeah, first of all, this is Yogesh Kumar from India, and thank you, Wakelet, for providing me the opportunity to present the Wakelet. And the topic of my today's presentation is Wakelet, an innovative tool for social emotional learning. And this is quite a relevant topic, and I have used Wakelet in the social emotional learning in an innovative way. We can, as we know that we can curate, we can just use the Wakelets in an innovative way, but what is social emotional learning? That concept, it is very much relevant in the post pandemic era, or we can say in the new normal situation, because everybody is talking about social emotional learning, developing of skills among the students, which is very much necessary. And these skills we can develop with the help of Wakelet very quickly and in an innovative way. So simply, whether we are talking about in the school scenario, or we are talking about the work culture or the life, if we wish to succeed, then we have to develop this social emotional learning. And this Wakelet, it is the very good tool for developing all these skills, I can say, among the students, not only among the students, but also among the teachers, among other workers also. So this topic of social emotional learning, it is came into existence just during the pandemic. And in my opinion, if we wish to survive, if we wish to thrive in any type of a situation, then this social emotional learning is very much necessary. And if our children, if our students, they are learning in a better way, then students, they will prosperous, and along with that our schools will also move forward. Definitely that place, our school or the workplace, it will benefit, and ultimately the whole society or the whole world, it will benefit in a positive direction. Just I have used the Wakelet for different things under this social emotional learning, just for maintaining the cooperative relationship. This is very much required in the present scenario. A good relationship, you will get each and everything, and not only among the students, but also among the colleagues. A cooperative relationship, it is necessary, and with the help of Wakelet, we can develop this cooperation. We can develop the habit of cooperation among the students, among the teachers, among the staff members. Along with that, second, Wakelet is very much helpful in making the responsible decision. Every time, every student or the staff member or any other person have to take the decisions, but we can make the choices among the decisions. And with the help of Wakelet, we can guide how to take the decision, and how this will be helpful to the society, to the world as a whole. Just third, Wakelet also is helpful for developing, for managing the emotions among the students as well as others. Just next, if we wish to communicate clearly and assertively, this Wakelet is very helpful, because with the help of Wakelet, we can curate the resources, we can curate the different things in the Wakelet, which are very helpful for the students as well as others, for communicating clearly, for managing their emotions and all these things. So this Wakelet, I can say, it is making the life very easy of the students as well as of the teachers or other educators or other professionals in their field, in the different scenarios. So if we wish to solve our problems effectively, then social emotional learning, it is very much required. And again, just resources we can collect in the Wakelet, which are very helpful in solving the problems. Then next, recognizing the emotions in oneself and others. This is again a very important part of social emotional learning, and having empathy for the others. This is the next point in which the Wakelet can play an important role, just by providing the situations to the students, to the professionals. We can have the empathetic situations, and we can develop all these things with the help of Wakelet in an innovative way. So simply, in the nutshell, we can say it is this social emotional learning. It is the key to advancing excellence in education and equity at the international level, at the global level. And this Wakelet, it is very much helpful. It is the providing the resources, providing the space for curation of resources. Actually, what is there? We have resources, because internet, it is playing a very important role in each and everyone's life, and we can have the so many resources available on the internet, but these resources can be collected in the Wakelet, and we can prepare a portfolio, and we can prepare a collection which can be very helpful in any type of situation which we are facing, which we are any type of challenging situation which we will face, or which we can encounter in the present scenario or in the future. So this social emotional learning, it is developing self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship building, and decision making. So these are the 5 main, you can say, skills of the social emotional learning, which we are focused to develop among the students, which we wish to develop in the students, or we can say in the other professionals. And through the Wakelet, we can quite easily develop the self-awareness, just by simple activities which we can collect in the Wakelet. Self-awareness, it can be developed. Management of self, as well as how to present in the situation. That is again very useful thing which each and everyone should develop. Along with that, we should have social awareness, what is going on in the society. Relationships we can build with the help of Wakelet, and proper decision making, that is very much required, and that skill is very much necessary in the present scenario. So these skills, these 5 main skills are targeted under this social emotional learning, and with the help of Wakelet, we can develop these skills by just developing or small activities, or by just simply collecting these small activities in the Wakelet. And the resources are quite easily accessed by the students, as well as by the other professionals through the Wakelets, and they can develop all these skills quite easily with the help of Wakelet. So this is the Castle wheel of the social emotional learning, which is not only talking about the classrooms, about the schools. It is also talking about the families, communities, and how we can build these skills of social awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, social awareness, by simply by the instruction method, with the help of sharing of resources, by providing the learning opportunities with the help of cooperation. And by all these things, we can develop these skills among the students, as well as other that are staff members or other professionals also. and this Kessel wheel, it is relevant in the present scenario, in the post-pandemic era, or we can say in the new normal situation. Actually, what is there? We are preparing our students for the futures. They should be the better citizen. They should be a better that global citizen, I should say. They should be able to face all these things, and all these things we can have in the Wakelet. We can develop in through the Wakelet, and we can make the best, better global citizen. So this is about the social emotional learning, and this summer model, it is as per the Wakelet, means substitution, augmentation, modification, redefinition. So students, they can read the articles on the Wakelet instead of in the class. So this is quite necessary. Means we are providing the opportunities to the students at each and every time, as per their need, as per their wish. They can have the access to the knowledge. They can have the access to the information, and they can use this information for their better future. So next one is augmentation. Wakelet, it allows multimodality by allowing the users to embed this images, videos, articles, and many more things. With the help of Wakelet, we can do modification. Just we can modify the resources, we can modify the things as per our need, as per our requirement, as per the things. And more interestingly, the students, they can research with the help of a Wakelet, and they can develop a portfolio with the help of this Wakelet, and they have real-time collaboration also on different topics, on different issues. So these are some of the benefits of using Wakelet. So with the help of Wakelet, what we are doing, in fact, we are learning to live together. Just simply in the post-pandemic era, just we are supporting each other. We are just supplementing each other, and we are living together, we are growing together, and we are just developing at the international level, a global citizens. We are developing a space which is helpful for all the people, and we are making this space a better place to live for each and everyone. With the help of Wakelet, these are the words. Together we share something bigger, and it's about connecting, discovering our similarities, celebrating our differences, because your language is mine, my language is yours, and we share our voices, our experiences, our stories. We are better day by day. Our world is better when we understand more than words understanding. So these are my words about the Wakelet, and so many resources you may find on the Wakelet about the social emotional learning. And simply if we just support each other, we live together, then we can have a more happier world. And in my opinion, Wakelet, it is doing a great work for joining the people, for collaborating the people on different topics or different things, and making the people successful in learning together, growing together, and living together. So this is my message about the Wakelet. Thank you. Just one more thing I would like to discuss, that you can have lots of resources about social emotional learning on the Wakelet. Just search on that and bring this social emotional learning in the classroom in each and every type of scenario, so that students can develop these skills and they can be a better global citizens in a better way. I hope you like the presentation, and we will grow with the help of Wakelet in the same way as we are growing together. Thank you. And once again, thank you and namaste from India.
Thank you so much, Yogesh. Namaste. That was really good. You can see in the chat that people find your message very, very inspiring. I think that social emotional learning is probably one of the most important elements for students nowadays. I think you made a really interesting point earlier, which is like post-pandemic. You know, we've dealt with a very traumatizing time, I think, that the whole world has collectively experienced together at the same time, which is quite a unique thing to happen. And I think as a result of that, social emotional learning is more important than ever. I really loved the way that you explained Wakelet being this really nice, safe, secure place where students can express themselves and feel comfortable unpacking their thoughts, making decisions, sharing things that they find on the web which are positive and which are meaningful to them, and bringing those social emotional resources together in one place that you can then share them. Because I think it's one of those subjects, a little bit like digital citizenship, right? Where a lot of educators hear about it, but I don't think enough know how to actually take those practical elements and apply them to their classrooms. So thank you so much for sharing, Yogesh. We really, really appreciate it. And thank you for representing the Indian Wakelet and educator community.
Once again, thank you for providing me the opportunity to represent India on this platform. And thank you, Wakelet, and love you, the Wakelet.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Yogesh. We'll speak to you soon and enjoy the rest of Wakelet Community Week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, amazing. 5 fantastic speakers from 5 different countries. We've covered so much in the last couple of hours. We are going to be taking a short break soon, and we will be back on at around 1 p.m. So that's around 20 minutes. But in the meantime, I thought I would take a chance to just recap some of the really awesome things that have been discussed over the last 2 hours. So first of all, we had Anna from Russia. And Anna was talking about using Wakelet, the profile area of Wakelet, to really showcase the things that make you who you are as an educator. And really less of a portfolio, but more just as a landing page, more as a place where all of the things that you're working on, all of your projects, all of the ideas that you want to share out to the world can be in one place. Anna was comparing the different kinds of ways that people can build websites these days, and decided that Wakelet was the easiest and the most effective. She was showing off the number of followers that she had on Wakelet. It's quite easy to get followers on Wakelet, especially if you're part of the Wakelet community, and was explaining how easy it is to create a beautiful profile area, and using all of the different integrations that we have to make that look even better. And also building a brand, right? I know that as educators, you have so many things going on and you have so many messages, just like Yogesh was talking about there with social emotional learning. There are so many different elements that you all want to promote and talk about to the rest of this community, and bringing them all together in one place on a Wakelet profile, I believe truly is one of the best ways to do that. Then we moved over to Malaysia and we spoke to Shirley, who is an incredible representative of the Malaysian Wakelet community. The Wakelet community in Malaysia is particularly passionate, and we love the things that they've been doing over the last few years. And Shirley was talking about the integration side of Wakelet, right? How Wakelet adds beautiful bridge between all of the different platforms that you use every day. She showed off for the Flipgrid integration, how easy it was to bring video into Wakelet. She showed Canva, how easy it was to just very quickly add a splash of color and a splash of personalization to your collections, and really brought it all together nicely, showing Wakelet as this place where all of those tools can come together and magic can be made. Then after Malaysia, we took a flight over to Egypt to speak to Ghada. who was talking about students and student expression and how she was using Wakelet to promote climate change and promote these really cool initiatives across her classroom, bringing student choice and leadership into the mix, where she was talking about Wakelet being a place where students can collect all of the resources about a particular subject. They can share their ideas and their thoughts really passionately on Wakelet. But then one of the things that I really loved about what Ghada was showing was how at the end of it all, she made the effort to recognize the talent of those students and recognize the efforts that they've done. And that reminds me about the Wakelet Student Ambassador Program. The Wakelet Student Ambassador Program, it's a free course. You can head to community.wakelet.com /student ambassadors. And through that, your students can embark on a voyage across 6 different tasks where they'll build these incredible digital skills. The reason why I'm talking about this is because at the end of the Student Ambassador Program, so many educators choose to create these really nice graduation ceremonies using the certificates and really, encourage that student leadership and make the students feel really proud about the things that they've done. So I really, really love that. Then we took a really long flight to Australia, where we spoke with Kylie, who was talking about Wakelet being used as a professional portfolio. So we always talk about Wakelet in the context of a student portfolio. It's very, very powerful as a student portfolio use case. But we do have so many educators who are using Wakelet as a professional portfolio. And on top of educators, we have freelancers, business people, journalists, even athletes who are using Wakelet as a portfolio. The reason being is there really is no better way to easily bring all of those things that you are most proud of in your career and showcase them all in one place through one link. For professional development, I think Kylie showed us that Wakelet is an absolute winner. And she also said Wakelet was for everybody as well, which I love and I think everybody loves. Then we spoke to Yogesh in India, who did a really beautiful presentation about social emotional learning. Thank you, Yogesh, for being an incredible representative of the Indian Wakelet community and talking about the impact that social emotional learning has just on the general development of students. Again, spoke about Wakelet being this nice, safe, secure place for student expression and bringing all of those SEL resources in one place to share with everybody. So that brings us to the end of the first segment of the 12-hour live stream. We still, as I said earlier, have 10 hours to go. Think about all of the incredible things that are going to be shared in the next 10 hours as we take a trip across the world. We're going through so many different countries. I'm just looking at the list right now. UK, Kuwait, Venezuela, Indonesia, Croatia, South Africa, the USA. We've got India again, Scotland. There are so many amazing places that we're going to be visiting today and speaking with so many amazing people from across the community. So every single thing that well, not every single thing, some of the things that you've shared, that you've seen today, everybody who's watching this in the audience, some of the things that you've seen today, I'm sure have struck you and inspired you and made you feel like you've learned something. We want you to share that learning, pass it on, right? Head to Twitter and share the things that you've learned, share your favorite moments, tag the speakers, give them a good shout out, and remember to use the hashtag Wakelet Community Week, because if you do that, you will be in with a chance of winning a all expenses paid trip to ISTE 2024, which is happening, I believe, in Denver, Colorado this year. So that's everything. We pay for your flight, your hotel, and your expenses, and you get to join the Wakelet team. You get to see everything that's going on. You get to interact with all the people in the community that you've seen online. It's a fantastic experience. So it's well worth sharing, because who knows, you could be the lucky winner. And of course, we're giving away loads of other prizes and swag as well throughout the rest of the week. So we still have 10 hours left, but I am going to bring my segment at least to a close. We'll have a short break and we'll be back at 1 p.m. To go through all of the other incredible speakers. So thank you all so much. It's been a pleasure speaking to you all. So many people joining us from across the world. It's always really, really nice to see. So thank you so much. Sit tight and we'll be back with another 10 hours of intense, passionate learning. Thank you all.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 12-hour live stream of this year's Wakelet Community Week. We have had an incredible time so far these last 2 hours with some inspiring guests from all over the world. And this next installment will be no different. We are really excited to welcome some incredible names onto the main stage for the next 2 hours of this 12-hour live stream. But before we get started, I'm going to pass it over to my good friend Adam for some housekeeping.
Cheers. Thank you very much, Michael, for that. So yes, during this week, we've got an amazing competition running where you can win some awesome prizes such as swag packs, vouchers, and the big one, a trip to ISTE 2024. But all you have to do is during the week, if you see any quotes, pictures, videos, screen captures, anything like that, share it to Twitter and use the hashtag Wakelet Community Week to be in with the chance of winning some amazing prizes. But Michael, what do you think? Do you think we should get the show on the road?
Absolutely.
Perfect. So what we want to do is we've got some amazing speakers, but the first speaker that we want to introduce is the awesome Kate, representing the UK all the way from Nottingham. So hi, Kate. How are you today?
Hello. Hi guys. I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Good. Yeah, we're amazing. Thank you. And we can't wait to see some amazing things that you have to offer and show everyone all over the world today.
Oh no, I'm excited to be here. It's great to be surrounded by so many sort of inspirational people, really. Catching up with some of the live streams has been awesome.
Yeah, 100%. Well, let's get this show on the road and the stage is yours, Kate. Take us away.
Thank you. Wow, hello everybody. My name is Kate Whyles. I'm a Wakelet ambassador and a learning technology coach at Nottingham College in the UK. I'm super excited to be here today to talk about something that's really dear to my heart and my organisation's heart, how we are adding sustainability to our FE College of Nottingham College in the city centre. So I'm going to just take you through my presentation just to give you an idea of where we're starting, because we're at the very, very beginning of this journey, but also to show you how Wakelet's having a massive impact on what we're doing here in Nottingham. So thank you. Okay. So, Nottingham College, we are one of the largest colleges in the UK. In fact, I think we're the third largest further education college. You may know Nottingham purely because of our legend, Robin Hood. I'm sure everybody's heard of Robin Hood. You think of Robin Hood and it conjures up images of green fields, lush, thriving forests, wildlife everywhere. But in reality, the actual centre of the city of Nottingham is very different. Like I said, Nottingham College is located in the heart of the city. It's got very minimal green spaces, unfortunately. And the city is undertaking a regeneration to reintroduce more green spaces with an emphasis on environmental sustainability to the area. Nottingham as a city is aiming to become the UK's first carbon neutral city by 2028. So as a college, we wanted to support the mission of the city and really sort of take it seriously about how we're going to embed this kind of sustainable outlook on our college, our city, for the benefit of our learners and everyone that works at the college and visitors the city. So we have learners of all ages that come to our college. Many have English as a second language, and some may not have an understanding of how to create a sustainable culture. So this opportunity to bring sustainability to the forefront of Nottingham College was not to be missed, and we see it as a really important part of the educational journey. So Nottingham College staff and students began mapping out what sustainability looks like for the college and the wider community at the end of 2022. We set out a structured framework for ongoing improvements to enable everyone to make a change and also to track the progress. We wanted to create a lasting organisational positive change and encourage collaboration between all stakeholders. So opportunities were provided for knowledge and skills development, improving the well-being of staff and providing our students with an education to address the global challenges we're all currently facing. So working alongside Nottingham City Council in its mission strategy to become the first carbon neutral city, we introduced our College Green Group. This is a working group that adapts and delivers environmental and sustainability measures in line with the Nottingham College Environmental and Sustainability Policy. It acts as a forum for developing and sharing best practice, and any person, no matter staff or student, can actually join this group. We also focused heavily on recycling management. Waste and recycling was one of the most visible areas in our sustainability agenda. It demonstrates our commitment to staff, students and visitors and offers an opportunity for people to easily be involved with this environmental impact. From using reusable cups to monitoring the amount of waste disposed of, every step contributes. Sustainable transport is also on the agenda. We have something called the Cycle to Work scheme, where employees will qualify for savings of up to 49% of the retail costs of bikes and accessories. This is helping to reduce congestion, improve air quality of our city, and reduce the amount of carbon that's released into the atmosphere. We have on offer discounted bus, tram and train passes, and that's widely advertised across our organisation. Obviously all contributing to the mission of becoming carbon neutral by 2030, which is the personal mission for the college. We also have meat-free Fridays, so decreasing the amount of meat you consume, even for just one day a week, can have an amazing impact on not only the environment, but also your own health. So how is Wakelet contributing to all this? Obviously, I've given you a few examples of kind of the physical things that we're doing here in Nottingham. But what I really want to share with you is the way Wakelet is having such a huge impact on this mission. Wakelet is a recommended platform that we use in our teachers' toolkit. It's used across the college by teaching colleagues, students, support staff, and our library teams. Wakelet ensures that the remote work that we need to do is possible. We can reach out to learners who live in rural areas of our district and ensure that they have the same access to resources as those who are physically on campus. This works particularly well to reduce that travel into the city as well. We provide our learners with tasks in advance through our Wakelets, and they're also used for recapping learning for anybody who may have missed a session. And also they're very handy for our revision purposes. So there's no need for endless files of paper that often get lost, damaged or chewed by the pet dog. The reduction in the need to print by using Wakelet is having a massive impact on the way we work. Not only has Wakelet become a homework hub where students are able to access content through spaces, further eliminating the need for physical printed materials, but it's also saving teachers time with marking, instant feedback and assessment. Teachers are finally able to balance their workload, giving them their evenings and weekends back that would have previously been buried under mountains of paperwork. The positive impact on their general well-being has become really clear. One area of college that's really embraced Wakelet is our amazing libraries. Wakelet has become the first choice for promotional purposes, and they're using it daily to replace tasks that would have otherwise been printed or lost in the abyss of the email traffic that gets sent in a large organisation such as our college. All new library staff become Wakelet certified during their induction period, so they immediately develop the skills to use Wakelet effectively and ensure that it's at the forefront of their toolkit when deciding on what projects to do and how to deliver them correctly. Our libraries are using them to deliver book reviews, recommendations, to monthly vlogs and resource communications. Our library team use Wakelet as a creative method of providing information, no matter what the message they need to share may be. Wakelet is used as an information hub for students and tutorial topics. The generated QR codes are displayed on screens across campus for instant access and are embedded into our VLEs for external access. Information about systems and software is also shared in this way. Popular projects that our libraries have completed include this one, which I really wanted to show you. It's the 12 Days of Nottingham College Christmas. I know we're a little bit out of season here, but it was that good. I couldn't resist showing that to you. Basically, what this is a Wakelet for each 12 day for the run up towards our festive break. The variety that was added to each Wakelet differs in format. So we've got recommendations to borrow paper copies of books. There's links to films. There's links to YouTube clips and Spotify, so music from soundtracks. And each Wakelet contains a recommendation by a member of our fantastic library team. Along with all the resources that we've added, we also added a few little festive activities relating to the storyline of each Wakelet, just to add that extra little bit of Christmas magic. Our project, this manner, actually sparked interest from staff and student alike, who looked forward to seeing what the next Wakelet would bring the following day. This type of project traditionally would have been created on a static display, which is often quite time consuming for our library staff and required lots and lots of printing materials and lots of paper resources. So delivering it through Wakelet in this manner has really kind of saved us from using all those resources that aren't necessarily needed. So another good thing about this project was that our library staff collaborated together on this. So it was really a kind of peer-to-peer feedback project, which they really enjoyed doing. It spread the workload across our library team, and they all got stuck into whichever project that they wanted to highlight. It was that popular that the library team have actually replicated it into a Countdown to Summer project, where they've been promoting a selection of relaxing reads and other resources through the same means. And I believe that the libraries experienced higher borrowing statistics following both of these promotions that they've ever had before. Our students are using Wakelets to deliver their student newsletters. It's always been a tradition that our students deliver newsletters from their departments. It basically gives focusing on areas of interest in the news and general information about campus life. So Wakelet has provided the ability to do this without the need for, again, expensive printing costs, time restrictions and deadlines, making information easy to access, especially if a story was hot off the press. Our creative faculties are using Wakelet to organise and collate their portfolios of work. The ability to collaborate virtually on projects and use bookmarking has been extremely useful for these students. Although the traditional portfolio of artwork wouldn't always be essential, our students now have the ability to share their work with industry professionals without the need for expensive websites or social media platforms, providing that digital professional touch. We deliver an excellent catering provision and have a city centre restaurant called Fletcher's that's open to the public in the evening. Wakelet has provided our students with the ability to menu plan, making good use of information found in bookmarks. Many evening meals are themed around occasions, and using spaces to collate menu ideas is ideal for future reference and good practice examples for our new students. Our apprentices are using Wakelet with industry professionals to collaborate on projects and access virtual content. This has made resources accessible 24/7, which is ideal for learners that are also working at the same time. Industry links have been made outside of the immediate area using this method, providing our apprentices with unique experience that enhances their knowledge and employment opportunities without having to travel and buy expensive, often single-use physical resources. One of the most interesting things that is quite close to my heart is that the way Wakelet is actually being embraced outside of our college. As a multicultural organisation, we have a large ESOL department. These learners are using Wakelet to share their experience of the UK through writing photos with their families in their home countries. The ability to instantly share in their own language with immersive reader has certainly given these learners a clear method of communication. The ability to divide content into spaces enables these learners to document their college experience alongside their personal one, all in the same place. There's no need for posting letters or spending time attaching large files to emails anymore that take an eternity to send home. Becoming a carbon neutral organisation is a top priority for Nottingham College, and our CPD days have been focusing heavily on our journey. The content from a recent CPD day was delivered through Wakelet as an example of good practice for achieving our goals. The Wakelet was used for collaboration to outline our suggestions and priorities and shared with all staff members at the beginning of the day. Not a printout in sight, and an extremely productive day was had. So the extended use of Wakelet to support our teaching and business operations is contributing heavily to our sustainability mission. I've focused only on a handful of ways we're using it today, but I've seen it being used in many different ways across curriculum, from entry level all the way up to degree level. Wakelet is introduced to all college members during our induction period in September, along with good practices to contribute to energy saving. If everyone at the college switched off equipment when not in use, we could reduce our electrical consumption by 10% by the end of this year. So these small steps are making a massive impact. Wakelet is the first choice for the majority of our faculties when embarking on a project or for a method of communication. It's always present at the initial thought process, and this shift in culture away from printed resources and handouts is really having an impact on college life as we know it. And really, we are just at the beginning of our journey, so it's going to be really interesting to see how this blends into the rest of the academic year and obviously into the next. So Wakelet is making a direct contribution to environmental sustainability at Nottingham College, and providing our learners with the skills and knowledge to lead a life where respect for the planet comes naturally. If we printed over 6 million pieces of paper last year, Wakelet will certainly have contributed to the drastic reduction of this amount this year. I look forward to sharing these figures with you very soon, so please take note of my Twitter handle here, which I'm quite active on, and obviously I will keep everybody updated with our progress. And thank you for listening to our story, and thank you to Wakelet for ensuring we are definitely on the right track to achieving our goal.
That was amazing, Kate. Thank you so much. It was really inspiring. It's really inspiring to hear your story. You know, it's really encouraging to hear that your school and the wider organization are prioritizing sustainability in this way. I think, you know, when I was in school, there wasn't the same emphasis. So it seems really innovative that this is happening. And I think the fact that you're working so closely with the city council and have that target for being carbon neutral is really admirable. So congratulations and good luck with it. I hope that you're completely successful and in achieving that target.
Yeah, thank you. We're super proud that Nottingham really is hopefully going to be the first major city in the UK to achieve that. And obviously Nottingham College being at the heart of the city centre, it's just an honour really. We just want to get this right for our learners, and hopefully we will. And obviously, as I've explained, Wakelet is having such a big impact on it. It's great to share that with you guys today.
No, thank you so much. And it's clear that you are trailblazers within your organization, but also within the city. Hopefully that when you are successful, other major cities around the UK and around the world are able to do the same thing and be inspired by the work that you and your students and staff are doing. And it's really, it's beautiful to see from a Wakelet perspective that we're also able to play a part in this, and that you can use Wakelet to engage the students in these kind of activities and these types of exercises with these task submissions and recap exercises. I think that's a really beautiful way to see Wakelet being used. And of course, Wakelet is paper free. I don't think I'd ever really kind of seen the importance of that, but obviously material sharing, resource sharing with students and between staff is really inspiring for me personally, and I'm sure with the wider team that we can play that part and we can help teachers and educators save money as well. So that's a really incredible thing to see.
Great. Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
And just to finish up, I think the insight into how students are able to become leaders through these kind of activities and through these exercises and improve their communication skills as well. Just me as a viewer, I found that really, really cool to see. But I know Adam has a couple of thoughts on the presentation.
Yeah,
really
100%. Thank you so much for that, Kate. That was really, really amazing and inspiring as well to see how all the things that you're doing to create such an amazing environment within the Nottingham College. And our colleagues as well, James and Jamil, they came down a few weeks ago and they told us how amazing, warm, friendly all the staff, pupils were. So that's something that yourself and everyone at Nottingham College should be really proud and really happy about. And another thing also that I saw during your amazing stream was the portfolios, and that's something that's really key for the students to showcase their creativity and also showcase their work and learning as well. So that's really something amazing as well.
Absolutely. And like I said, we've only really touched on a few examples of good practice today. That's happening at Nottingham College, but Wakelet is being used across the board for so many different things. I mean, if I could share all that with you today, I'll probably take up most of your live stream, which I don't want to do. It's such an amazing tool, and to kind of fits so well with our mission statement at the minute with sustainability, that we're so keen to get everybody using it at the get-go. And I think getting people on that in induction periods is the key to doing that. So they're kind of set on the right step and always go to Wakelet as a product to think, okay, I want to do this project, this is what I'm going to use.
Absolutely. Well, we really appreciate it, Kate. Thanks again. We'll just remove you from the stream now, but everyone in the chat, please do follow Kate on Twitter. We can see some incredible feedback coming through in the chat. Everyone seems really impressed by the work that Nottingham College are doing. So absolutely full credit to them, to the staff and to the students as well. It's pretty good, isn't it, Adam?
Yeah, it's brilliant. Really amazing to see. Yeah,
absolutely. So we are going to move from the UK to pretty much the other side of the world, where our next guest is located in Kuwait. Nagham, I believe, should be on the screen in a second. There she is. Hello, how are you doing?
Hello, Michael and Adam. How are you?
Really good.
Yeah, good, thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today, Nagham. We know that you have some really cool things to share about how you can use Wakelet in the science classroom. So something a little bit different, but I'm sure something that will offer an awful lot of value to everyone watching today. So please do take it away.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen. Okay, hello everyone. I'm so excited and happy to be here with you as part of the Wakelet Community Week and share ideas of using Wakelet in science classes. Note that these ideas can be used also across other subjects, but my focus will be on science. It works with whether you're teaching elementary, middle, or high school, whether you're teaching general science or biology or physics. You can use all of these ideas with your students. First of all, let me tell you about myself. My name is Nagham, and I'm an educational technology specialist located in Kuwait. I'm also a former physics science teacher and science head of department. So I know how sometimes as a teacher, as a former teacher, I know how hard sometimes for teachers to gather resources all over the place, to have everything ready in one place. So this is why today I'm going to share with you some amazing ideas of using Wakelet in your science class. I'm also a Google for Education certified trainer and a Wakelet ambassador. I'm so happy to be part of this amazing community, and really every time I watch this community week, or all sessions and webinars done by Wakelet, I always learn new things about Wakelet. I also share some tech tips and ideas on my Instagram account and on my YouTube channel, both at Techtastic Educator. So I can, if you want to learn more ideas about educational technology, you can follow me there. Let's start with Wakelet now. I'm going to share with you just general ideas, and then I'm going to show you on Wakelet all of these ideas that I will be sharing with you. So I will show you different collections that you can create, and I created that you can use with your students. This is my Wakelet public profile. So if you want, you can follow me there. I'm going to add a lot of resources that I'm talking about today into my public profile. So if you follow me, you can access most of these resources later on. You can just scan the code there or add me also at Techtastic Educator. Let's see some ideas of using Wakelet in your science class. I'm going to share general ideas that can be used in any class, and then I will give specific examples, or I will focus on some examples of using it. First of all, this is very well known on Wakelet. You can use it as a science teacher, is sharing classroom newsletters. I love it for several ideas. First of all, it's interactive, so whenever you want to add links or you want to add videos or pictures, you can include it in your Wakelet classroom newsletters. And I also love something about Wakelet is that parents, for example, if you're sharing it with parents, they can check it without a Wakelet account. So this is something very important. Also, you can use it for lesson planning. If you're planning your lessons, you can use also Wakelet. Meet the Teacher, which is a very also famous on Wakelet, is that if you want the students to know you more, you can tell them about yourself using the Wakelet collection. And I have a general template on my public profile, on my Wakelet profile, which is under the title Meet the Teacher. I have one also, Meet the Student, where the students can create a collection or they can share information about themselves at the beginning of the year. Also for science lab templates, so imagine whenever you're doing a certain experiment in class, you don't need students to waste a lot of paper and write let's say, use the scientific method and so on. You can use Wakelet, a ready template where they can record everything they need for their science lab. You can share resources easily with your students. So if you have a lot of videos and PDF documents and pictures that you want to share with your students, you can also put them all in one place on Wakelet. Digital portfolios is another amazing way for using Wakelet with your students. Interactive lessons, and I'm going to show you an example also about that, is especially in science. When we're teaching science, there's a lot of things that we want the students to do. Sometimes they have to watch this video, then they have to move into reading this paragraph, for example, and then they have to check another video or a website. So using Wakelet, you can organize it in a certain way, in an easy interactive way where students just follow the order that you give them. And also just sharing project pictures. So if I want to share pictures of my students doing a certain experiment in class or completing a certain activity, I can share it with parents or with the community or within the school with other staff members using also Wakelet. Today, I'm going to show the examples of creating lesson planning, sharing resources, science lab and scientific method, as well as interactive lessons and project pictures. So let me go to my Wakelet account and let's show some examples of collections that you can create. So let's start first of all with lesson planning, or I'm gonna talk about lesson planning and sharing resources. So if you are planning a certain lesson and you want everything in one place, and what I love about Wakelet is that, let's say you're moving from one class to another, or you don't have your computer with you, or maybe you're in a school where you don't follow, for example, you don't have Microsoft Teams or Google Classroom, Wakelet is always with you. So whenever you just log in on any PC, into your Wakelet account, you have everything ready. You don't have to worry, oh, I need my USB, for example, or I need to use my own computer. So you have everything in one
Sorry,
place.
Nagham. Sorry to
Yes,
interrupt.
no problem.
I think it's just that we can only see the previous screen. So I think you're sharing
Oh,
your tab. Is it
yes,
possible to stop sharing and share again and select your window?
Yes, of course. Sure.
Thank you.
Just let me know if you can see it now.
Okay, yes, we're good to go.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so let me show you an example of a lesson plan that you can create within Wakelet. So this is an example, for example, grade 6 lesson plan about tectonic plates. Here, what's nice is that you can put everything in one place. So whenever you are in class, you have everything there. You can just add text by adding the objectives of the lesson, for example. Then you can using titles, I can know that here is my PDF documents, for example, for the book, for the presentations. Here are the images I'm going to use with my students, and they are all in one place. So even if you're sharing your screen, for example, or you're displaying your screen on a projector, you have everything ready. You just show it to your students. So for example, you can put, because you can upload PDF documents on Wakelet, you can put a copy of the book, so you don't have to worry, oh, I don't have my teacher's edition book, for example. I have it in one place. Presentations, if you have presentations, and what I like is that saving it as a PDF, you can also share it later with students. And I'm going to talk about this whenever we're talking about sharing resources with students. And you can add anything you want. As you know, you can add the pictures on Wakelet. So if you have pictures related to the lesson, you have them in a specific order. Of course, you can add description under a picture to know when to use every picture. And also you can add the videos if you want. So for example, if I have specific videos that I want to share with my students, I have a lot of pictures in this lesson. Here are some videos. What I love is that you don't have to worry when you are, if you want to share or project your screen, and if you want the students to watch a YouTube video in class, you don't have to worry about these suggested videos on the side, because it opens in Wakelet. So no distractions at all. You just open the video and your students can watch it in your class. So this is a lesson plan for you as teachers. So you don't want to share it with your students, let's say, even though you can do that. I have everything. I can even add my assessments, my formative and summative assessments. So I know when I'm teaching this lesson, I have everything in one place. So I prepare it with my, let's say, if you're doing unit plans on a document that you have to hand in, you have everything in one place. So this is one of the ideas that you can use Wakelet. Something similar to this one is you can share a certain lesson with your students. What I like about Wakelet is that the students can follow a certain order. So if you're sharing it on another platform, let's say, or your LMS, sometimes they don't know, do I have to open this file first or this one? Within Wakelet, you can organize them in a specific order where students, they know what to do. So for example, here's an example of a free fall motion, let's say, that I will share with my students. Of course, I'm not gonna put my assessments here. I just decide what to share with them. So I tell them what to do here. So I gave them an introduction. Then I said, start by reading this introduction about free fall. So they just go to the website and they can read the information about it. Then I tell them, read the second information, and so on. So they follow a certain order, which is nice. I can even, for example, I know physics and chemistry teachers, they have a lot of equations, and usually students are lost. Can I use this equation in this lesson or in that lesson? So I can put, for example, a picture of all the equations, or maybe a PDF document where they can use. Also, other than pictures, similar to what we spoke before, which is videos. So they can also, if you want to end it, let's say, or in the middle, you have to watch this video, they know that I'm following this order, because sharing a lot of resources with our students might be overwhelming sometimes. So here they know that they are following a certain order in order to know what's going to be covered in class maybe later on, or what was already covered. You can also share more things like PDF of PowerPoint presentations. So if you have Google Slides or presentations, you can just save it as a PDF. And what's nice is that they have a copy of it, so they can print it out. Let's say, even though I love using Wakelet because we need to use less paper and save the environment, so they have everything. I don't have to worry about printing papers. Even summative assessments or worksheets, they have it ready. They can just solve it while opening the Wakelet collection and solve the worksheet that's provided there. So this is one of the ways that you can use, either by creating lesson plan or sharing resources. And there's one thing also, whether if you don't want to let's say, to have it very organized, like for a lesson plan, to know I have to follow this order in class, or you don't want to share it with students, I use it instead of using bookmarks. I love using bookmarks, but sometimes it's difficult because you have to make sure if you're using, let's say, Google Chrome, that your account is synced across multiple devices in order to access my bookmarks. So instead of having a lot of bookmarks there and you have to guess, oh, this website was talking about this or that, I share information for myself in one place. So I know that if I want to plan for this lesson, when I'm teaching velocity and acceleration, I have everything there. This is for me. I can put it in any order, but I can see it in front of me. So it's nice that I can see, oh, this is the video about distance and displacement. Adding a description will tell me, like if I'm saving this website, for example, I might not remember what's the information included in this website. So adding a description here will also help you that, oh, this website has all the information I need that covers distance formula, and so on. So I love also using Wakelet, not to plan a certain lesson, just to save everything related to a topic in one place, in a certain collection, in any order I want. At least I know that I go there, I just check if I need a certain video, if I need to get some information to add it to a document, I can find it in one place. Now let's move, this is about resources and saving everything in one place. Let's move about templates. We love using templates in science, and especially when we have an activity or an experiment that's done in class, or the science fair. If we have a big science fair taking place in the school, we can create a template that the students can use in order to follow the steps for the science lab. So it either works as a scientific method template if you're just using a science fair project, or you can use it if you want as a science lab report. So I'm going to show you. This is a template. And I think the scientific method one is already on my public profile. I will add also this to my public profile. It's nice is because students, first of all, they know the steps they have to follow within the scientific method or while they are doing the experiment. So I organize it. Let me say something. I love this way of organizing my Wakelet collections is since it integrates perfectly with Canva also, I can create using Canva or any other platform. For example, sometimes I use Google Slides to create a title. So using let's call it a header image, it keeps your collections organized. So I just add it as an image when I go here and I add an image, but it looks like a title. So the students know that here they need to write the title of their experiment. Then I give them all the information needed, whether they have to write the hypothesis, they need to list the materials they use, the conclusion, and so on. What's also nice, other than it's organized and the students, they know the order that they have to follow, is that if they need to read more information about something, I can add links. So it's not a document where if they need to guess, okay, what do I need to include here? Even if I provide them with information. So for example, if they're writing here, I gave them some notes, but if they want, let's say, more information on how to develop a good hypothesis, they just click here. Because it's an interactive document, they are directed into a certain website where they can read more information. So it's nice because you're not worried about students always asking, what do you mean by this? What should I include here? So if you want to provide them with more information, you can also ask them to go to other websites and read information there. So this is in general. You can continue, of course. This is up to you. What do you need to add? I use usually the steps of the scientific method in general. So they list the materials and everything, the procedure, the data and the results, and so on. And they just edit the information. So even, you know, that we can collaborate on whenever you're sharing a Wakelet collection. So you can use it also for collaboration. And it's nice that you can share it with other science teachers too. So this is a general idea of using it for your science experiments. I have something similar to this one also, which is the scientific method. It's exactly the same, but I just followed like the steps. And by the way, it also helps the students if they're creating a poster, because we sometimes ask them to create a board, for their science project, let's say, to display it. They can also print it out directly from here. If they save their collection as a PDF, they can copy and paste information. So rather than writing it in one place and then typing it to have it ready, so they have everything ready in one place. Let's go to another idea of using it in the science class, which is my favorite. I love using it. We sometimes ask the students to choose a certain topic in science, for example, the scientist of the month. So they can create it or organize it if they want to put everything in one place before they finish the final project. They can, for example, use also a Wakelet collection. I have here one for the scientist of the month. And I love the way we can organize our Wakelet collections, like by adding a cover image, a background image. I created everything. It takes just some time to show this image. So, and it's an animated one. This is so nice. So it helps me whenever I'm checking the collections. I don't have to look for titles. I can check from the header or the cover image. This is the one I'm looking for. So for example, this is also an idea of using it. It can be any activity. It doesn't have to be the scientist of the month, but I'm just giving an example. I used a different layout here. As you can see, I used the columns one, because just to know that here they're listing everything about the biography of the scientist. So for example, I chose Newton. They add everything they need to know, whether it's an image, text document, website, also information, let's say facts, for example. This is fact number 1. This is fact number 2. I love also like using such animated also graphics. So it's so nice. They just add whatever they want. They can control how many columns they want. I love the columns way because it's easier for them to know that this all belongs to the biography. This all belongs to the discoveries and laws. So also it's another way of creating or of using Wakelet in your class. It can be for any activity you want to do. And the last one I'm going to share, which is very helpful also for, I feel, mostly for biology teachers and earth science teachers, is creating an interactive document. So for example, I'm teaching the rock cycle, let's say. And since it's a cycle, also, as we said before, students, they need to follow a certain order where they need to learn about this type of rock. They need to learn what's next. I need to check a video, an image about it. So you can create an interactive lesson, and students can do that too. But as a teacher, if you create it, you can share it with your students. Imagine how easier it is to study the rock cycle that has a lot of types of, or a lot of steps that they have to follow in one place as an interactive document. So I share the cycle in a certain order. So I give them an image of the rock cycle, let's say, and then they follow a certain order. Watch this YouTube video, for example. This is the first type of the rock, or the first step, and of the rock cycle. I provide them with information. Again, I'm sharing PDF and YouTube, but I'm using it in an interactive way where they can memorize the rock cycle in a better way. And it's nice because it helps them know it like in the order I need. And then at the end, they know that the rock cycle repeats again. So this is an interactive document. It's only about one specific topic. I'm not sharing PowerPoint presentations, nothing. I'm just sharing, let's say, my book or the information that needs to be covered in the class in one specific place. There's one more thing. This is the last one. I said this was the last one, but I just remembered that there's one more thing, is that, which is a simple use of Wakelet. You can share also images of your students creating a certain experiment in class. So for example, these are my students. They just did paper roller coasters as part of their physics project. So I can share it with my colleagues, and I can share it with the parents. So I think parents will be happy to see images of the students doing the experiments in class. So here's a collection of all images. Of course, you can add more details. You can add the pictures, the names of the students and what they are doing. And I like to end it, because we can add links also to Wakelet. I love to end it usually at the end with a Google form, where I ask, for example, parents to give their opinion, maybe if there's voting or something. So you can just link a Google form at the end, and then the parents can fill it and provide a feedback on the projects. So this is everything. I don't know if I crossed my time. There's even more ideas that we can use in the science class. These are some ideas. I hope that you found them helpful and you can start using it. Again, I will be adding some of these templates into my public profile on Wakelet, so you can check it. And if you have any questions, you can contact me, whether on Instagram or on Twitter. This is all of my contact information. If you scan also the code, you can check all the important links. So feel free to contact me anytime for any questions about Wakelet.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that, Nagham. That was really, truly amazing. And it's amazing to see how many ways in which you use Wakelet and showcase Wakelet as well. But one that really stood out for me was the meet the students. And for me, back when I was in school, that was something that I really struggled with, whether it be starting a new school, starting a new year, but meeting different classmates and breaking the ice. That was something that always I had a little bit of a struggle with. So I know that all the students around the world who use the Wakelets for meeting the students, breaking the ice, I know they'll really, really appreciate that. So that's something that I really, really enjoyed about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
really,
you're right. Yeah.
Really great ideas. And something that I wanted to pick up on was the parent engagement piece. Being able to share Wakelet collections, whether they're created by yourself and by the staff, or whether they're created by the students inside the classroom, and being able to share them with the parents so that they can also be involved and see the work that's happening inside the classroom. And I love the idea of them being interactive so that you can vote and be part of the discussion. It seems like a beautiful way of connecting the learning environment so that the parents, the students, the teachers, it's all a collaborative activity to conduct that learning. So yeah, I really enjoyed listening to that.
Yeah, these are really amazing ideas. I love the part where we can share it. And again, they don't need an account or something to, so only by adding the link, sharing the link, they can check everything and they know what's happening inside the class. So this is really amazing. And it's all free. This is the most important part. Teachers love free stuff. Wakelet is 100% free, so they can create as many collections as they want.
Mm-hmm. And it was cool to see portfolios come up again. I know that this is a use case that's used by teachers from all around the world. So it's inspiring to see it being used in this context as well. A really wonderful way for students to showcase their progress, showcase their learning journeys and key milestones in those journeys. So to see it in a science context as well is really awesome to see. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Yes. Thank you. And thank you so much for having me part of the community week. Thank you.
Our pleasure.
Thank you very much. So yeah, another amazing session from Nagham with so many amazing ways which she showcases Wakelet. But for our next guest, this is one that I'm really, really looking forward to. It's Jerome from the UK, and he's going to be showcasing how teaching languages with pro tips as well. And this is something that I'm interested in because I've always wanted to learn a new language. So I'm going to see if I can steal a few tips and tricks from Jerome and kickstart my path into learning a new language. So hi Jerome, how are you today?
How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for having me. So I'm gonna start. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, all good.
Brilliant. Okay. So thank you very much for having me. I'm absolutely chuffed to be presenting the Wakelet for Wakelet. I'm just a little bit about me, then I'll roll on with all. I'm going to be showing things that I do and things that I've been doing in the last few years with my classes, some ideas, some tips, and how we're using Wakelet. Obviously, the amazing Wakelet. So I'm obviously a Wakelet ambassador. I've been for a while, and I absolutely love Wakelet and the way it's been evolving. There's some cool stuff coming out sooner, isn't it? So some new things coming. I'm really looking forward to new things, like video already in there and stuff like that. That sounds amazing. Between others, I'm also a Flip, which is not Flip Go anymore, a student voice ambassador, an MIE also. So I quite like dealing with all education, technology, and stuff like that. I also happen to be translating, adapting, editing, and stuff. I'm co-author of a few books for the Language Gym, and also I run a poem recitation competition and art competition, which is a global one, which we've been using Wakelet actually, obviously, to share the poems and stuff like that. So that's just a little bit of me. The more important thing is talking about what you can do with Wakelet. Okay. Very cool stuff that I bumped into is with obviously you have the possibility when you use Wakelet to be using Adobe Express and directly input the stuff into it by just a click of the link. Boom, you can put your Adobe Express straight away into your collections, which is amazing. There's something that you have here. I'm going to show the video. Hopefully you're going to be hearing the sound too. Of this little animation that I created. It takes a few seconds anyway, so I'll just put it on quickly. Okay, you probably didn't hear it. It wasn't very loud, but you can see that the fish was actually talking. It was talking by voice, and at the same time, the lips were actually moving. And this is the type of exercise you can actually put with Adobe Express into a collection. So this is a type of exercise which is quite a fun thing to do for children. Will find it a little bit tricky to be chatting, so we don't show their faces. They'll be using this type of things. Kind of fun. You can change the background. You can have a different types of characters. I've got a YouTube video where I'll show exactly how these things works. I could be speaking hours and hours or about Wakelet and how I use it, but obviously I only got 15 minutes. So there will be the link. I'll be sharing all my space later on. I'll make it public so people can access it if they want to. It's got Animate from Audio from Adobe Express. Is free also, and I think you should have create an account to be able to download it and pop it and share it. But the children, I've done that with the children. They absolutely love that. So they could be presenting themselves by being someone else, by being a character and stuff. She's quite a little, really exciting little thing to do, just to provide also a little bit of fun in developing your speaking skills and stuff like that. I'm a big fan of baking off, and obviously you can bake off in any language. It's also part of the culture. I think that when you are learning about a country, you learn Spanish, you learn English, you learn Italian, you learn all these languages. I think food is really part of it, because obviously it's very unlikely you're going to be writing letters to pen pals in the near future. But what you're going to do is, if you are going to be going into a country, well, you're going to be going to a restaurant and you're going to be trying to guess what's on the menu and stuff like that. So what I've been doing with my lot is we've been doing bake-off competitions. It started actually during lockdown, and I was starting making things. So they were doing some pancake live online. And what we did also there, so we had the recipe, we're sharing the recipe, we're all speaking in French and things like that. And after that, what I did is I collated all of the recipes. Obviously, I only got the nice ones here. There was some horrible looking one. It was for the purpose of having some nice looking things here. So we made some pancakes. You have different types of pancakes, and they crêpes, as you say in French, and some different types of of things they have done. But it's something lovely that you can also share with the parents. A colleague before was mentioning sharing with parents. I think parents need to know what's happening with their children, and I think it's really important to see what their children are doing. Obviously, this was on a lockdown, so the parents definitely knew what their children were doing in the house, but not the other people were doing. And we've done also that in school. I was lucky to be working in a school where we had a cookery room, and every time I'm taking the final product, take a picture and put it online to make a little gallery of baking off, which is also a nice thing to be sharing. Lovely collection about food and recipes and stuff in a foreign language. It's all fun thing to do. Obviously, part of culture also here is I'm going to have lots of examples in French. I've been teaching French and Spanish, lots of French and Spanish examples. Obviously, there are many other languages. Here, this is a kind of a lesson that you organize also in Wakelet. It's very easy to actually make that. Just create like a collection, but with different things to do. And what you have, you just give your instructions. This is also based on culture and listening to and watching videos in different languages, listening to songs. I think songs also are something that people will be hearing on the radio and stuff like that. I'll be going to a different country, listening to that and learning about language, learning about the songs and the rhythm and stuff. So it's quite a fun thing to do. It was just a lesson. They were meant to be working. I don't know if you know the amazing Stormy, Belgian singer, has got some amazing songs. And the lesson, it was just a lesson from there. They were meant to be looking at the video, knew what it was about after that, recording a video on Flip, and so on. So I organize also a space because obviously you have in Wakelet the possibility to create a classroom. So I had my classroom, and they were all uploading their videos in the same place. So we could be sharing that and see. I was seeing also the work they were doing. But here also you have links. You can create links also, and it's going to be sending me to the right activities online. So all my lesson was also there. It's kind of an online activity lesson that you can do online. But obviously, in this case, that was also one of these kind of lockdown activities or things that you can do at home. But you can also share at the beginning of a lesson, or maybe a lesson that you can do also if you're away, or just sharing things with other people. So songs, I think, really, really important part. Music is very, very important. We have culture again. Here again, you have about something about food. There's something about, I can show very, very quickly. There's some sports fan. What I've done also with my forms also to put culture in front. And obviously it's lots of talking about colonization stuff. Obviously French is spoken in many, many other countries. I'm going to speak about that in a second. But what I did, I have my class in a picker wheel. I don't know if you know about picker wheel, but you can turn the wheel, you have the name of the people. And on the other side, I had the teams. They were all associated with a rugby team in France for the whole year. So they had to check the results of what the people were doing. They also had to be doing a research on the city or the town that the rugby team was associated. So it's quite a fun thing to do. And they had to be doing a recording on Flip afterwards. So another idea that you can generate on Wakelet, which is quite a fun thing to do. One of the biggest things I have actually done on Wakelet, and one of the use, I can see that time is flying because we're speaking for hours, is elocution competition. I'm very, very big on that. I've created my own competition called Poesia. You have a link here if you're interested. Last time we had 250 schools from all over the world using Wakelet and creating collections, and using my collections too of their videos of the children filming themselves and reciting their poems in a foreign language. I also create something called Poesia, which Poesia art, where they have to draw also something inspired by a poem. So there's lots of creativity also involved in that. And what you can do here also when you have your poem is the amazing possibility of using immersive reader. So if you don't know what immersive reader here is, you really need to be looking. Have a look at my YouTube channel. I've got lots of stuff about languages and using immersive reader. But if you click here on that button, it's going to be reading the poem all in French, just to help them learning the pronunciation of this poem. So that's probably an amazing thing to do, that you have all of these possibilities on Wakelet. So you can pop lots of different poems there. The children can listen to what it sounds like and start practicing already in Wakelet, already all in house with all the things that they have. Okay, so we have the l'escargot here and cartable, but okay, any languages, it picks up the languages already from the start, and it does that really, really well. It sounds really natural, all natural voices and stuff like that. Again, have a look at my socials. Again, you will be able to have access to how things work with immersive reader, which I'm sure plenty of people know. les pays francophones again. I was talking about very, very quickly about where French is spoken all over the world. You can obviously do it with Spanish in different countries. I created a project with some of my classes, and they shared the template with them. Like obviously you can do that on Wakelet, and they had to find a country they were interested in after watching a video, and they were answering questions about population, the landmarks there, in what continent it is, what type of flag it is, and so they can put their input into that, do a little research, and have access to all of that in the class that created on Wakelet. You don't have to have a class, obviously. You can still create a project. They can create projects on the side too, but it's easier for the teacher, obviously, to mark it and to have a look into it. A great little project. They really enjoy doing this. And probably a very, very last one, even though I've got plenty of other stuff to mention. You can have some oral topics. Some people have got to obviously taking GCSE exams and stuff like that. Again, the same thing you can do there. You can have the oral topics here that they import into a Wakelet collection. And what can they do? They can listen and practice with immersive reader also again. So if you have a GCSE, A-level things, or you want to practice, or even a little poem like you've seen before, they can, again, you have that in Spanish here. You can practice, you have that read to you, and you have the right pronunciation. And finally, very, very, very quickly, Mode and Wakelet are also amazing. I don't know if you know Mode, but it helps you recording things. You can give some oral audio feedback and things like that. And what you can do, and what I did here in this collection, is just to show all the possibilities you have with Mode. So Mode is a kind of a free for 20 voice recordings for a month, I believe. After that, you have to pay a little fee, but I think it's really, really worth it if you're going to be using for example, the Google Classroom and stuff like that. It's easier to use Mode, but also you can use other stuff. So you can give easy feedback for people if they put something here. You can also make a photo description. That's the kind of exercise they have to do. So you put a picture there, they can record themselves on Mode and pop it there. They can also do some role play practice where they can do that with a friend and record themselves. They can just find out what is a sentence, for example, or read something to check on their pronunciation. Record, again, same thing there, and we can record the whole passage to check on their pronunciation. Okay, so I'm going to stop here, and because again, it's already 2 o'clock. I don't want to impinge on the other person's time, but there are lots and so many things you can share and mention about all the possibilities and languages you can do with Wakelet.
Brilliant stuff, Jerome. Thank you so much for sharing all of these ideas and creativity. It's certainly a really creative way to share languages with students. I particularly enjoyed the variety of content that you're using. So it's a fantastic way to use Wakelet and the integrations that we have. So I saw that you were using our integration with YouTube and of course with Mote, with Flip, and among others as well. So you can share audio, video, even the animation at the beginning. I thought that was really cool. It's super engaging for students to be able to access that. So that's so creative. I too like a bit of a bake-off, but I'm probably not as good as the students that you were working with during lockdown.
Again, I only showed the nice ones. I can tell you there were some results which is not in the collection.
Okay, fair enough. I'll leave that to my imagination then. But over the summer, I'm looking to try to bake some things and learn some new skills. So I'm going to use Wakelet to record all of the progress that I'm making. And then the last thing I'll just mention, and I know Adam has some ideas or some thoughts as well, but the use of immersive reader. I think the team here is really, really proud of the integration with immersive reader, because we know that it provides a level playing field. And of course, the Wakelet community is worldwide, and there is lots of usage of the platform in countries where English isn't the first language, or there's a bit of a requirement within a classroom where there might be multiple first languages. Immersive Reader allows the students, regardless of what their first language is, to access the learning material. And I think the feedback that we get is really powerful and humbling for us to see exactly what that can do. So thank you for giving an insight.
It is really, yeah, Immersive Reader is amazing. So it's fabulous to have it in Wakelet.
Absolutely, yes. And everyone in the chat, do check out Jerome's YouTube channel. I'm sure there's some fascinating content there, but I know Adam has a couple of thoughts.
Yeah, 100%. And one thing that really stood out to me and one thing that I really enjoyed was just the way that you share different cultures with various topics and types of content as well, such as food, art and songs. It's just amazing to see how many cultures are shared within Wakelet with them various topics and different pieces of content as well. So yeah, that's really great to see.
Thanks for having me. It was absolutely amazing, and keep doing what you're doing, Wakelet. You're awesome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye.
That was a bit of a unique use case there.
Really
I don't think I'd ever seen the language, the subject being shared on Wakelet quite like that. And I know that we have a couple of minutes, or our next guest is ready to join us soon, but I think now is a good time to just reflect on the session that we have had so far. And I think the variety of topics that we've had and the variety of subjects shared, you go from sustainability at a college in Nottingham over to Kuwait, where we're discussing the science classroom and how Wakelet can play a key part in engaging parents, and then back to the UK, but obviously with a multicultural classroom where language is celebrated and cultures are celebrated. To hear how Wakelet is fundamental in communicating different types of lessons and sharing of materials, I think that's really beautiful to see. But I think we should just jump straight through to our next guest here, and Miguel. Miguel, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Hello, yes. Hello. Yes, we can hear you, Miguel. Thanks for joining. How are you?
I'm fine. You?
Very good, very good. It's a pleasure to have you with us. I know that you're joining us from Venezuela, so we're bouncing right across to the other side of the world here, which is really exciting to see. But without further ado, please, Miguel, the stage is yours. Take it away.
Okay, I'm gonna share a screen. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see. We have. We're gonna talk about increasing digital competencies with Wakelet and Flip. Okay, we're talking about here in Latin America. There's a gap in technology in the use case of nurses and veterinary students. They know their stuff, but they have a little knowledge about technology. So Wakelet and Flip helps them increase their digital competencies. Okay, so I'm gonna follow on. Okay, introducing the fact that some students have the protocol, the formal learning of tech sciences. They have the ability or the competencies that the others don't have, that only use networking, and they use it, the social networking, they use it just as a tool to interact, but don't use it as good as they could. Okay, later on I'm gonna let you know about this. Okay. The research examines a difference between these types of knowledge. Okay, those who knows networking and those who have some kind of formal knowledge on computer science. Okay, remember this is a gap in people that studies healthcare here. Okay, we want to contrast these two types of knowledge. Okay, thank you. Wakelet help us help them construct portfolios, creation. They create their content. Later on, I'm going to tell you how do I by gamifying reward them. Okay, they in science tech classes they end up working the metaverse, even though when they start the course, they have very little knowledge on digital competencies. Okay, Wakelet and Flip help us give them global digital citizenship. Okay, so when they interact in international events, they freely can interact and network with other students. Okay, so the thing here is with Wakelet, we can gamify with bias, reward, with bias and grades, and challenge them among them. Okay, that's a peer-to-peer challenge. Okay. It's called pedagogy. It's like a Nordic learning theory that works. Okay. We also use personalized learning, self-study. Okay. Later on, I'm gonna say how we use Wakelet and Flip for self-study. We use UDL, so everyone does not have to fit in the same shirt. Okay, so we have to personalize the education. For that, we have to know about a week before our audience. Okay, we fit for boarding. Okay, fit for boarding is like an alert we give them as teachers so they don't make the mistake, and if they do, in the feedback they'll know they did this thing wrong. Okay, we encourage them to learn peer-to-peer. How? Okay, I the classroom explain. Okay, and then of course we simulate it, and then. Whoever understands first is going to give the class for me. It's like that flipped classroom, okay? These are my students. This is the method. It's kind of a paradigm of learning, right? Socially, constructed socially, with social interaction and competencies in communication and dialogical relationship, okay? Here we can see how they post in a network, and I give them feedback. Okay, this is another network, but we also influence so they can increase digital competencies. Okay, why we choose these tools? Okay, these tools such as Wakelet, Flip, Microsoft Forms for the test, for the assessment. We use them because allows to feed forward, allows them to upskill their knowledge. It allows them to at the discussion later on, we will know the structure, how we structure the class. So later on in the discussion forum, they get feedback from each other and from the teacher. Also, they get personalized advisory, okay? And an extracurricular activity becomes part of the curriculum, okay? That's in the case of the international intercultural exchange with Flip, okay? We have feed forwarding, we have the discussion that we talk about, okay? Then, we at the class consult how to plan. Okay, after the pandemic, there's been some problems. Okay, so we have to socialize how we are going to do the class in an hybrid way. Okay, so that's why we use Wakelet and Flip. We have to have optimal conditions in our physical space and in our environment where we teach. Okay, the environment is it's a messaging or any LMS that I use. Okay, it could be video classroom or could be Moodle. Okay, now 3 examples of what they do. It's 2 minutes, so I'm gonna try to accelerate. This is North, right? This is an English class. She's screen capturing, right, in Wakelet. As she screen captures, she will post it, or it is posted in Flip, okay? Also, she's reading what she's writing. Okay, this is an English class. I teach English and I teach also tech sciences. Okay, she's posting. Let's advance a bit. She reads. Okay. Now we have another student. Okay. She is screen capture from the phone. Okay. The video of the capture they posted on Flip. Okay. See, they work on Wakelet and then they posted on Flip.
Voy a realizar 3 oraciones con términos médicos.
Those are medical terms in English, okay? They are cognates. The cognates are the same in Spanish and in English, okay? So they have that advantage. Now I'm going to show you another group, okay, where I teach tech sciences, and they collaborate with each other, creating an environment where they discuss in instant messaging, WhatsApp, then capture the discussion and post it on Wakelet.
A ver, hasta ahora, ¿cómo vamos con Wakelet?
That's my feedback. I send them the video so they see how they go.
Entramos al Wakelet.
This is a conflict resolution to algorithms, okay? But they have to discuss it on WhatsApp groups. And they post it on Wakelet. Those captures will be graded, okay? In a Microsoft form, they will put the URL and I'll check it. Okay, it's kind of long, right? I'm gonna go ahead and advance. Okay,
hacer la actividad, pero lógicamente tenemos hasta el martes.
Okay, let's go back to the presentation. Okay, here's a video how to post the video on Flip. Okay, now I'm gonna give some recommendations. Informatics or computer science should be. Okay, let me post the video. Okay. Okay, informatics should be transversal axis in the curriculum, okay, in the curriculum. Why? Because we're going to have AI, we're going to have metaverse, we're going to have virtual reality, we're going to have augmented reality, and those things have to be a transversal axis in any career, okay? Because we're going to teach them. AI is going to teach them. We're going to feedback them as teachers, okay? When we use AI, what we're going to do? Okay, we ask for critical, analytical, and argumentative thinking, okay? They have to put on Wakelet what they believe or what they get from the information the AI gives them, okay? I have another video of that, but I know the time is short, so I'm gonna go on. These are the results, okay? Sorry about this. I was editing the PDF and didn't get it right. This is a diagnosis of when they first got here, okay, got to the course. They use Twitter and Facebook. They're good with networking, and after the course, they started being good also with digital competencies. So Wakelet and Flip are like a Swiss Army knife. It's a tool to get them aware, okay, of everything. Okay, I'm finishing. These are my classes at the veterinary school. I thank everyone at Wakelet for the opportunity. These are my handlers. Well, thank you very much. I'm hoping you got it well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Really fantastic stuff. I'm a big fan of the Wakelet and Flip integration here. We love working with them. Of course, we're good friends with everyone over at Flip, so it's really wonderful to see your ideas and see how you're using those integrations to encourage student engagement, but also to deliver feedback to the students. So the student can curate their work and their learning inside the Wakelet collection, share it with their teacher, and then that feedback process is all contained within that one environment. So I really enjoyed learning about how you're using that, the components of gamification. I love the Wakelet as a Swiss Army knife. I think that was fantastic.
Right. It is a Swiss Army knife. I use it as multimodality, okay? Ubiquitous learning, okay? It is everywhere. Ubiquitous learning. I use it, it's an Army knife, for sure. I would want to say Wakelet empowers and give voice the students, okay, and also the learning tools or strategies that we use give them the chance to choose. I mean, they take part in the planning of the course, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Really enjoyed having you on. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. So another amazing session on today's Wakelet Live. And one thing that I just want a little bit of a reminder about is the competition that is running during Community Week. And to be in with the chance of winning some amazing prizes, including swag packs, some amazing vouchers, and the big one, a trip to ISTE 2024. All you've got to do is during the Community Week, if you see anything you love, such as a quote, pictures, videos, anything at all, put it on Twitter using the hashtag Community Week, and you will be in the chance of winning some of these amazing prizes.
Absolutely. Definitely really encourage everyone to get involved with that. For example, if there's anything from today's 12-hour live stream that you've enjoyed, feel free to take a screenshot, share a highlight and put it on Twitter and include the hashtag Wakelet Community Week and tag Wakelet, and you will be entered into that prize draw. So I just want to take this chance to thank everyone for joining us right now. We still have another session to go in this installment of the 12-hour live stream. I think there's been a lot of learning, a lot of incredible ideas shared today. So I think now is the time to bring on our last guest.
Yeah, perfect. So last but 100% not least, we have got Suyanti all the way from Indonesia, and she's going to be talking about improving student engagement with flexible grouping. So hi Suyanti, how are you today?
Hi Michael, hi Adam. I'm doing great. How about you guys?
Yes, good. Thank you very much. We're really excited to see what you have to showcase today. So the stage is yours. Let's take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hi everyone. So it's really excited for me to be here in the Wakelet Community Week again. Really excited from Monday, joining all the session, and then also learning from everyone around the world. So now maybe I will share what are the best practice that I use with Wakelet. Like the student nowadays, they have the tendency to have like a very short time focus. So with a lot of distraction, basically. So I'm putting focus there in my collection. Studies state that they can only stay focused for around 7 minutes. So engagement is a very big issue. How to attract students to pay attention to our lesson is one thing, and how to keep them is another thing that we need to maintain. So using Wakelet, so I'm going to switch to my dashboard of Wakelet actually. Using Wakelet, I can put my student into spaces like that. I have some spaces that I designed for all my different group of students. And then I can also put them into classroom. So I can switch here to classroom. Then you can see here, these are all the classroom that I imported from Google Classroom, basically. So it's really easy to keep them into group, to keep them into some space so they can work together. They can easily access the collection, and that they can also easily collaborate with their friends, curate some resources, discuss, and many other things. So go back to basically. So I try to group them. In this collection, I put a lot of things about flexible grouping, resources, journals, and actually one of the journals I published also that about flexible grouping. So first I try to group the students and give them work to do. That will keep them engaged for a while. Then when I see that their focus already switched, that they are now zoned, are now thinking about anything else. So I need to do something to keep them back, to get them back. So I try to change the group. I try to move them one student to another group or etc. So then I found out that this is called the flexible grouping, where where the groups are very dynamic. It is not a set of students all the same until the rest of the topic like that. But we try to keep them moving around the class, keep them changing the group and sharing what they have shared or they have discussed in the group like that. So at first, usually I group them based on homogeneity. For example, student with the same background or the same prior knowledge. I give them answers or just simple question and answer to know whether they are familiar with the topic or not. Let me show you the example. So one time I shared this collection about sustainability because I want to teach them about this. So this one, using Wakelet, I make the collection. I put all the videos, I put all the picture, I put all the website articles, and then I discuss. I will discuss this in my science class, actually in my science club. Then I invite students to come take a look, and then they can also like add to the collection or create another one. Uh, in fact, actually, before I show you the space that I have one space for my science club, the Eureka Science Club. So I invited all the students there because yeah, I'm teaching the secondary students, so they're already above 13. But actually, if you share a collection, you don't have the student to create an account. So they just can get into our collection, and the teacher will create the one, and then all the discussion, all the additional resources can be added. So if we see this one for the sustainability, I start first with a video. I start showing them about the earth, and then I'm asking them, what do you feel about watching this video? So they will just discuss in the class. Then they will also voice out their opinions. Then I try to group them based on their liking or their focus or their points like that. So for example, I have 3 groups in my class or 4 groups in my class. Each consists of 3 to 5 students, for example, and then they start to discuss or they start to make a display board or something like that that voice out their opinions about the earth, the one that they see from the video and the reality around them, like that. Then another, I gave them another video about this person saying about how to save the world, what happened now in the world. We have to keep like the carbon emission and so many things like that. And then again, I challenge the student, do you agree or disagree? So with this one, I can change again the group. Which one agree with this man? Which one is not agree with this man? And they also made up their, they discussed within their group, they made up their opinions first, and then kind of debate in the class. Why do you agree? Why did you disagree? And it's a very healthy debate actually, and it keep the atmosphere in the class is very um, liquid. I can say that they are engaged to the topic, they are engaged to the learning, the one that no one being leveled. So all of the students will participate. They will say something. They will also try to defend their opinion. They try to find resources, find data to back up their idea like that. So that's really good. And it's only two video and then only two question that I gave them. Then this video or picture, the one that I put in the beginning, will trigger students actually, like the one I said in the very beginning, that one that will make them engage to our lesson or make them interested to our lesson. So that this will trigger their reaction. They will start to realize the problems around them, and then they can discuss in the group. Then yeah, it also will trigger something like awareness about the environment for them. It's a very good beginning. Then what will be the rest to keep them engaged along, for example, 40 minutes, 80 minutes into two periods of my class here is 80 minutes. So how to keep them stay engaged and stay focused and stay concentrate with me so we can achieve the learning objective. So uh, I, s- I put all the things here in the collection. I shared to them, like I said, and there are, I also put a lot of question in this, and they can see. Okay, then the next one, I gave them the UN SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals, and then they try to choose which one or what are the biggest problem they think. So maybe they pick two or three from the goals and then try to focus on them, and then they will find out another resources. They will make up their own presentation or their own video or something like that. Then the next one, I will change the group after that. So for example, the one that is focused to goal number 1 to number 3, I will just dismiss them and then we'll combine them with another group. So they can share what they got. They can share their knowledge, the goal number 1 to number 3 to another group. And then the person from the can share. So that is what we call the flexible grouping. Now it is not homogeneity anymore, but it's heterogeneity. So they come from different prior knowledge. They have a different things. So they share one to another. It's kind of like a jigsaw when we switch them, and then the new group will consist from one from group A, one from group B, one from group C, one from group D, like that, and all of them will share inside the group, and the all the person in the new group will get a full content of the one that I want to say, or I want the learning objective, all of them like that. And it's very good to see that rather than the teacher will be the one talking, will be the one do the talk, will be the one do the presentation, do the explanation. Uh, when they teach their peer like that, it's also impacted a lot for them, for the one who listen and for the one who present. Actually, the one who present also learn a lot. They learn not only the content, not only the knowledge, but they also learn to communicate. They also learn how to make my friend understand about this topic like that. So it's very good to see them collaborate, to see them together cooperate like that, and then how to become responsible for their friends to make them understand. It's really good to see the dynamic between the group. Now, in the Wakelet space that I mentioned before, the Wakelet space actually, before the classroom feature, I already used the Wakelet space. I invited the students and then we can discuss there. Maybe I will show you one from the spaces that we have. So we focus after the sustainability that one. There is one action that I asked them to do. So using an app, they need to walk around their neighborhood to gather the waste data like that, or the data of plastic pollution, or the data of pollution around them. So they walk within their neighborhood, within their community, their housing area, and then they find out like, oh, they need to put into the app how many plastic bottle, and then so every time they meet the trash, like plastic bottle, the plastic, and then spoon, for example, cigarette butts, or use marks, they put it one by one to the data. Then they also, I asked them also within this space, I asked them to make their own collection, each of them. So each of them will make one collection that they create the data, they create the website that is very useful for them, and then they put it into this place, like that. So they put them one by one, the one making the plastic pollution, or the one making like the fertilizer and eco enzyme and many others. Yeah, these are from them. So let me go back to this topic. And okay, this is the one, this is the app that I asked them to download around the community to start getting the data about trust. This is the example. This is the one that I put here, the one that I did with my daughter, 8 years old actually, and then we walk around our housing complex and survey the waste problem around our complex. So we walk around here 1.83 kilometer, about 52 minutes like that, and we found already 219 waste or trash, which consists of 176 or 80% are plastic, either plastic bottle, the cap, or glass, or just plastic. Then the students also did this one, and it's really increasing their awareness that, oh, actually we have problems like that. Maybe they are not thinking about that before. Now they know. And then I try to also, again, using the flexible grouping, I then try to change the groups again, and then I try to collect the data in your house, in your own house for a week. How many plastic that you use in a week? And then next week, discuss in your group, and then we will see. So then they come to me the next week and they said, Miss, wow, it's really like I didn't really use a lot of plastic for like the bubble tea, for Starbucks, like that. All the plastic cup and plastic bottle. We didn't know that until we really list them out. And then they also ask collect the data as the whole class, and then it's really wow them, like, okay, we need to change, we need to change the habit, we need to do something, we need to do the solution, and so many other things. I think it's very good that really using Wakelet, that we can put all the things, all the resources, all the useful website, all the things that we want to show our student into one place, and then trigger them to discuss, trigger them to work in group, and think about whatsoever, and then students will not only learn the knowledge but also change their attitude. I think that's the things that we want to see. So changing student mindset, changing attitudes need times and need effort. The habit must be built like that. The skill must be built, the skill to collaborate, the skill to communicate. With the flexible grouping also, they will learn to communicate with many people like that. Even I think the most silent one the one that is stay quiet in the class also will be triggered to talk or to speak or to voice out their opinion. If it's really stuck, I mean they don't want to say something, they just don't want to tell something, we can use the Wakelet. We can ask them to write that, to write in the collection, to add their answer there. If really they are shy or they don't want to socialize like that, we can ask them to write something after the question, for example, or add something. Just use this one, for example, and then please screenshot and then add it to the collection, and they can just showcase this one to their friends in the discussion, and that I think also already okay. So it's really good doing this one, and there are many other ideas that we can use. Actually, the thing is to keep the students moving so virtually or maybe physically moving, doing something, changing between the groups, or virtually also we can utilize space, Wakelet classroom also to do this. And it's a very good things. We built the skill, we built the learning skill, we built the literacy skill also, because students will curate all the collection, and then we build also the live communicate, they collaborate each other like that. So yeah, maybe last but not least, I put all these two collection about flexible grouping and sustainability. Wakelet team will help me to post that. So please feel free. You can visit, you can grab all the resources there. And I also put my social media. You can reach out to me. You can ask me. We can discuss. And yeah, we can discuss together. This is also collaboration and cooperation in virtual area actually. Before me, the presenter before I know from South America, and now I'm from Indonesia, and it's very good. It's really good. Wakelet like unite us all, and it's global community. It's very good. So yeah.
Amazing.
Get back to you, Michael, Adam.
Thank you. That was so amazing. And what a way to finish off this period of the 12-hour live stream. So one thing that really stood out to me was how amazing the collection was, how visual, engaging and dynamic they were, and how many amazing pieces of content you added and were in them Wakelet collections.
Yes, absolutely. And I really like how you're using spaces inside Wakelet and the classrooms feature inside Wakelet. It's an awesome way for having secure student accounts. So every student's able to come together, work alongside each other in a secure environment. And I really loved how you included different types of content in the collection. You had the YouTube video, then you had the question directly afterwards. I thought that was fantastic in a way to not only engage, but also to give them the assignment and ask them directly what the question was. And looking back on it as a reflection piece was a really fascinating thing to hear about. I think Anna was in the chat and said reflection is so important, and I definitely couldn't agree with that more. And it's really wonderful to see Wakelet being used for that. So yeah, lots of really fantastic ideas there, Suyanti. So thank you so much. Is there anything you'd like to say just before we finish up?
Yeah, I think that's a very good things. Using Wakelet also, we can do the reflection. We can add some question, and then student will just answering them there. And I agree with you that this is very safe. Wakelet is very safe for students, so they don't have to have account. For example, they just using from classroom, from Google Classroom. So that's the safe for them. We protect also their data and privacy and so many things.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Suyanti.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. So that is it for this period of the 12-hour live stream. We have had 5 really inspiring guests with a real variety of different topics and ideas. So, thank you so much to everyone that jumped on in the last 2 hours. So that means there's 8 hours to go, 8 hours left of this 12-hour live stream. And I'm sure we have some rock star guests coming up that are definitely worth sticking around for. But I think for now, there is a time to have a little break, grab a cup of tea, grab a snack, but be back in around 15 minutes time for our next lineup. And I believe that Elle and Sam from the Wakelet team are going to be the hosts and will be joined by an assemble of incredible guests. So be sure to come back and tune in for that. But for now, from myself and Adam, a sincere thank you to everyone that joined in. Thanks for engaging with the chat, and thanks for sharing your ideas. And remember to share out your highlights on Twitter or on Facebook with the hashtag Wakelet Community Week and be in with a chance of winning some incredible prizes. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you. Bye.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the 12-hour live stream. I'm Elle.
And I'm Sam.
And we are so excited to be here with you today. You were mentioning before, Sam, this is your favourite day of the week for Community Week, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Every single year, I love seeing everybody share their amazing ways they use Wakelet and inspiring others to create the best collections they can. And we have some truly amazing people lined up today.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we've seen so many fantastic speakers already, and we've got even more to come as well. And me and Sam always say this, but we definitely think our blocker sessions are the best. So you guys are in for a real treat. Let's kick straight off. We've got Liliana just behind the screen, so we will bring her back on.
Hello.
Hey, Liliana, how's it going?
Hello. I'm Liliana, and I'm very excited and I'm very happy to be here with all of educators from all over the world.
Yes, yeah, we're super excited to have you here. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Thank you. Can I start?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's jump
okay.
straight in. I know you were talking about geography lessons today. So yeah, let's hear from you. We can't wait.
Okay, just a minute. I'm going to share my screen.
Of course.
Okay. Can you see?
Yep, that's perfect.
Okay. My name is Liliana, and I'm geography teacher from primary school in Osijek. And I know that you use Wakelet in so many ways, in so many different ways. And I know that all of your ideas are amazing. And right now, I'm going to show you how I use it in my classroom. But before I start, I want to start my presentation with one quote, one of the quotes that I love the most from Albert Einstein, and that is, logic will get you from A to B, imagination will take you everywhere. Therefore, when I think what I'm going to do and how I'm going to do with my students, I just go through several steps, and I'm trying to think outside the box. Every idea and every activity that I want to do with my students, that I want to create, needs to be, in my opinion, needs to be creative, needs to be innovative and educational for students, and also encourage students for their engagement and collaboration. And to achieve that, I combine Wakelet with other also digital tools, such mainly Canva, Book Creator, Google Sites, Google Slide, and many more. And that is what makes this Wakelet space, Wakelet collection magical. When I'm done, when I create my collection or Wakelet space, I launch my ideas, and I just trying to make magical with my students. How I use Wakelet in teaching geography, there are several ways that I mainly use it. First thing is for a twinning project, then school project, for students assignments, many project ideas, and additional activity in my classroom. So let's start it. Let's start. First, the first thing that I use Wakelet is an twinning project. Every twinning project has its own Wakelet space, and each activity, for each activity in that project, I create Wakelet collection. And in that collection, I post pictures, videos, and many more. And also students collaborate within that collection. I also use combination of Wakelet and other digital tools. This is current project founded by Estonian teacher Kertu Torn and me, called Dancing Through the World. And as you can see, there are many Wakelet collection for each activity, and that gives me a clear picture and overview of all activities that we do in the project, and maybe everything that we already done in the project. From this school year, a twinning project are and the ESSE platform, that is a new platform from this school year. And I also use, embed my collection on this platform using link or embed code. And for certain activity in the project, I post link or embed code so that other teachers can post their work or just simply go and see what they have done, and maybe other teachers already done. This is just a minute. Sorry. One project from the last school year called Nature Through Ecodates. As you can see here, for each activity, I create a Wakelet collection. But here I want to show you how you can use Wakelet collection. And this is one of the activity called Get to Know My Mountain. In this activity, we collaborate with a German teacher and student research about the Alpine peaks. And each task in this activity was described in columns. This is by using columns in Wakelet, it's very important, and when we present our activity, and I use columns when I have a sequence in activity, and maybe some activity needs to do step by step, and that is the way that I use columns in Wakelet. Also in this, for example, this activity, even though we put pictures, you can see student collaborated. Here I also combine, I use combination of Wakelet and other digital tools such as Book Creator. This is one presentation from the activity. If you embed link from Book Creator, you can just read and simply your created book, and as you can see. The second thing that I use Wakelet is in school project activity. This is a collection from this school project. All these structures and everything that student research were described in this collection by using columns, as you can see. And this was very important to us when we presented our work that we did in this school project. As you can see, we used, even though we wrote text, we use we post pictures and also other different tools. There is a second thing. The third thing that I use Wakelet is a combination of Google Sites. As you know, Google Sites allows to embed Wakelet collection as a link or embed code. I have my own web page called Geography World. Each class has its own site. First, I create interactive lesson in Wakelet collection. As you can see here, these numbers 6, 7, 8, and 5, these are the grades that I teach geography. First, I create my lesson plan, and then I embed by using a link or a code, and I embed that collection on my web page so that students can simply just scroll and see what activities are on that class. Or I embed link, and if they just simply they click and go directly to that collection. Like I said, every class has its own web page. In my presentation, I post this GIF so you can see how I use it in my web page. The fourth thing they use Wakelet is for many various additional activities in geography I just called Let's Learn Geography. I created one Wakelet space, and for many additional activities in my classroom, I created this collection, and that just simply gives me a complete overview what I do with my students this school year, maybe what I did last year, and something like that. But it gives me a clear picture of all activity. I also share this Wakelet space on my school webpage, so everyone can see what I do with my students. Then the five thing that I use Wakelet is for many students' assignments. Like I said, each class has its own Wakelet space, and I create interactive lessons for project tests. And when I create interactive lesson, I use a different layout. If I have a sequence in some activities and some activity needs to do step by step, I use different layouts. For example, this is one of the activity called Journey of a Lifetime. For this activity, I create implementation story, and some in this activity they needed to do something first, then second, then third, and I use columns. And I share with my students so they can see what they need to do, what they've already done, and then just simply click on the links on the videos and see what we did, and maybe something what they need to do. And also, when I use columns, it's important to me to when we present our work to others and to other students. As you can see here, I use combination of other digital tools such as Google Pinwheel, Padlet, YouTube, Book Creator, and this is what makes using Wakelet magical. You can combine every digital tool, and you just can copy paste link, or you can insert post PDF documents, maybe a link from YouTube, and many more. And this is really magical for me, and I have it just in one place. I also want to show you one activity. It calls Living in the Clouds. This was activity for Science Festival. In this activity, I needed students to collaborate to each other. They post pictures about clouds, and like I said, this was activity for Science Festival. They post pictures of clouds for 1 month, and you can see they collaborate. They can see what other students post, other teachers also. And then after the activity, we created a video and also put in this collection, and they also can see what we done. And also there is one activity from, just a minute, also from students. Here it is. These are the message from for school. They also use here different digital tool and post their work by using different layout. If I have a collaboration, I use this mode bar. If I have a sequence in activity, or maybe some activity needed to do step by step, I use columns. But if I create interactive lesson, I use like this one, like this presentation, I use media bar. And the last thing I want to show you is a project idea. This is a joint idea of my colleague and me. We together we created Wakelet space, and we started for this idea in this school year. So we wanted to see how it's going to work, and this idea continues in the next school year. And the main goal of this project idea is to exchange ideas and experience with also other teachers. So in the webinars, of course, and we create for each our meeting, we create collection, and then we share materials, ideas, and many more. So other teachers can look, can see, and maybe watch webinars in some different time. There are many ways to use Wakelet. You could hear and in other also sessions from yesterday and day before, but you just be creative. And I will end my presentation with some quote from Walt Disney. If you can dream it, you can do it. Everything that you want to create, you can create. You can use Wakelet to save it, to organize, and to share with other students and teachers. This is my presentation. I hope you had some ideas how you can use it, and thank you for your time.
That was great. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Liliana. That was great.
Yeah, and lovely quote at the end there as well. You mentioned how you use columns to break up your activities for your students. Would you say that's your favorite layout on Wakelet?
Yes, I use mainly I use columns because it gives me a clear picture what I need to do step by step, and this is great for students to know what is the first thing, then the second, then the third, and it's great for me. If I need a collaboration among students, I use mood bar, and this is great. They'll just simply love it. And also media bar for interactive lessons, or just simply to watch what is coming first, next, and that's.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I love using columns as well for that organization level as well. But what would you say your favorite layout is, Sam?
Oh, I'm a die-hard mood board fan. Yes, can't get enough of mood board.
Very true. I think with design that comes in really handy, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Liliana. We learned so much.
Thank you. Thank you for invitation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Well, what a fantastic session there. I really like the app smashing as well with the use of Book Creator. That was really cool. And just sort of showing how you can embed Wakelet into other platforms as well. It's really inspiring.
Definitely.
Perfect. Well, before we go any further, we have got some more guests, of course, just around the corner, ready to talk about how they use Wakelet as well. But we just want to let you know about the Wakelet Community Week competition. You can enter this as many times as you like. We've got some amazing prizes up for grabs. There's a trip to ISTE for next year. That's 2024. We've got some really exclusive swag packs as well. That's got some really nice T-shirts in there. We've also got some experience vouchers as well. So if you wanted to go to a theme park, just like we did a few weeks ago, you can absolutely do that as well. All you need to do to get involved in that is share your highlights for Community Week, your certificates, your badges, absolutely anything you like about Community Week. Share that on social media, tag @Wakelet, and include the hashtag Wakelet Community Week. And you can enter as many times as you like to win that. We'll be announcing the competition winner really, really soon as well, early next week, I think. Perfect.
Cool. So next up, we have Steve, who's going to be talking about using Wakelet for global collaboration. So welcome, Steve, to the stage. Hello, how are you doing?
Hello, and thank you so much for having me. It
Loving
looks
the
like
outfit.
it's been quite a busy day.
Yes, yeah, it's been super busy, but we're really glad to have you here, Steve. You look awesome.
Well, thank you. I especially dress for the occasion. Sometimes I wear the beard, sometimes I do the hair, but I thought that this would be more fitting for today's presentation. And I must just tell you that not only am I a big fan of Wakelet, I think everyone who's watching the show is a fan of Wakelet. And it's evident that, you know, when you have so many speakers from around the world, you're going to get a glimpse into the most incredible ways of using Wakelet. So my presentation is going to be pretty simple. I'm just going to break it down into 3 examples where I'm using it. And then I'm going to give you a case study of something that happened about 45 minutes ago, where I got a chance to introduce someone to Wakelet and show them how they could use it in a specific case. And hopefully teachers might find that useful. So I'm going to go along and have a look at my first case. I know that we've got Global Connection Day. So what is Global Connection Day? You know, a couple of years ago, Microsoft used to have a Global Connection Day, and then it stopped. And I started missing it. I thought, here's a wonderful opportunity to meet teachers from around the world, to share ideas, to gather information from students, to learn about each other's culture, to, you know, it's not just about me teaching others, it's about learning from others. And you'd be amazed how much you can learn when you get people from different cultures together. So I came up with this idea of having a 24-hour playground. So effectively, it was a Zoom call. It was running for 24 hours. And what I would do, in fact, it wasn't one Zoom call. I broke it up into 3 or 4 because I did need to take a half an hour break in between. But effectively, if you can imagine a 24-hour playground, and I got schools from around the world to sign up to tell me which hours would work for them. And this way I could involve people from every single time zone around the world. And I asked them, did they want to present? Did they want to learn something from me? Did they want to have their students showcase information? Was it just the teacher? So everyone filled out these forms online, and that gave me an indication as to how I could involve everyone. And then, of course, it came to the day where everyone started signing in. And if I recall correctly, the stats show, and the links, I've put the links in my Wakelet resource document, which I'm hoping that they will share with you so that you can access all of these links as well. On that particular day, we had over 3,000 students from 41 countries taking part. And, you know, not only is it overwhelming when you've got so many different countries and all the students want to showcase something about their culture, the food, the traditional dress, the national anthems, the flags, what the school is like, what the cost of living is like, popular culture, all these amazing aspects. So how do you share this with everyone apart from just a Zoom call? And of course, Wakelet is the optimal sharing platform, because you don't only get to share a video or a PDF or text. You have multiple different artifacts that you can actually share within your Wakelet. So I know that I'm a big fan of mood board and all the other formats, but columns for me has been a game changer. I like to organize Wakelets so that there's structure, and I have found columns definitely works for me. So what I did was I asked the schools to choose the countries that they were in. And as you can see, these are just a few of the examples. We have India, we have Egypt, Vietnam, Pakistan, and it goes on all the way to the right. And then I asked them to either use their Microsoft Sway, or perhaps it was a PowerPoint or a Google slide or a Google site. Everyone had different traditional ways of sharing their content. And I'm just going to show you one or two photographs. Hopefully these will load up. You can let me know if I click on the picture, does it showcase the image? Are you able to see that? Oh, you can. I can see it on the screen. Yes, you can see it. So these are some of the examples. We had people talking on various topics. And in any one moment, we could have had 13 or 14 different countries. And people were being patient. They were waiting their turn to present. And let me tell you, at 4 o'clock in the morning, you've got to have a lot of patience when you have all these kindergarten who all want to do a presentation on traditional foods of their country. It makes you hungry and you want to go and travel to those countries to learn more about their culture. But what I loved about this is that you've got all these amazing things that you can see. You've got all these lovely people sharing all these ideas. And I then obviously was able to take all the recordings and share that with the teachers. And in fact, in this Wakelet, you will find there is a folder with all the recordings and the screenshots. But it's, you know, when you're looking at pictures like this, it really allows you to find out, you know, it's that, you know, obviously this is during the pandemic. So this was even more important because people needed to connect. And I think that that is one of the key aspects of Wakelet. It allows people to connect. So from a global point of view, this was an amazing experience. I still have many of those educators that took part. They have emailed me to say, when is the next Global Connection Day? So at some point this year, I will arrange another one. And hopefully all of you that are watching, you can join in and be a part of it and share all your resources. Let us learn more about your countries, your customs, and let us all celebrate what it's like to be different, to be the same, and to get together and learn from each other. So now that was just one example of how I use Wakelet from a global point of view. But then, of course, being an EdTech fan, I'm going to be at ST, and I hope that the Wakelet team will be there. I'll just let you know my t-shirt size so we can bump into you in the exhibition hall. One of the things that I love about EdTech is, of course, AI. AI is taking over so many aspects of the things that we are actually learning about, the tools that we are using to teach. And I had a lot of teachers come to me and say, you know, what is this AI thing? Can you get a program that can change a picture? What about the negative effects of AI? So apart from global collaboration, Wakelet becomes an incredible tool for sharing. And I'll tell you why I like it. Because if you take the Wakelet and you save it, I can update it from any device. And often I'm doing it from my phone, from my laptop, from my PC. And it means that anyone that has access to that Wakelet has the most current Wakelet with all the latest links. So I created, if I can get it to share, let's have a look. I created this particular tool, and it is in the resource link. And of course, I will share it in the chat so that they can share it on social media. That way, at least all of you will have access to it. But this is a tool that I developed for AI for students and teachers. And once again, you'll notice I do love my columns. I think columns are very important. And if you have a look over here, you will see that we have teacher tools. These are any AI tools that are specifically targeting teachers, whether it be looking to see if there's plagiarism, whether it be looking how to generate lesson plans. Are there any AI tools that are focused on just education and teachers? Because I think it's important that if you are an educator, that you have those specific tools. And then, of course, we have audio-visual tools. Many teachers are saying, what sort of programs could I use that would help me to create something in my class? For example, taking an image of someone and then getting the face to be animated so that it actually speaks, and then typing in the text, and then choosing a voice, and it will actually do the presentation for you with a voice of your choice. And I think this is incredible because it means that teachers can now use tools like this to present without actually physically having to be there. Another little tip, for example, if you go down into the wonderful resources that we have over here, one of them, for example, is Chat YouTube. It's just called Chat YouTube. You take a YouTube video, you stick it into Chat YouTube, and it will summarize the video for you. And then students can ask questions, and it will answer questions based on that video and the content in that video. Can you imagine flipping the classroom? You could then go along and create a Wakelet of all your lessons with the various links to Chat YouTube, and then all of a sudden students can go into those little Wakelets, find out what the lesson is, and ask questions to the video and not to you. I think that that is going to be a huge game changer. But then, of course, people want to know more about AI and whether it's safe or not. So then I've put a whole bunch of articles for and against, because I like to offer a balanced view. And then, of course, these are just little extras, things that I think that people would find useful. So if you can find this tool useful, please, by all means, make use of it. I can see that's been quite popular with teachers at the moment because a lot of teachers are asking questions about AI, and I haven't seen anything yet about Wakelet having a built-in AI component, but you can bet your bottom dollar that it will be there. And I'm sure that when they do their next announcements, there will be some aspect of AI built into Wakelet, because AI is finding its way into everything. All right. And the third usage is specifically about collaboration. And I've only just created it, so don't expect many resources. But here's the scenario. I'm going to be traveling from South Africa all the way to the US to attend ISTE. When you go to ISTE, you're going to have between 30 and 40,000 delegates. You're going to have approximately 200 workshops every day. There is no way that you can go to every single workshop and collect every single resource. Not possible. So what do? You grab a band of merrymakers. These are a motley crew of educators from around the world who are all going to ISTE, and you say, listen, if you're going to ISTE and you see something that you like, share it with us on Wakelet. And what's going to happen is we're going to build an entire Wakelet filled with resources. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share this one over here. Hopefully this one will also work. Here we go. And if you notice over here, this is ISTE 2023. You will notice, of course, that I've once again used columns, and it's just a personal preference. I like the fact that I can organize things. And what you'll notice is we have presentations and events. So if, for example, Wakelet is having a party and they want people to know that there is a party, I'm going to stick that invitation under presentation and events so that all of us educators that are going to ISTE, we know about the event before everyone else and we sign up. If, for example, someone is giving a presentation on the amazing uses of combining Wakelet with another app or another program, I've asked presenters to start adding in their presentation slides or anything they want to into this Wakelet, so that by the time we reach the end of ISTE, we're going to have a massive resource that is just sitting there, and it's all through collaboration, people habitually sharing things that are going to be of use to each other. And I don't need to tell you this, but as educators, We are a group of habitual sharers. We can't stop sharing. We love sharing resources and ideas. And I think Wakelet is a wonderful tool. And I have approximately 1 or 2 minutes left. I just want to share an incident that happened today. I was teaching a class about 45 minutes ago, and a teacher called me in and said, listen, please, we have this issue. We're having a workshop tomorrow. It's all about mathematics, and I need to get all my teachers on board. I want to try and find a way that I can share ideas, resources, maybe put a program together. And all I could hear was Wakelet, 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 Wakelet. So I had to get her to sign into Wakelet for the first time. She signed up, and I showed her that she could have 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade. And each of those links would be a Wakelet to a whole Wakelet of resources for each grade. And I said, for example, if you're looking at manipulatives, things that you're going to use in the classroom, you can add a couple of videos on how to use those manipulatives. If you've got a couple of documents, PDFs, add them in. If you want to put out a structure on how the program should run for the day, go and share that in the program for the day. And that is something she just completely had never seen before. So I think that, there are a lot of people out there who don't know about Wakelet, and this is your opportunity to grab a tool that is incredibly versatile, very easy to use, works on all devices, and I think it adds so much more value to the toolkit for any teacher. So that, in a nutshell, was what I was sharing. If you have any questions, if you want to ask me anything, I'm happy to share as well.
Oh, thank you, Steve. That was an amazing session. I loved hearing about the global playground idea. I think that's just truly amazing. If people have questions about how to get involved in that, how could they reach you?
Livingmaths.com. We use, and as you would know, we do add an S after mathematics, so it's livingmaths.com. And if you join us, so just my email will be there. It's either Steve, or you can get me on @livingmaths for Twitter or for any of the other things. And if you join us, I will make sure that you are added onto our list so that you can take part in the 2023 version.
Perfect. That's brilliant. Thank you so much, Steve. There were so many questions about how people can get involved with that. So as Steve said, livingmaths.com, I think that was, head over there and you can get involved, which is brilliant. Perfect. And we also had a sort of few questions for you, if that's okay, Steve, if you've got...
I'm all ears. Go for it.
Perfect. You touched on the fact that you're going to be collecting resources, particularly around ISTE, which I know the team are super excited for. It would be brilliant to see you there as well. But collecting those resources, is that going to be like a collaborative collection? Are you going to be inviting people into that collection at ISTE?
So what I've done is I've created a Facebook page. It's called ISTE 2023 something. I'll get to it when it's called ISTE 2023 Global Collaboration. And any educator that wants to join it can. You don't have to be going to ISTE. And I'm sharing resources daily on that page to do with education. But of course, people are now starting to share things about their ideas on workshops they're going to be running or things that they want to know about ISTE. So I'm putting all of that into that Wakelet as well. And is it available? Absolutely, because we want to share these resources. Isn't that the power of Wakelet?
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Yeah, that's brilliant. We're honored to know that you're going to be using Wakelet for that. That's fantastic. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, perfect. Brilliant. Well, that was all of the questions that we had for you, Steve, and all of the questions that came through in the chat. But thank you so much. That was a fantastic presentation. We loved your energy, loved all of the things that you shared. We're super inspired, and I know everybody at home is as well.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share our love for the same thing.
Definitely. Thank you, Steve. We'll see you soon.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Fantastic. Well, that was another brilliant session. I know we've got some more coming up again as well. We've seen a few questions in the chat around certificates, so don't forget you can get the link for that down below in the description. We've also been sharing that in the chat as well. So just click on the link and you'll be able to grab your certificate and your badge for this session. And if there's any sessions that you've been to that you haven't got the certificates for, drop us a message at community@wakelet.com, or go back to the session on YouTube and you can click the link in the description there as well. But brilliant, we've got some more sessions coming up shortly.
Amazing. Yep. So up next, we have Amanda, who is going to be talking about some literacy events. So we'll welcome on Amanda. Hello, how are you?
Hi, everybody. So good to be here. So good to see you guys.
Perfect. Yeah, we're so excited for you to join us. Thank you so much. I know your session is going to be fantastic. I'm really, really excited to hear more about how you've been using Wakelet for events.
Awesome. Are we ready to go?
100% whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, let me pull up my presentation and we will get going.
Brilliant.
Let's just do my entire screen.
Perfect.
All right, everybody. So my name is Amanda Chacon, and I am a librarian located in Houston, Texas. So I'm going to talk to you today about how I use Wakelet to promote special literacy events. So that's going to be the focus today. We're going to talk about why should we use Wakelet for these literacy events, and I'm going to give you some examples, of course, as we go through this. We're going to talk about Wakelet with what? What can I use Wakelet with in my school that I'm doing right now and that's also coming up? And then Wakelet with whom? So as you can see, I'm really jumping on the alliteration bandwagon this morning. So let's talk about why Wakelet. Why should you use Wakelet to enhance any kind of literacy event on your campus? Well, my favorite part right here is the shop and drop aspect of Wakelet. You can copy links, files, pictures, videos, anything, and you just kind of pop it into your Wakelet collection and off you go. You have this really enhanced collection already made for you. It's easy to access. This is also one of my favorite things, especially when sharing with kids. Students, anybody, staff members do not have to have a login to access your Wakelet collection. So I teach elementary currently. And I'm sure you can imagine, first graders, kindergarteners, they sometimes can have a little trouble logging into things. So when we have a Google Classroom, for instance, I just share a Wakelet out from there. They just click it and go, and they can access all the resources that are in there. It's also very easy to share. Of course, there's the Wakelet link. You can turn it into a bit.ly. You can use a QR code. And like I talked about the Google Classroom integration as well, you can embed the Wakelet into a website or something that you may be working on that way. It's also integrated with Microsoft Teams if you're a Teams school or district. And then what I love is that you can even export it as a PDF file. So I personally use this to kind of archive events, and links on YouTube and links around the internet sometimes disappear. That does happen. So the Wakelet, what I do is I download it as a PDF as kind of a reminder to myself, this is what I had on this particular Wakelet collection. And then I use that also for my evaluations with my administration. Further, I love that you can customize it. Of course, we all know you can create collections in Wakelet. And then I love putting my own little header image in there and choosing the layout that makes the most sense to you. So this is why you should use Wakelet for whatever literacy event that you have coming up. It has a ton of options that just make sense. So let's talk about what should I use it for in terms of literacy. So your campus or wherever you may be in the world can have different things happening. So I'm just going to give some examples that I've used throughout the years. Book fairs are a big deal in schools. And so you can use the Wakelet collection for any kind of book fair. So that's where I just pop, book fairs have a ton of things happening. So I pop in links to the preview videos, to the commercials, to the digital flyers, to even the electronic wallets so that parents can go ahead and load up money under their kids' account And then I also use it to communicate with stakeholders about how the book fair went and just kind of my thoughts about the book fair. So I'm going to show you an example here of one that I did. If you're a librarian in the United States, you might have seen this already, because right now the big kind of talk is what book fair company should I use, since there's options now. So I created a Wakelet and, just popped in a bunch of PDFs with data on it, links. I made videos, and I just kind of made it a one-stop shop so that anybody in my district or anybody who is using book fairs can kind of see, oh, this is what Literati does versus Scholastic. But like I said, you could also use it as just a general book fair stop. All right. You can also use it with clubs. A lot of librarians I know have clubs. And of course, there's book clubs, there's STEM clubs. I started a Lego club this year. So what I use it for is for the kids, so that I can just send them a Wakelet collection that has all the information they need. And I'm going to show you an example here. And of course, because I'm a librarian, I always include audiobooks in it. So I have STEM Gems, which is an all-girls STEM club. And so when you think that, you might be like, oh, that's just STEM. That doesn't have anything to do with literacy. But they're actually extremely intertwined. So we did a project where we 3D printed prosthetics for stuffed animals. So some stuffies were injured, so to speak, and the kids had to learn how to create a prosthetic using Tinkercad. So we did some background information, because this has been going on with animals and humans for a little while. And it was very easy for them to get into their pairs, open up this Wakelet collection, and access these links that give them some background information about whatever it is we're doing at this point, the 3D printing. And as you can see, I included videos, but also articles. So there is some literacy happening always, always. Oops, give me a second. Okay. And then let's say do you have a reading contest? Do you have some kind of raffle? Do you have Shark Week coming up? Any of that can be turned into a literacy event and shared out easily through a Wakelet collection. So I tend to share these with my staff and my parents. And I'm going to give you an example for Shark Week. So I don't know where you are in the world, but Shark Week is a big thing here in the United States. And there's just so much interesting information out there. So what I did was I compiled what I thought that our students would like to see, our parents would like to see, and I shared it out. It includes some audiobooks, some articles, and then even some craft ideas, so that when they're at home, because Shark Week is during the summer for me, they can kind of access these books and these resources all in one place. They don't have to kind of go out and, wander the internet for it. And so that is events. Okay. So now let's talk about Wakelet with whom? Of course, students, right? I can share my literacy forward events, Wakelets with students. And I love to use it as kind of like supplemental activities that go with a book we're reading, or if there's any kind of holidays happening, it's kind of like a one-stop shop for audiobooks and epic books, books online, things of that nature. So I'm going to show you an example that I do share with students through Google Classroom. Whenever it's Halloween or Dia de los Muertos, I have some activities. If they have extra time, they can kind of click on this through their Google Classroom and learn more about Dia de los Muertos or Halloween. There's books here, there's games, there's online coloring, there's drawing. So it's not just books and literacy, it's all forms of literacy, which I love. So it's that digital literacy that we're bringing in here as well. And like I said, that's just one example. Of course, I tend to do it for all kind of holidays. I also share out Wakelets with various literary resources to the staff for special events. So when it was Martin Luther King Day, I know, teachers, of course, are extremely busy. They have a lot on their plate. So I try to make it as easy as possible. And that's what Wakelet helps me do. I say, oh, MLK Day coming up. Maybe you want to teach your kids a little bit more about it or read a book together about it. They can kind of go through this Wakelet and, pick and choose what they want to share with their students, whether it's an activity or a video or an ebook. It's just kind of up to them. And that's why I just am obsessed with Wakelet, because I drop it all in and I hand it off to them, and they have choices and power as to what they can do within the Wakelet itself. I have so many Wakelets open now. I also share it with the community. Of course, this kind of started when, the pandemic happened and we had to do a lot of virtual teaching, but I've continued to do it because it's just such a hit and the parents love it. They extend that learning at home. So this one is Earth Day, and it's just kind of like, what are some books that go around Earth Day? What are some activities that we can do now that it's Earth Day? What are some videos that we can watch? And again, just like with the teachers, the parents at home can pick and choose what they would like to do with that particular event. Oop. All right. And then, of course, I share it with my colleagues. These are other librarians, both, in my district and just throughout the country, throughout the world even. Just kind of like, what am I doing in the library? What are some good resources that I can share with other librarians or teachers or, what have you, that kind of focus around literacy? And if you're a librarian, a big one is Read Across America Week. And so here I have just some ideas for Read Across America Week, especially it's expanding into diverse readings and things of that nature. I also share what I do with my own school so that other librarians and other schools can kind of get ideas from that as well. All right. I know I'm kind of going fast. Okay. So if you have any questions or perhaps you want more information, my contact information and my social media is here. And feel free to shoot me an email. You can also, of course, take a look at my Wakelet collections to get some ideas. And I look forward to connecting with everybody.
Perfect. That was amazing. Thank you so much, Amanda. That was great.
Thank you so much for having me.
Brilliant. No, thank you for coming on. I mean, there was so much love in the chat there for all of the different collections that you were sharing, all of the different resources that you ran through, just so many fantastic ideas. How do you kind of come up with those ideas, if you know what I mean? Do you kind of see inspiration on social media, or is this kind of all things that that your teachers and students will love?
I get a lot of inspiration from Twitter, just kind of, wandering around Twitter, and I see, I've seen other librarians start using Wakelet, and that's when I started using Wakelet and kind of really getting into it. But anything can be turned into a literacy theme event, which is what I love. And it's so easy to share and just kind of pop in different resources on a Wakelet. So I really get inspiration from my colleagues on Twitter. So thank you guys. And also the kids themselves, they can tell you, oh my gosh, I'm so excited about, Christmas. And it's like, well, why are you excited about Christmas? And they tell you, oh, I'm get to travel here. I get to spend time with my family there. And then I take those ideas and I'm like, ooh, let me make a Wakelet that kind of builds off where they're traveling. Let's watch some videos and read some articles about that.
That's super cool. Honestly, I really like that idea, kind of really listening to the students and understanding what they're going to be really interested in, as well as maybe what they need to learn as part of their curriculum or sort of in school generally. So that's a really good tip, I think.
Yes, yeah. Thank you so much.
And as Elle mentioned, the chat was loving all of your content. So if afterwards we could share around some of those collections for others to take a look at, if that's okay with you, because people are really loving them.
Yeah, I'll pop in some links into the chat for everybody, for sure.
Fantastic.
Amazing.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Amanda. We learned so much from you. I'm sure everybody at home did as well. And we really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go read the comments now.
Perfect. Thank you. See you soon.
All right. Bye.
Oh, fantastic. What a brilliant session there. I really, really liked all of the really interesting ways of kind of using the different events and things that we look forward to throughout the year anyway, like Halloween or Shark Week or any of those bits, and just sort of bringing them into Wakelet. It's a really unique way to sort of celebrate and be able to share that with your learning communities.
Definitely. Great presentation. So up next, we have Monica, who is going to be talking about creativity in her school. Hi, Monica, how are you?
It looks like we may have a few connection issues there with Monica. We'll take her off and just wait for her to kind of refresh the screen there. Perfect. Hey, Monica, are you okay? Can you hear us, Monica? Is this working, our microphone? Okay, no worries. That's completely fine. We'll take Monica off again just for a minute while we wait for her to just reset her screen on her side. But just while we're waiting, I'll just let you know that all of the resources that we're sharing in this 12-hour live stream session, as well as all of the other sessions before and all of the sessions to come as well, will be shared on the official Wakelet Community Week page. That's wakelet.com/@Wakelet Community Week 2023. All of the resources for all of the sessions, both today, previously in the week, and then all of the sessions to come in the week as well will be there. So feel free to have a little explore on there. There's some really, really fantastic collections and resources that have been shared. And of course, we want you to be able to get all of them as well. When you're getting your certificates, don't forget to check out the resource links that are being shared there as well. Everything that you will need will be emailed to you afterwards. So you can get the certificate link for this session in the description down below. Perfect. Let's try and grab Monica on one more time. We've got her presentation here as well. Hey, Monica, are you okay?
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yeah,
Yes,
perfect.
we can hear you. That's great. Amazing. Perfect. Well, we can see your screen as well. So we'll grab that on and we'll tune into your session and kind of see how we go. All right.
All right.
Brilliant.
So I can start presenting?
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. Let's jump straight in.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Wakelet, for giving me this opportunity to coming and presenting here. And I'm Monica Joshi. I'm the IT head at Satpal Middle School. And it's been 24 years that I'm in this evolving education field. And I'm associated with teachers, training them on IT skills and orienting my students about the upcoming technology. And I'm part of various EdTech communities. I'm Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert, Minecraft Ambassador, Wakelet Community Leader and Ambassador, Flip, 3D Bear, Book Creator, Nearpod, Adobe, and Apple Teacher, and I'm a very passionate blogger. And I'm very passionate to integrate technology in teaching pedagogy so that it can be made available to my students so that the learning can be engaging in the classrooms. So I'm going to talk about how we infuse creativity at Satpal Middle School. So in the world of rapid changes, where we see every day emerging new technologies, to empower our students and teachers to develop skills by creative thinking, creative problem solving, and creative communications, so that they can innovate and produce new ideas. And as per the recent studies, 85% of the Gen Z sees creativity as the important aspect to be successful in future workforce, whereas 76% wants more focus on creativity. And the majority of says that they learn when they are doing or creating. So we at Satpal Middle School take responsibility that our Satyans, that is our students, should learn digital tools so that they are able to solve problems, produce innovative projects, enhance communications, and collaborate effectively. For this, to make them survive in the everyday world, and the students, we concentrate that students strive to meet the challenges when they apply for their university applications. We train them to create their profiles in Wakelet. This profile is the base of their LOR, that is letter of recommendation, which they receive from the school principal or the teacher. And this is the vision and mission of Satpal Middle School, that every Satyan is nurtured as a responsible citizen and the empowered leader of tomorrow. So it is more important to make them aware about the global issues, the political issues, and the social issues. So we do interdisciplinary learning at Satpal Middle Schools with the help of SDGs integrated with the curriculum. And here are few of the examples teacher included in the lesson plan, and they share it in the form of a Wakelet with the students, on which seeing that teachers make them aware first that why digital citizenship is important when you are dealing with these digital learning outcomes of the problems that we are sharing to you. Children brainstorm on the problems that are mentioned here on this Wakelet, which I'm showcasing on the screen, and they prepare their ideas, create their prototype problems of water, and sorry, the slide has moved on, and okay, saving the water, the plastic pollution, and all other things. So the students do the brainstorming and pour their ideas on the Wakelet with the help of social graphics, flyers, and thinking questions and riddles. And they create the e-invites also if it is needed, and they want to call somebody who they want to address the issue. And I think my screen is hung and it is not moving. Just a moment. I'll just stop sharing and share it again. So I'll just share, besides the screen is loading, that they share it with the students by brainstorming, creating the flyers.
Hey, Monica, we're just letting you know we can see your screen now. You are kind of back with us. It is working.
Okay, it's working. So like I was sharing that they do the brainstorming in the form of a social graphics, flyer, thinking questions, riddles, and e-invites. And we at Satpal Middle School, we follow, few of the learning strategies. That is experiential learning, technology-based learning, and, the various types of learning. And children do all the brainstorming and put it in the form of their studies on the Wakelet. And we give the students the option to have a student empowerment program. They have their student-led clubs. They manage their own canteens. They have the Satyan Innovation Fest and Satyan Internship Program, and mentored mentorship by alumni. The alumni also come and they mentor our Satyans, and we have the financial literacy based programs also. Students have the facility to have the real life experiences by going on the vocational skills, field trips, Atmanirbhar Fest, Odd Socks Day, where they wear the odd socks and tell other students that they should not bully others, and have the social awareness campaign, plantation drives, and going and visiting the Satyabharati schools so that they have the empathy skills in them. And they have the beyond the classroom experiences by going and joining various different types of programs like American Field Services and IOYP. And they have the facility to have the Satyan Startup Superstar, where they learn the skills, how they can be the future entrepreneurs, and have the Hunar activities where they learn life skills, detoxity campaign, where there are certain initiatives how to save the environment, and a community connect program. We have a very beautiful good folks program also, where we are giving stars and smileys to the students when they are doing good exemplary things, and even a thing which is touching the heart of others. So that is really motivating for the students. And there's a comprehensive and integrated curriculum, like they have the sports, quality circle time, wherein they come and share their stories, health and well-being. There are various competitions working on SDGs and different workshops for them so that they have a comprehensive experience in the classroom. And how my Satyans are using Wakelet. They're using it in the school newsletters, creative portfolios, narrative non-journal fiction journalism that the mass media students, they're writing their reports in the Wakelet. They write their travel stories, science fest proposals, promoting an idea, innovations. Like I said, they are being given the exposure of the innovation and entrepreneurship. They create the invitations also in Wakelet, and they share these stories with others and tell them to come learn and grow. So here is a very beautiful example which is shown here. This is the created by our Satyans. They collect the artists from other students and collect it in the Wakelet. And after collecting the articles, they make it in the form of a beautiful newsletter that is called Hues. And you can see quickly the glimpses of the newsletter after collecting the article, how students have created. So this is a newsletter for the student and by the students. This is how we empower our students. And here we have the student ambassador program in our school, and this is our star student Namya Joshi, who's a first student ambassador in our school, and she has written 2 Wakelet blogs also. You can find it at the Wakelet blogs section in the Wakelet website. This is something which the whole country in India vouches for our competition, that is Satyan Innovation Fest, which is for the youth, by the youth, of the youth. And this is an event which we conduct every year in our school, and it has been held from last 3 years. Here's the QR code. You can go and check out about this event. We have, exemplary guests and exemplary schools coming from across the country, and the guests from outside India also, who have taken part in this Innovation Fest, where everything from the scratch to the execution is done by our students. And of course, the brainstorming and everything, the ideas are poured in the Wakelet. So we don't use Wakelet in isolation. Wakelet has, beautiful compatibility feature wherein we can use it as Appsmashing, as Flip, Book Creator, Canva, 3D Bear, and Minecraft. And we are a Microsoft Showcase school. So we do conducted all this in Microsoft Teams. And yes, you all know that it can be shared very comfortably at Facebook, Twitter, emails, and you have an embedded link of Wakelet also, which can be shared even on your website. So I talked about the student empowerment, and then students are being taken care by the teachers in our school. So how can it be left if I'm not talking about how we empower our teachers, and we take care of this by pedagogy and professional learning? How we do that? That is, we do it through integrated learning. We do it professional learning. We tell them about what all teacher resources are available. We train them and we guide them and motivate them to join the community of creative educators, like we have a community of Wakelet, and then train them on professional development also. So here is a beautiful example of Wakelet. We have staff meeting every Saturday in our school, and the teachers digitally share their ideas on the Wakelet and just shared in the staff meeting also. This is open to all the teachers, and any teacher, if likes the idea or the innovation, can use it for her classroom. And if any idea, any innovation is scaled by the teacher and it is persistent for 6 months, that teacher is rewarded rupees 5,000 as a cash prize, because she has created some innovation and that has been taken by the other teachers also. And we at Satpal Middle School, we believe in share, learn and grow. All these things, all the resources, all the lesson plans, all the innovations are available on our school website. You're most welcome to go and use it and scale it in your classrooms. And here's the QR code. You can scan, and I have shared the link also. You can go and have a look what we are doing at Satpal Middle School. These are few of the teacher recognition program. Like one of the thing I told you that about the innovative practice, then we reward the teachers monthly best teacher certificate, and we reward them yearly also. That is the best teacher of the year, how they are using innovative practice and the other parameters also. And then the teachers are part of various capacity building communities, edtech communities also. And like I said, we do the continuous professional development. We have 100 hours of training for our teachers so that they are trained with the latest teaching pedagogy and the technologies. The next thing which I'm going to talk about is that we act for SDGs. And here is an example where in the innovations and work creating the this Ganesha, eco-friendly Ganesha, and then the pollutant that are absorbing the help of plastic bottles. And these innovations have been created by our students, and they have been read also by the national government also. So these are in Satpal Middle School. And here are the QR codes. You can check out what are we doing for climate actions and the SDG for STEM collaboration. The lesson plan that I shared it in the beginning, that also is available here. So we, our Satyan students and teachers are socially aware individuals, and they have the spirit to seek challenges and take risk, and they are open to learn by collaborating with 118 countries, connecting with them virtually and physically, and learning from them how they have to grow and move forward. And here are a few of the recognitions: meeting Mr. Satyan Nadella, receiving the President Award, and 9 of my students are names are registered in the India Book of Records. And then one of my students has represented recently at IESF at Texas, and another student won at the Waterloo University competitions. So here is the proof that we not only do the things in isolation, we empower our students. These are few of the recognition of our schools, and many of our teachers have represented at global platforms as Singapore, Dubai, Finland, and Bhutan, and many more countries. So in the end, I just wanted to say that we teachers can provide voice, choice, and agency by allowing our students to demonstrate the creativity by using the variety of tools And just so that what I share, a little goof up happened in the beginning also. So that's also a learning. I'm sure that you can try the subject integration approach used by Satpal Mittal School using the Wakelet. And let me know how it impacted your classroom. And there is always a room of improvement and room of learning. So share, learn, and grow. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica. That was a brilliant session. We always love hearing about student creativity. So thank you for sharing some wonderful examples.
And I'm sorry for the goof up that happened. Suddenly my laptop hung in between.
No, you're all good. No problem at all. I think your presentation was fantastic and you had so much love in the chat as well for all of your amazing ideas and resources that you shared as well. So I think everybody at home really enjoyed that as probably as much as we did, definitely.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm happy to answer any question if there is any question. And as I've shared, that we are always welcome to provide training and help related to the lesson to all the schools across.
Okay. Amazing, thank you. Where can we sort of find you on the internet, Monica? Is it on like Twitter? Have you got a Twitter account or a website or anything that people could reach out to you on?
Yeah, this is my Twitter handle @KLNamya, and the website name is satpalmittalschool.org. So you can reach me out at KLNamya on Twitter. Happy to integrate and collaborate with you all.
Brilliant.
Amazing. We'll share that round in the chat as well. We'll share a link to the SDG challenge on Wakelet for everyone to get involved in, because you mentioned the SDGs in your presentation and it's a wonderful thing for people to get involved in. So yeah, once again, thank you for joining us, Monica, and we'll see you soon.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Oh, that was amazing. I always love hearing about the SDGs and about how people are implementing them in their classrooms and doing activities with them, with their students as well. It's such an important topic to really be part of.
Definitely.
Yeah. Perfect. And we do also have the SDG page on Wakelet as well. If you did want to find out some more about the SDGs, that's wakelet.com/@SDGs. And we'll be sure to include that link in the resource collection as well that's shared around with you all. Perfect. Well, we have our final guest here today, and we're really excited to introduce Paramjeet, who is behind the scenes. Hey, Paramjeet, how are you doing? How's it going?
Great.
Perfect. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for joining us today and for taking time out to share all of your exciting ideas and resources with us. But if you want to take to the stage, we can kick straight off and jump straight in.
Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. That looks great.
Wow. So it's good evening, good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm Paramjeet Kaur, the principal of Kamala Nehru Public School, a school which is situated in a village, Chak Hakim in India. I am the principal administration and innovation there. And of course, I'm my fellow British Council ambassador, trainer, and so on and so forth. Today, I'm going to discuss with all of you, I'll be talking about my international project, Road to Recovery. Okay, so here we go. International research project, Road to Recovery, was initiated in April 2022 by Kamala Nehru Public School, which is a Microsoft Showcase school. It is based on using AI for good, and is community-based learning tele-collaborative project. And Wakelet played a major role in the success of this project. To recover the impact of COVID-19 on learning and behavior, and with the future of a generation at stake, we launched Mission Road to Recovery International Project to bridge the academic and the behavior gap of the students, and in turn, rebuild foundational competencies, rebuild reading, writing, and numeracy skills, and rebuild behavior losses. 2,303 items in this global collaborative Wakelet space is there. So let me show you the PDF as such and share everything about a wonderful project. You know, we had educators and students from around the globe, and I think it's taking some time for the PDF to open. But it was really a memorable experience because we worked with a passion. It was a whole school project, plus the international community, teachers and educators who had joined from different countries. I wonder why it is taking so long. It never took so long all the while. But yes, when it comes to behavior loss, we did have some activities where we could focus on this. It was always build back better. And it was, strive to win and, how to strive up and then put up a better foot out, how teachers were involved, not only of our school, but teachers of around the globe. What do you suggest? Shall I share it again? Or is it that it's taking time or the internet is slow? Whatever the case may be, I'm here to stay put and here to share our experience of this great project where Wakelet played a major role, where educators from around the world and the students from different schools from India and other countries were putting their creativity into this Wakelet.
Hey, Paramji, are you just waiting for that PDF to load? Do you want to try and give it another go?
Pardon? Shall I do it again?
Yes, yeah. Let's try it again and see if that helps it load.
Maybe it might help. All right, I'll do it again. And I'm crossing my fingers. When internet becomes dicey, then you start praying also, and I'm doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah, us too.
Yeah, very positive indeed. So God willing, this time,
great.
The fingers also crossed now. A little short blue line. It's increasing now.
Brilliant.
But you're on 10 hawks, and the whole day you practice, and the whole day it opens in a few seconds. But
it's always the way, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe sometimes internet is a little slow, and nothing much can be done about it.
Exactly.
And but then I'll tell you more about this project in the meantime, that how did we go about. We planned, this was we had 7 meetings as such, online communicative project, you can call it. We had 7 meetings, WebEx meeting, and we had Teams meeting also at times. And we would share the structured activities, that this is the activity we're going to go about. And then when we would share it next time, when we'd meet in the next month, that time we would share all the collections. We even made an e-newsletter for all the whatever the children had prepared. We had a virtual art gallery, and we would take the children around the virtual art gallery, and it was being published online. And the students were so happy because this was the first publication, and it was a proud moment for them, and it was a prized collection of theirs. So that's how we went. So we had this online meetings. We had the e-newsletter which was published. We had the virtual art galleries, where we took the children for a ride. But shall I tell you, Monica is in the city next door. So maybe this area of India is having an internet challenge today.
Maybe.
Monica's screen was also buffering. And even at that time, I was crossing my fingers. Look, this is a challenge. Number 1, you are last but not the least, right? And number 2, it should work well. But anyways,
do you want to try and stop sharing the screen and then try it again? Or maybe try sharing the whole window as well? That could help.
Maybe all over again? Maybe join?
Yes. Yeah, go for it. That's completely fine.
Okay, then fine, if that's a suggestion. But now it's a little faster, We have the screen with the blue line. Nearly have the 40%, right? All right, I go again.
Perfect. If you want as well, you could always send us the link and we can pull up the presentation on our side, and we can walk through it that way. That could be a good alternative.
Chalo, let me try it out once again. Okay. Means I stop sharing also, right? That's what you say?
Yes, yeah. Try stop sharing, and then when you press the present button at the bottom, it has like entire window, and you should be able to try that.
Okay. So I've stopped sharing, and then share a screen. That's what I'm doing.
Perfect.
And then share screen. No, not this way.
Yeah, no, that should work. If we click on that button, we can try that.
Oh.
Brilliant. Nice one. Okay, and then we'll try and hope for that PDF to load up again as well.
Okay, let's see how it works. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, we can see that.
Chalo, Lord Almighty, be enough of testing time. Now be by my side.
Amazing. Do you have any other collections that you could walk through maybe while that's loading? Is there anything else in the collection at all?
Okay, maybe I'll do something else. I'll show something else. I won't show the PDF, but this was something fabulous and specifically done up. So maybe I'll open up something else then.
Yeah, of course. No, it's really interesting to kind of hear more about the project in general as you kind of went through before. What kind of sort of started the idea? Where did you get the idea for the Road to Recovery from? Was that a sort of collaborative idea? Was it something you'd seen on social media before? Or was it sort of your complete own creation?
I'll do something else now.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I'll share how we would structure our activities, okay? The instructions which we gave. Let's see, this would be easier. I think this is easier, right?
Yeah, brilliant. That sounds really great.
So these were this was part of all that I wanted to show today. So these were 7 episodes which we had. And I'll pick up one of them, say maybe the 4th one, and show how structured our activities were, how the instructions were being shared. See, this is faster now. So this is Road to Recovery episode 4. And we would go for design thinking was what we believed in, and work together, build a better world. And all the while we focused on various SDGs on every, when we talked about every event. And remember, the name is Road to Recovery. That means the road to recovery for the students who were actually all in their houses, and they were having this online education, which they had never experienced before in our school and this part of the country as such. And then though we are a Microsoft Showcase school, and since we were a Microsoft Showcase school, we could do it in a very quickly, for which we got some international, national fame, and Microsoft recognized us in a big way. So the first activity was Students' Voice. Obviously, we had Flipgrid. Then we went in for creative writing. And now research and then write the journey of the paper from the tree to being a page in your textbook. So it was creativity also during this particular project, because children were thinking differently. So we had a Wakelet collection over here. Activity 3, again, make a post on the topic, save paper, save tree, build a better world. So how design thinking was going on. So again, a Wakelet collection, and then paper mache community activity where parents were also involved, another Wakelet. And we had this. So in this, in some of the Wakelets, we had more than 55 entries by the children. The collection constituted of so many entries. So the next event schedule was also told. And so we have all these activities which were there. We structured them, we shared with them. Then we had a webinar, a collaborative webinar, and we discussed. And during that particular time, we shared all that the children had done it in the previous one. So that's how we were going about. So here I go once again. So let's see, because, and then I wonder whether the newsletter, which is much more heavier, whether this would open or not, but I'll try it out. God willing, this ought to open. So this was a newsletter. I'll pick up one of the newsletter, which I believe has less number of pages. This is the one which has less number of pages, which I can share with all of you. And I hope and pray this opens.
Sorry to interrupt you again. With your screen, seems to have frozen slightly, but it looks as though we've been able to get your profile up. So what we'll do is just share that on our side, and then you can walk through the projects that way. Would that be all right?
Everything would be all right. So what do you want me to do now?
Amazing. Just a second. We're just going to share the screen on our side, and then hopefully you'll be able to see that, and then we can.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. If you
Brilliant.
can do that, it will be nice.
Amazing.
You know what? The internet being naughty is amazing.
These are just the things that come with doing an ambitious thing, such as a 12-hour live stream.
Yeah, it really is.
But that's the spirit, you know. Nothing can deter our enthusiasm here. Using Wakelet in such a big way when we had people from around the globe joining us.
Definitely. I mean, and there's so much love in the chat for the Road to Recovery project as well. People really want to kind of know how you started the project and what you were up to, and you kind of put all of this together and who was involved. Are you able to talk us through any of that as well?
I didn't follow what you said.
Oh, sorry, that was my fault. I was just asking how you kind of came up with the project idea in the first place and what kind of sparked the idea.
Got it. You know what happened? When children came back after when the school reopened, and it opened after 1.5 years, 18 months. Nobody went to the school at all. And when they came, you know, all these years we had been teaching the culture of the school, and they come and say, oh, hey. And the way they were walking in the school and how loud they were, and they would fight for no reasons and rhymes amongst themselves. So all this was so sad, and we felt so bad about it. We said, see, COVID has really affected our children. So now what can be done about it? We have to go for a road to recovery for the behavioral loss. Children have forgotten how to write down, the primary class children. They've forgotten how to read English. Mathematics was a big challenge. So we went in for 1:1. We used all the Microsoft tools also. We used the reading progress, and we used Flipgrid in a big way. And then, of course, Wakelet was where they would, art integration was also taken up in a big way. All right. We even went for podcast because we wanted our children to speak out to the extent that during the annual function, it's a whole school approach always. So every child was there. We are about 1,400 plus students in our school. So everybody could participate in at least 2 items to 3 items. It could be a dance, it could be a song, and it could be some play or a street play. And we went in for everything so that they can come on the stage. And slowly, steadily, we realized that all those things which we were so worried about, everything was improving. That was the best part. We teachers did not lose hope and did not, we kept on and on. So now what's the next directions for me?
Yes, no, that's brilliant. Amazing. Well, we've got your profile up if you wanted to speak through some of the other collections. I know you mentioned a newsletter before.
Yeah.
Are there any of these that you wanted me to click on in particular for you to walk through?
No, I would like you to put on that the PDF which I was talking about, not the newsletter, the previous one. I'll just let you know in case you can see this. I would like you to be on this, the road to recovery, this, and the PDF, because that says it all. If you can do this one, AI for Good Initiative 2023 PDF. If you can open this up for me, it'll be fabulous.
Yeah. Which collection is that in? Sorry, which one could I find the PDF?
This is one PDF which is about the entire project.
Okay, no problem.
This is the first one, the pink color tab, Road to Recovery. If you move down, this would be the last one.
Like that, is that right?
But I can't see your screen at all.
Are you back on?
I need to stop sharing.
Yes, yeah. If you want to stop sharing yours and come back to StreamYard, you might be able to see my screen a bit better.
Yes, I'm there.
Perfect.
Oh, that's so good, ultimately. So now what you have to do, these are my collections, right?
Yep, they're the ones that are public.
If you want to open the collections, I just wanted the first PDF. If you could once again go to the community, Wakelet community collection which I have prepared. Then the PDF has everything. Which means even if we don't show this, it's all right. These are the collections. The first one, not the pink one. If you move up, would it be? This is all my Road to Recovery PDF. So no, I would like you to go back.
This is the only page that I have access to, I'm afraid, because it's the
Okay, all right.
public on the
Okay,
profile.
okay, no worries. No worries. Then you can then you can just move the screen up. I'll tell you which collection we can go for.
Yeah.
We can go for activity. There's one collection which 553. Yeah, that's better. 553 items are there. A little up.
Yeah.
There are about 5. Yeah, this is the one. Reduce inequalities. Yes, it's coming up. It's coming up.
Brilliant.
So this was about rich and poor, art integration on the same screen, on the same sheet. So this is what the children had done. We have work from Malaysia. We had work from US. You can move up. It's a huge, massive collection as such. So it's all right if it's taking time to load. Anyways, see, this is Tarini from USA, and she could show the plate, a rich person's plate and poor person, because it was critical thinking. It was creativity we wanted to focus once again. Children were at home, so they had, actually missed on all these things. But the amount of, the Wakelet collection was amazing, and it was so satisfying that we could actually do something for this Road to Recovery project. All right, so you can see a rich man's house, a poor man's house. A poor man has a single story, a rich man has double story. There were K-12 children right from kindergarten to all around. And then it was gender equality also, so these were the children. And yeah, we can go on and on. So it is 553 collection is there. Now we can move on to another collection if you want. Now we can go back.
Yeah, I think we have time for one more, if that works for you.
One more, and then that's over. There's one activity 2. No, not this one, because every project had 4 or 5 activities, and activity 4, 5.
How did you come up with the activities and the different ideas? Was that a group of teachers that did that?
We would put our brains together. It was lots of brainstorming. Let's have this one now. Let's have this one now. Strive and win. We can have this about let me see. Activity 12. Creative writing could be a good idea.
Yeah, that's great.
How many?
This one here, is that okay? 100.
Yeah, 127. Maybe we can open this up, because then we would say you write on these following topic. So there was a description of the topic, and then we gave some quotes, and we said you can write these quotes or you can have your own quotes. And it was again about inequality, women and inequality. We even went for a petition, online petition, and that also went on very well. And the parents, the numbers which I wanted to tell you, the parents were involved, and everybody was involved. So, so all these collections were there. There were 2,250 collections in this for this Road to Recovery. So what we do, I'll try it for the last time, that PDF, and share screen. But you can have a fair idea that we had children, all children from all age groups. The parents were so happy, they were so engaged in this activity. And again, I said we had about, I think, 12 countries, students from 12 countries were there. So that speaks volume. Educators were there. I think I just can't recall. I think it was about 300 odd educators from different countries who had participated. 12 countries, I'm pretty sure about. So
fantastic. Brilliant to hear about that. That was great.
But Wakelet was everything, everything was put in Wakelet. If we had to make the e-newsletter, we would take up everything from the Wakelet. If we had to make a tour of the virtual art gallery, where children were painting, drawing and everything, that also we would take from Wakelet. So Wakelet came to our rescue. Wakelet was a great help. And to the extent we said, okay, you don't know what Wakelet is? When we would have a training session, we would train you. Means if we would have a webinar, we said, okay, you don't know, we'll train you. And we are a Wakelet Showcase School, by the way, apart from being a Microsoft Showcase School. So that's how it is.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Paramjit. That was brilliant to hear all of those amazing stories and see all of that student work as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of love for those collections in the chat, so we'll definitely be able to share that one around so everyone can take a good look, because it's an amazing project. So yeah, thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Paramjit. We will see you soon. But yeah, that was all of the sessions that we have time for today. We've got some more sessions coming up on the hour. So that's in around 20 minutes time. So as the guy said before, if you want to go and grab a snack, a drink, do anything that you like just to relax quickly before we push on with the other sessions. But don't forget, you can also enter into our Community Week competition. All you have to do is share your Community Week highlights with us on social media, tag @Wakelet, and include the hashtag Wakelet Community Week in your post as well.
Amazing.
Brilliant. Well, if you haven't got your certificate just yet, you could grab the link down below, or we'll share it in the chat as well, and they'll be sent out throughout the day. We've got more sessions coming up shortly, and that's me and Sam's sessions done, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us, everybody. As always, we've loved it, and we can't wait for the next 12-hour live stream.
Yes, yeah, this time next year. But obviously from me and Sam, enjoy the rest of Community Week. We've had an amazing time hanging out with you all, so thank you so much, and we'll see you soon.
See you soon. Bye.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the 12-hour live stream for Wakelet Community Week. On your schedule for today, we are at session 4, and I am joined by a very special co-host, Ryan.
Hello,
Ryan,
everybody. That's
welcome.
session 4, not session 4.
We're excited to have you, Ryan. I love co-hosting with you always because we always kind of play off of each other. This is going to be a great time. So if you have not shared the link out, you want to go share the YouTube link out so that you can get your friends to join. We have some really, really incredible speakers today, but we want to remind you of a couple of things. Ryan, what should we be reminding our viewers of right now?
We want to make sure that you are reminded of that competition on all of the social media avenues. So make sure if you are sharing any of your learning, your insights, your takeaways, your key pieces of information, you're sharing that out across Twitter, Instagram, wherever you want to share it. Make sure you're tagging hashtag Wakelet Community Week. Make sure you tag at Wakelet so that you can be entered in for some amazing prizes, swag packs, big trip to ISTE 2024, and some gift cards for some really awesome experiences.
Absolutely. And don't forget to bookmark the Wakelet Community Week profile. We'll put that in the chat as well. And we have a question for all of you. What has been your favorite session of the day so far? Make sure you share with us. I see a lot of you in the chat. You're ready to get the party started. Shout out to all of you. Tanya, we see you.
Right.
Jackie, Wendy, all of you. It's so great to see all of you. We're really, really excited. So what session is up next, Ryan?
We are going to kick off today with personalized paths for students.
And that session will be led by the incredible ambassador, Stormy Daniels. We are ready to hear from you, Stormy. We're so excited. Where are you joining us from, Stormy?
Hello, I'm joining you. I had to turn my sound on. I'm joining you from El Paso, Texas.
Amazing. Well, we're going to let you just go ahead and take it away and start sharing your screen, and we will be in the background learning with you.
All right, awesome. Hello, my friends. This is just cool to be with everyone. I'm sorry. Let me get focused. I got work to do. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and present, share my screen. It should show some audio. Let's do it. Otherwise, I can talk. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And I'm going to invite you into my classroom. I know everyone wants to see my students. That's probably why you're here. You don't want to see me, but they're at PE right now, so it's all good. So I'm going to just share my entire screen so I can pop over between our browsers. And can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. And this is our classroom. Our students this year are in their last day of school today, so it's kind of sad, but it's okay. So let me breathe. We built our classroom this year in a way that was different from any other year. Instead of making 12 spaces and sharing the spaces out, I did create the 12 spaces, but I created one unified place, one collection that houses the spaces. So this is kind of reverse of what I did before. So that's what I want to say before I launch into my classroom. So here's our classroom, and welcome to LSU. LSU is a college, a university, and that's our mascot. So my name is Stormy Daniels. If you don't know me, nice to meet you. And hello, friends. Let's get on with our classroom. So the reason I did a collection, and I just want to show you this before I start my actual presentation, is you'll see that amazing book creator embed. That's so amazing. So we can showcase our work, and we're so proud of our work this year from Book Creator. So it's at the front of our classroom. I also have inside this collection that's the screen, our learning plan for the week. And that's just so our community, our parents, our administrators, whoever wants to know what we're working on can get a quick glimpse of our learning plan or lesson plan, or not sure what you call it in your parts, but they have that there too. And then comes the good stuff. So these are spaces embedded into this collection. So instead of putting collections into spaces, of course we've done that, we now put spaces into that one collection that keeps us at home. So I'm going to scroll down here, and we are going to go to my favorite subject, our science collections, with our friend Mr. Einstein. And you'll notice that this is a profile of our space. So once again, it's not just the open space where everybody can see. Like if you have this collection, you can't collaborate unless you have the space code, which really keeps it private. And that's why I still like spaces, even though we have classrooms now, because people can see into our world, but they can't see what we're actually working on. They see what we want to share. So let's go down here to look at how I personalize learning for my students with the power of Wakelet. And so this is an example of one of the units I have designed. It's called Matter Matters. And we know in science, we learn what matter is first because it's the smallest unit, right? And so we start at the matter, and now we're into biology, ecology, and saving the planet and all those great things. So this is how I do it. My students get exactly this delivered to them. So you'll be able to see from the student's perspective, because in my blended learning classroom, modern classroom, I use the flipped model. And so I record my instructions for everything for my students. It takes a lot of time on the weekends. I feel like a YouTuber. I think I am, but it really helps in the classroom. It saves my time. I get to be side by side with the learner, and we're actually learning rather than me telling them what to do. So I'm going to show you what the students see when they first launch into one of my units. And if you can't hear it, that's okay. I will be able to talk you through it. And I'll stop a few times to give you the back piece. But for now, we're going to see what my students see when they launch into one of my units.
Hello, friends, and welcome to your Matter Matters unit. In this short video that you can come back to anytime.
And really quick, Tisha, can you hear it?
Yes, we can hear it.
Yes. And you can see just the video, right? It popped up. I just want to make sure because I don't see what you see. So, all right, here we go. Thank you.
If you need help, I'm going to explain how to log in, access, and get back to your leveled challenges. All right, so let's take a look. In this collection you see here, you will notice that we have 6 actual columns and 5 levels in this unit. I'm going to explain that in a minute. To get to this unit, maybe you're at home, not in class, and so you're not sure how to get to. This collection will be in your Seesaw journal. Just open your Seesaw journal and you'll see the collection. This collection will be in your Schoology page. This collection will also be in your teams. You can get directly to this collection by going to our class Wakelet page. So you see that this same collection is going to be housed or stored in many different locations for you to find it. I just want to remind you of that in case you're at home and maybe your Teams doesn't work, maybe your Schoology doesn't work, maybe your Seesaw, something doesn't work. No problems, my friend. You can always find this collection and any other collection we have in Wakelet because I'll put them in a lot of places, but they'll be the same thing. All right, so let's check out what we're going to do. So all of the resources you need in class for your units are housed or stored in our science resource box with the folders and drawers, right? So you know where to find the printed materials for each unit. If you are at home, the first column in every unit will have your unit resources and handouts that we do in class. You can simply click on these links and it will take you to the digital copy of the same thing we're doing in class, so you're not going to get behind. You can go ahead and do it digitally if you don't have to print it at home. And then when you get to class, I'll print it for you and glue it into your science notebook. All right. So let's talk about Unit 1, Matter Matters. In this unit, there are 5 exciting levels we're going to explore through. To get to each level, we're going to start at level 1. So all you have to do is click on level 1. when I click on the box for level 1, you are going to see just that unit. So you're going to be focused on what you have to do for that unit. First thing you're going to notice in every unit is what we're learning, the standard. This is our goal, right? If you need this bigger, you can just focus on that. Maybe your parents want to know what you're learning about. There it is. If you need it on your own and you don't have someone to help you to read it, you can use Immersive Reader. Remember, Immersive Reader also has all of those other really cool tools we've learned how to use in this tool. That way you can access the content or the learning in any way that you need. All right. So that's always available to you in anything that's in print. All right. As we scroll down, remember we're in level 1, we're going to see our student tracker. If you're in class, this is printed and you're going to put it in the front of your notebook for that level. As you complete the activities, you are going to check them off. It's going to be the same for every level and every unit going forward. All right, so that's not going to change. So how do you get to the learn? First thing you have to do is your learn activities. It says mini lesson with Ed puzzle, interactive notebook entry. Where do I find that? No worries, my friend. Keep scrolling down. We're going to see, look, it says learn like a scientist. That's what I need to find, those activities. Oh, there's the video right there. I just push play. And guess what? It's going to play right there. As you're watching that video, remember, you are going to answer the questions along the way. And at the same time, you are going to be completing that note tracker. So you already should have your note tracker from the science resource box printed, your materials, and in the video, I explain what you need. But there's a picture of it in case you forget. So you're not going to complete that here. That's what you're completing as you watch the video. All right. Those are your 2 learn activities. Wow, we're already ready to explore. Explore like a scientist activity. You guessed it. They're going to be linked right here. So you're not going to complete them here. There'll be a link and you'll go to your Seesaw journal to complete them. Or to maybe Generation Genius. The links will be right here. Everything will be live for you. All right. You're done with that. Mark it off your tracker. Continue to scroll down level 1, my friends. Then you're going to get the opportunity to create like a scientist. Your links to do that are going to be right here. This is the really fun part. This is where you get to show what you know so we can use what you know to grow. And you can teach others. Pretty cool, isn't it? When you are done with all of those amazing activities, you're pretty sure to have mastered the standard by then. All right? And you've shown that evidence that you're ready in many ways. So when you're ready for a mastery check, you just head on over to the teacher station. Let me know you're ready for a mastery check with the little clip chart, and we will chat real quick. I'll glance at your notebook and send you to the mastery check. As soon as you're done with the mastery check, you are going to level up. In the class, to help you stay on track, not only your personal tracker, but the class tracker will help you and your team to stay on track. So as we work through the levels, I will be moving your little character, your little game piece along the path to mastery. All right, as you see the student here. And then when you get to the create, you get to choose what to do. So pretty cool, right? If you're working in these activities and you need help, remember, the first place to go to help is the people working on that activity. You can work together. In fact, I hope you work together. All right. I will maybe need to work on learn activity 1 with some people. So how do I know who's working on that? Well, I can look around the group, or I already know if I look up at that tracker, I can see these 3 people here. In this case, this sample class is Jasmine, Levon, and Jackson are all going to work on that today. And I'm going to work on that today too. You see, I'm right here. So I'm going to go work with them for level 1. All of those people on level 1 should be in that workstation. So I can ask them for help. I can also ask anybody that's already passed that level because they've already passed it. They probably are a pretty good source of information, aren't they? If need be, if nobody has your answer to your question, then you must come to me because that means stop everything. Let's do a class chat. All right, which is not always a bad thing. When you are done, you're going to see on the tracker, you're refined and mastered. You've either refined it or mastered it, and that's going to unlock the next level. So the next level, you say, what do you mean the next level? Well, back to our thing, the next level is level 2. Obviously, from level 1, we go to level 2, level up. And when I get to level 2, what do? Oh, I remember. I just click on the box and it's going to open level 2 so I can focus on it. I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to notice it looks a lot like level 1. There's even some reading supports if I need them in read mode on all these words, aren't they? And I'm going to scroll down and I need a tracker in my notebook. Time to start a new level. Get that tracker from the resource center. There's your reminder. And then there's my learn activities. There's my video ready to go. What am I going to do when I do that video? Oh, that's the note taker. I need to have that. When I'm doing that video, I'm done with those. Store them away and move on to explore. Isn't it the same thing we did in level 1? Why, yes, my friends. And then level up, you know how to sign in for your level up. So I hope this helps you to explore and navigate through this exciting adventure of Matter Matters. I look forward to seeing you in Teacher Station. Toodaloo, Tigers, you do know what to do.
So back to the collection. You may have noticed in that video, I hope you noticed, that there were many, many things embedded through those collections that seemed kind of carbon copied, right? But the reason I teach second grade, I do it that way is so they're not worrying about what they need to get, where they need to go, but they're worrying about what they need to learn, which is kind of the intent, right? And so throughout those collections, each unit, they had everything inside there. I started doing it this way, where I had each column was a level and everything for that level was in that column. And you can do it that way, but it's really cognitive overload. Like, to me, this looks simple. This looks, oh, I'm here and I'm going to go there. And then I put it in that linear layout. So my students are focusing on the learning and the exploring and the producing amazing products rather than where do I get my stuff? And so that's how I use Wakelet. And something I want to mention is that we oftentimes do these amazing personalized learning design for science or social studies or some global project, but really it works for reading as well. Probably the most important thing we need to do is increase literacy rates, right? And literacy for all. If we're not literate, it means we can't communicate. So no matter what we learn in science, no matter what great ideas we get, we can't communicate them. So I also do this in my literacy blocks, in my PD or support or collaboration with my colleagues. Hi, colleagues. My colleagues are actually here watching with us next door. And so we use Wakelet also to help to personalize learning for our literacy. We have early childhood. Well, second grade is kind of branching out of early childhood, so we have to get them ready. So it's vital that they get those foundational skills in literacy down. And so we work together as a grade level to collaborate on that. And we work smarter, not harder. And so we have many, I think I went to the wrong collection. You get to see all my collections. If you go to my profile, which I'm going to share in a moment, you can see all my collections. So our Capit, we use this program called Capit, which is great for foundational literacy skills if you need it, for that phonemic awareness piece. What we did is we initially started to record our lessons and share them with each other. This way, all students are getting that explicit instruction in tier 1, right, which is the standard. And then together we were able to support each learner on what they needed to reach that standard. We didn't water anything down. We got our students to where they need to go to grow. All right. And so we started to embed all of these lessons. And if you go to my collections, you can have these amazing lessons. I don't think they're amazing, but you know, whatever. I'm a YouTuber only because I create content in YouTube, right? And so we were scrolling and we were forgetting where we were, and it was taking a while. And our amazing Promethean boards that we're so lucky to have would lock up a little bit. And so I learned really quickly that they might not use my lessons if it takes so long to scroll. So what I did is I accidentally embedded the playlist link one time, and then they're able to now just see the list of the lessons here and choose their lesson and go. That way, depending on our Wi-Fi situation for the day, we're not scrolling through everything, waiting for it to load to get there. So many, many options to do the same thing. As Tisha says, there's no right answer, or I'm not sure what she says. I'm sure she'll tell us in a minute. But, as long as we're getting it done and we're helping students and personalized learning for all, including us. Like, I don't need to learn how to use Wakelet basically, but I need more ideas. We're always learning, we're always growing, but it should look different for everybody. And we'll never personalize learning for our students if we don't first personalize learning for us as educators. So I think I have 3 minutes left. Tisha, I hope I'm still here. I hope I'm not talking to myself. And so that's all I have to share.
I'm here.
And, I am sharing my resources, and I invite you to take these ideas, run with them, make them your own, refine them, make them better, amplify them, and then share them back so I can get your ideas too, as well as share your contact information. So,
Stormy,
thank you, Tisha.
We have put your resource link in the chat. I'm sure Ryan was reacting the same way I was. We were monitoring the chat as you were presenting, and the truth is everybody's really excited about this. You are a YouTuber, and I just want to point that out. We all are creating content. We all are. Every day as educators, you are content creators. So I say call yourself a YouTuber, Stormy. Even everybody here in the office, we were mesmerized by this video idea of individualizing instruction. So there were a couple of questions in the chat that I want you to answer in the last couple of minutes that we have with you. One of the biggest questions was, how did you create that video and how did you add it to that header?
So I believe I created that video once the amazing Microsoft Flip came out with the ability to share your record your screen as a background. And so I simply created a Flip video with my screen in the background, and then I'm able to record. So oftentimes I use that, or I also use ScreenPal, formerly Screencast-O-Matic. I also use ScreenPal, and ScreenPal allows me to drag myself around, and so I get out of my way once I'm refining my video. So ScreenPal allows you to move yourself around in the video. That way your students aren't just seeing you in one corner. They're seeing you, where you need to be. So maybe you want to point to some content, and we always point the wrong way. But ScreenPal, I use ScreenPal a lot. I use, not a master of anything, but I have a lot of tools in my toolbox. And so ScreenPal, Flip, my two major, content creation pieces.
Stormy, you're not giving yourself enough credit here. The chat is going crazy, and I want you to go back and look at these.
I just love to. I'm a second grader. I'm like 8 years old.
Beth says, I really appreciate how you applied a meaningful rubric to guide your students. It's excellent teaching, and I could not agree more. I have one last question for you that was also in the chat. What tips can you give to those who want to showcase lessons and take those to the next level?
Awesome. So number one thing I recommend is to learn more about the Modern Classroom Project movement, because like Stephanie Howell is part of it. There's some amazing things happening with Modern Classroom Project movement. And it's really to get the learning into the hands of the students, get the teachers still creating content, like it's still our video, but students learning in a way, aligned with UDL, aligned with station rotation model, all of those amazing things. But Modern Classroom Project does it in a way that allowed me to take these big things and these big things we want for our students, but really formalized it, into, okay, you've got to have the framework, and then students aren't confused. So, and then also one more thing, Tisha, no matter what, as Sir Ken Robinson says, the world's largest lesson needs to be the focus of everything we do. Our global goals, like, I don't know why. Once I heard Sir Ken Robinson speak, I had the honor of seeing him live. I don't know why anything is done anywhere at any level from kindergarten to college that's not focused on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Like, what are we doing if we're not doing that?
That's so great, Stormy. You have blown us away. We are so thankful for you sharing. And I love that you have Proud to be a Certified Wakelet School in the background. If you did not know that about Stormy and you want to know more about that, connect with her so she can tell you about her experience. Stormy, thank you. Ryan, it is time for us to bring up our next session and speaker. We'll see you later, Stormy.
Absolutely. Thank you, Stormy. We have Heidi, who's going to come on next and share Wakelet in SEL and STEM. So,
Hi, Heidi.
welcome.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys? It's
We're
so
doing
good
great.
to be with you guys. Ryan
It's so good
and
to be with
Tisha.
you. Where are you tuning in from today, Heidi?
So I am from Ellaville, Georgia. You know, one red light town. We're so proud of that one red light. We are so excited about being with you guys and to follow Stormy Daniels. Oh my gosh, she was truly amazing. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and I'm going to talk to you about some passions that I have. So I'm hopefully sharing the whole screen. Let's see if I can do this, maybe. Let's see here. Sorry, y'all.
No worries.
Okay. So can you see that?
We are getting that screen up now and we can
go.
see it, Heidi. So you're good to go.
So why you should use Wakelet in SEL and STEAM. So I have to tell you a little bit about myself first. So I am Heidi Gooden and I work for Chattahoochee Flint RESA in Georgia. And so I actually serve 17 different school districts in their STEM and STEAM needs as the STEM STEAM coordinator. And so I'm a firm believer in the fact that SEL and STEM just go hand in hand. And why in the world would you not use SEL and STEM or STEAM in conjunction with Wakelet? Because it all comes together. And I hopefully am going to show you how all of it comes together and how if we utilize it all together, the collaboration and the community that we are striving for so desperately across the globe will just explode, and we'll all get to work together and work for the betterment of our students. When I think about STEM and STEAM, of course, I have to think about, you know, those 5 C's of, you know, 21st century learning, critical thinking, creativity, communication, collaboration, and citizenship. And you cannot think of Wakelet without also thinking about those 5 C's, thinking about critical thinking, thinking about the creativity that comes along with Wakelet, thinking about the communication aspect. You know, if we learned anything from the pandemic, we learned that we can reach across the globe from never leaving our homes or never leaving our schools. And we can bring wonderful minds together to learn so much from one another. And so that community communication aspect that Wakelet brings to education and to the world in general, you know, it just goes hand in hand with STEM and SEL. And then the collaboration, you know, that's what I love about Wakelet is the collaboration factor. I love that I can reach out to Amy, or I can reach out to Ryan, or I can reach out to Tisha, or I can reach out to Stormy and get ideas from her. And I don't have to, you know, just feel like I'm in a silo. We are not in a silo if we're working with Wakelet. We are not in a silo when we are working in a STEM classroom or a STEAM classroom. And we bring it all together, and it definitely is social emotional learning at its best, The collaboration, as I said, is so important, but just the citizenship, just being a good person, promoting that kindness, promoting that wonderful mindset for the world and globally. It just goes hand in hand. So that's the 5 C's of STEM and STEAM. But you know, we also have the components of social emotional learning and SEL. And so with SEL, if you think about that with Wakelet, and you think about self-awareness and your spot in the world in conjunction with everyone else, and how you can work together with everyone else. You know, self-management. What can I do to make the world better? What can I do to put out their own Wakelet to help any other educators, to help any other parents, to help any other students with what they might be focusing on? Responsible decision making in SEL. You know, it's just so important to have those aspects and to make, you know, those good decisions, and to teach our students how to make those good decisions. You know, in SEL, you have relationship skills, and I just think that that goes hand in hand with what I just talked about with collaboration, communication, and citizenship with the 5 C's. I just, you know, it's so important how we have to bring our minds around the fact that it all comes together in one accord, and we all are a better person or a better group of people for it, bringing it all together. And then finally, social awareness. You know, we all have to make this world a better place to live in. And through utilizing STEM practices with social emotional learning and bringing it all together through Wakelet is an amazing feat. I just think it's an amazing factor. So I actually shared my Wakelet collection on SEL and STEM. And so I'm just going to go there. Now, as I told you earlier, I actually have the pleasure of working with 17 different school districts. And so with my job, or with, I don't even consider it a job, because I've worked here for 6 years. I've worked in education for 30 years, and I've never had a day of work. I've had a day of blessing, and a day of just every day has been, you know, just refreshing for me as a person, because I get to work with students and teachers. But in this collection, you will see that I've added some resources. And so it's just different resources that might help my 17 districts, or might help people across the globe, and their connection to how they can make STEM and SEL, social emotional learning, one in their schools. So I have several different articles first listed. And then after the articles that are listed, it then goes down into different resources that you can pull from also. So that's what I love about Wakelet, is how easy it is just to add those resources all the time, and to just, you know, get resources from other people and just share it. And so you'll also see that after my articles, I also have videos that, you know, also enhance the idea of bringing STEM and SEL together. I also have different Wakelet collections that I have used with all of my districts that I serve on STEM and STEAM activities and STEM and STEAM ideas that they could use. So you can see, and that's another thing that I love about Wakelet, is that I can then also take my collections that I've worked on and gotten together and bring them into that SEL aspect, bring that into another collection that might be needed or might be used. So you'll see that in my Dare to STEM collection that I've used all year long, that I add to all year long, I have all different types of activities, videos. I might even have instructions. of different ways that teachers could utilize STEM lessons in their classroom to address various standards. But also it's not anything that I'm just hoarding on my own. I don't want to be in a silo. I want to get it out there to everyone. And that's what I love about Wakelet, because you can share it with everyone. I'm going to go back to my SEL collection, and you'll notice too that I even have the SEL and Wakelet collection that goes into, what is social emotional learning? And it pulls from those awesome curators, those awesome Wakelet ambassadors who have also added these social emotional learning resources. And it's just so awesome that you can just pull from these different collections of these great minded people and bring it all together to share with the world, to share globally. Although I might be in one red light town, I have access to the world of educators through Wakelet. And so if you see that you can just pull in those social emotional learning aspects, as well as your STEM content, your STEM activities, your STEM brainstormings, your growth mindset, you can just bring it all together, and you have a wonderful plethora of ideas and opportunities that you can share with educators, you can share with teachers, you can share with students, you can share with parents. And it just truly makes the world a better place. So this collection is shared with you guys in the presentation and also in the resources. But I also have another collection, and this just kind of reiterates the fact, this graphic that I have right here right now talks about SEL and it talks about STEM and how it brings it all together. But my computer screen right now is encompassed through Wakelet also. And so Wakelet is the tool that we can utilize to just share and get all of this out to our students, to our teachers that we work with, to other educators across the globe, and to our parents, and let them know the importance of what we're doing and sharing what we're doing with them. So they never have to have a Wakelet, they never have to have, a Wakelet login, but they have access to see what we're doing and why it's so important and how it is really going to change the world of education. I also think that it's just so important. And, I've been watching the 12-hour marathon and just learning from so many people. But it's just like Steve Sherman said earlier today, we all have to come together. We all have to come together. And what a better way of coming together through Community Week and sharing all of our wonderful ideas, all of our great resources with one another, and to have Wakelet give us this opportunity is just amazing. And I'm just so thankful. I'm just so thankful for Wakelet, for all of the guys there who just put this forward, and it's free for educators. And I just, that's just so huge. That's just so huge that we can all work together. And if you didn't hear from Steve Sherman this morning and you're going to ISTE, that global collaboration that he's talking about that we're going to have for 2023 ISTE, I'm so excited about that. I'm just ready for Philadelphia right now, and I can't wait. Last year at ISTE, when we got to see everybody for the first time since the pandemic, it was just so great that our great minds can come together. So that's why, when I think about Wakelet, and I think about social emotional learning, and I think about STEM, I think about unlimited potential when you bring them all together, because you really have a way to change the world. You really have a way to open students' eyes. You validate students' emotion. You connect with the real world. You're helping students utilize and make responsible decisions, and you're celebrating those students and where they're going to be in the world. And you celebrate one another and the success that we have as educators, one another. So that's why I just think it's so important to have Wakelet in social emotional learning as well as with STEM and STEAM education, because you truly do have unlimited potentials. I did have a link also that will go out to all of my collections for everyone. And it's pulling up. My Wi-Fi just got really, really slow. But as you can tell, because I do work with 17 different school districts on a daily basis, I have lots and lots of connections or collections that help enrich those different content standards for those teachers. And I just love the fact that Wakelet allows me to have those collections and to keep those collections and to be so easily utilized and so readily accessible that it's just a matter of clicking, copy, paste, and it's there in a collection for you. And I just think that that in itself is just so important. I think it's just, you know, it's just a great thing that Wakelet has and has offered us all. And I'm just thankful for Wakelet. I'm thankful for, you know, the education, the educators that are just pouring their work out for free and making us all one. And I'm just very proud of that. So that is all that I have today. Last year I went over, and this year I timed myself. So I wouldn't go over.
We're so thankful for you. I just want to say that the team is here watching your session, and I want to really just speak on behalf of them. We are so thankful for you as well. I know Ryan has at least one question, so I'm going to shoot the mic over to him so he can ask you.
I do, Heidi. I felt this deep down in my soul because before joining the Wakelet team, I was a member of a BOCES in New York State. So I had 22 component school districts to help support. And I just wondered if your results were similar to mine when I was sharing resources out there. What was the response to those component districts that you were supporting when you shared out a Wakelet? Were they receptive? Did they think it was interesting? Like, what were the thoughts you've received?
They were so thankful and so amazed. And because it's, you know, teachers don't have a lot of time to research new pedagogical practices. They don't have enough time to get to what is the best strategy used right now that we need to focus on. And so when I send out Wakelet collection links, they are just like, thank you, thank you, thank you, because they don't have to spend hours upon hours looking for those resources. You know, that's what I love about Wakelet. It's just a click away. In my districts, you know, we have workshops throughout the school year. And so when we make Wakelet collections, and you can just continue to add to that and add to that and add to that, and teachers have access to that, they think it's amazing. So I have found that they love it.
That's great. No, and I'm glad I found the same thing when I was being, you know, supporting those districts. And I just echoing Tisha's sentiment, you know, we're glad to have you, and thank you for sharing all of your materials and resources today. And yeah, have a great rest of your community week.
Thank you so much. And hopefully I'll see you at ISTE.
You will see us at ISTE.
Yes. All right. Have a great day.
No problem.
Bye-bye.
So next up, we have a digital shelf for libraries.
With Heidi. Heidi, are you there? Katrina, sorry, with Katrina. I'm so sorry. See, I'm still on Heidi's session. Katrina, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hey, Katrina, we can hear you. Welcome. I don't know if there's a delay, but we're going to let you go. So we're just
I
going to
am
let you take
lagging a
over,
little bit
okay?
on my end, but hopefully I'm coming out clear, and I'll be able to share all that I have for you guys today. So honored to be here. Okay. All right. So my name is Katrina Fasella, and I'm the proud media specialist at Pembroke Lakes Elementary School. We are in sunny South Florida, but it's not so sunny today. It's raining right in time for summer. And so what I'm going to talk to you guys about is how you can use Wakelet in your library. So I'm going to use the term librarian, media specialist interchangeably. So whatever comes out is going to come out. But we are the only ones in our building, and we need to communicate with parents, students, stakeholders, and what better way to do that than using Wakelet? I actually was like, how much time do I have? Because I use Wakelet all the time. I wear my Wakelet ambassador shirt all the time at school, and my students are like, do you work for them? I'm like, no, I don't, but I love Wakelet. So without further ado, let's get started. I think in the chat is going to be my Canva presentation. You can just DM me and I will get you any of this information or share anything that I have. So I'm going to be going over these three main components: newsletter, how you can collaborate using Wakelet with parents, with other librarians, with your students, and then my favorite at the end is student choice. Okay, it's thought, oh, the librarian is reading books to the kids. Yes, we are reading books, but there's just so much more that goes on other than just reading books to the students. So where I like to put all my information in is in a Wakelet newsletter. So as you can see here, I take one, sometimes I call it the month, sometimes I call it, that season. It all depends on what I come up with that day. But in that newsletter is where I put all the information of what is happening in the library. And I love Wakelet Spaces. If you have not used Wakelet Spaces, it is a must. Once you start building in Wakelet, you need to use Wakelet Spaces because it just keeps all your information organized. So I have all these newsletters in one space. And then where do I share it? So I share my Wakelets on my Clever portal. So our district, we use Clever, and I'm able to, all those arrows right there, that's all the Wakelets that I have on my Clever page so that students can see. I have a book survey, I have it on a Wakelet. My newsletter, it's on a Wakelet. SSYRA, I'm going to talk about that a little bit more in a little bit, but it's a Wakelet. The national parks, that's a Wakelet. It has such a short little URL. I just drop it everywhere. And my students know to go to my Clever page, so I always post my Wakelets there. Instead of putting all these websites, put it on a Wakelet, put the Wakelet on my Clever page, and that's where they know to go. Another thing that we use at my school for newsletters is we use Sway. So our principal puts all this
So it looks like
information.
We have a little bit of a tech
Sway
issue.
that we
So we're gonna give Katrina a chance to restart on this so she can come back in. So we're gonna work through that. I'm gonna see if Ryan can join me for just a second. Hey, Ryan.
How's it going, Tish?
How are you? You know what I love about technology is that we are using it on a daily basis, and it's always when we are presenting live that something goes wrong. I know some of you in the chat are hearing that same technical issue. Ryan, we're just going to fill some space, and we're going to give Katrina some time to readjust and maybe refresh. But let's talk about the Student Ambassador Program for just a second.
Yeah, the Student Ambassador Program, one of the best ways to start teaching your students some digital citizenship skills, to think outside of the bubbles where they are used to living and staying, and not being able to, think outside on a worldly manner. And this program is available to our schools and to our users around the world. And this is something that is able to be shared with your students. They have tasks to complete. They can earn micro badges and share it out. And then at the very end, they've got 6 of these really amazing tasks that they've created that help build a wonderful portfolio. And I know I've helped to direct some districts to help work through that process, and just seeing what the students were able to do was mind-blowing. And it's built in and something that students can take advantage of right away.
It's really interesting that a lot of LMS, as Katrina was saying, library media specialists, librarians, a lot of those roles are using that Student Ambassador Program with their students, their student helpers. A lot of schools, will give students an elective, and so they're in the library helping those library media specialists. I think it's a really, really great point that you don't have to be a teacher to do this. It can be whatever role you're in. And you answered the question. It was like you were reading my mind. I was going to ask you who can sign up their students to do the Student Ambassador Program. And clearly you've already answered that. It really can be anybody. And so if you're interested in supporting a digital citizenship initiative in your school, in your classroom, in your district, make sure that you are looking into that Student Ambassador Program. I did that myself. It really empowered those students. And Ryan, I'm actually getting a note here that Katrina is back. So we're going to let her come back on and finish up.
All right.
Or she's gone again.
I was just going to say, while we wait for Katrina to come back in, I thought it was great about yesterday during that digital citizenship session when someone said, it's great to celebrate Digital Citizenship Week. But when you think about your school and your students, it's great to put those practices into place throughout the whole course of the year. And it's not just, yes, you can celebrate it for a week, but these are the students who are growing up in an increasingly digital age, where everything that they're doing is leaving the digital footprints and the pieces of themselves behind. So getting that information out to the students as quickly and as efficiently as possible, this platform allows you to take care of that throughout the year in any course and in any area that it fits.
Absolutely. I agree. I mean, it was like I told Stormy, right? We're all content creators. Our students are creating content, whether we want to accept the fact of that or not, but they are. And I'm going to accept the fact, Ryan, that Katrina is actually back with us now.
Yes, we are.
There she is. Katrina, are you ready? I don't know if she can hear me, but Ryan, you can hear me, right?
I can hear you. Yep.
Katrina, are you there? Maybe Katrina, she hasn't muted, which actually would. Hey,
I'm so sorry.
I'm still not sure if we have her fully here. Katrina, can you hear me now?
It's coming in and out.
Oh, we got the thumbs up. Did you hear us now? Yep. There we go.
Katrina, you're back in business whenever you are ready.
Okay. I am so sorry. I think there's definitely problems with the Wi-Fi, but I think also my have
I want her to hear me because it's okay. Listen, we've all been in this position, Katrina. We're going to stay here with you and support you just in case. So feel free to go ahead. I'm going to mute myself, Ryan, and we're going to let her go ahead and present.
Okay. All right. So collaboration. I just, I share my Sunshine State Young Readers. That's what we have here. In the state of Florida. It's an award list. I'm sure many states have an award list of books that they want to get across to with our Sunshine State Young Award readers. And I didn't start this, myself. I copied somebody. Let me look back to see when I copied this. And it's from one of my fellow media specialists, Kimberly McState books. And then I went ahead on that every time since. Every time I go ahead and I make sure that you can copy. Again, as a librarian, we're the only ones in the school. We need to share what we have so that we're not overworking or doing twice over the work that we need to do. So sharing or collaboration is
Okay, I think we've lost her one more time. Ryan, are you still there with me?
I'm always here with you.
Okay. Collaboration. I know Ella's sharing Katrina's screen for us so that we can kind of see that. So we have a couple of minutes. Maybe we can just discuss a little bit about the collaboration. But in the chat, we're asking you, have you created collections on Wakelet that you've used as a template and copied to reuse? So tell us if you've done that. What is your favorite template to copy? What is your favorite collaboration activity, whether that is with students or with teachers? Let us know in the chat so we can discuss that with you. Ryan, what was your favorite template when you were in the classroom?
I think the first one that resonated with me is the one that I still use even in demos and workshops today is the student playlist, right? It creates so many different use cases. First off, it's low entry point. So everybody has a favorite song at the current moment. So it's easy for anybody to contribute something. You get the power of YouTube's integration, so they can bring in that music video. It's visual, it's appealing. But on the other end, like you're tying in the SEL component because your students just collaborated together to make this a really amazing classroom playlist that when you're doing busy work or anything else in the classroom, you can pop that song on and like little Jimmy over there, he's like, that's my song. And like, Johnny, here comes yours. And it's just great to have that ability to bring everybody together in a single location, share something that they love and they care about. And it was easy, right? There was no anxiety that was induced. It's just your favorite song. How
Absolutely.
about you?
Well, what I wanted to say was that activity is actually in the Student Ambassador Program. So those of you, I saw Jackie Kavanaugh was saying she wanted to look into that. That is one of those activities that we have for the students, but it just makes a lot of fun. I did that same collection, and I actually took those same songs from the Wakelet collection, collaborating with students, and then I pulled them into an Apple Music playlist so that I could pop it on wherever I was. So I think that was a really, really great idea. It looks like we have Katrina. You are back with us. Can you hear me? I always think she's going to say yes, and then I don't hear from her. Okay, subplans is actually what I was going to talk about, Ryan. So you asked me what my favorite template was. I remember really being frustrated when I would leave lesson plans for my subs. A lot of you out there watching know that districts will not allow those substitutes the district technology access to any of that. So it was very difficult to bridge that communication gap. So the subplan template is actually my favorite. So I love that Katrina has included this here in her presentation. The great thing about it is you can put that lesson plan, that subplan inside of that collection, and you can share that QR code. Ryan, you know, every sub that walks into a classroom should have their phone with them, and they don't have to have a Wakelet account to access or view. And now they can keep those students on track with their learning. Again, student choice. Did you have any favorites, favorite templates, Ryan, for student choice?
I don't know. I created a couple that I had utilized. They were choice boards that I saw in the templates section. So utilizing the column view. But when I was teaching and instructing on, you know, coding with Fortnite Creative, letting students pick from one of the 6 or 7 different coding activities, and I'm put inside of there, similar to Stormy had. We had some videos that were not nearly as great as hers were, but we had some videos in there that would lead into the lesson. Like, here's what you're going to be doing. Here's what you're going to be accomplishing. Put the PDF of the instructions in there for students. And then we tied in the YouTube video. So if anybody who was more of a visual coder, they could watch a little bit of the coding in action, click pause, go to the screen, do it on their own, right? See the result and go back, look at more and build on it that way. So for me, it was the choice board activity that really allowed students to go in and pick, you know, which activity fit them the best. If they were musically inclined, they could pick the music activity, scavenger hunt, treasure hunt, those kind of activities.
Sure. No, I think student choice is really important. I was just thinking when I was in the classroom, I really let my students have a blank canvas. That was their choice. So I gave them a collection and said, this can be whatever you want it to be. And of course, a lot of you have seen Nora's collection of her graphic designs where she started creating different graphics because she wanted to be better at graphic design. I love that they can have a blank canvas, but you know, Ryan, one of the things I noticed is that students were hesitant about that empty blank canvas because they've been so used to being told exactly what to put in those collections. So I felt like that was a big challenge for my students. I was giving them too much choice because they weren't used to that. So I think Wakelet really is great at really meeting your students wherever they are. So for Ryan, those choice boards, I know those are really popular. But for me, I love to just leave it open-ended because I don't think that we have enough time and space for creativity. So I don't know. Do you have any more additions that you want to add to this, or should we get our next guest ready? Because she is in the green room, Ryan.
I think because of the time, I think we are ready to roll with our next speaker. So we do have Patricia, who is ready to speak about accessibility, Wakelet's lineup for all learners.
Hey, Patricia, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We're so excited. You're going to be talking accessibility, correct?
Yes.
We're ready. We are ready. The stage is yours.
Okay, I'm going to be presenting here. Just a second. I'm sorry. I was not prepared. You came on really quick.
That's how we roll, right? We just dive right in.
Yes, okay. Let me get my window here. And yes, can you see my screen?
So I see your screen and we are pulling it up right now. There it is.
Okay, great. All right. Hello, everyone. Super. Patricia. Okay, I'm Patricia Ferris, and I am an instructional technology coach from the Learning Technology Center of Illinois. I've been a long time user of Wakelet and learn new ways to use the tools all the time within Wakelet. So I'm really, really excited to be here to share with you all about one of my favorite tools. I have the privilege of working with some amazing teachers and students in a special education co-op, and they are everyday superheroes. I'm just amazed at what they do and how much they do every day. So today I'm going to share with you some of the ways that we use Wakelet to increase accessibility to learning for all students. So let's get started. Here's my bit.ly if you want to get a hold of the Wakelet here that I'm showing today. And the first thing I want to talk about is how can we use Wakelet in the special education community. One thing that I know that a lot of teachers that I work with do is create a visual schedule that they post on their walls, or they might have in a Google Doc. So you can use Wakelet to create a visual schedule. So here I just have one created here. I know that when teachers create the visual schedule, they always have an image of the clock, time, the analog and the digital time, and then an image that goes along with that schedule, that time of the day. So here I have I made these on the math learning tool. So that is, I put a link down here on the tips. And let me show you just really quickly how I use that. On the math learning tool, the math clock, I added a clock right here with free moving hands, or the geared hands, sorry. And then I put this right here. I added text here, and that's when you can add in the time. So I can put in time here, oops. And then I can create the color that I want for that time, and then done. Here, I can always increase that text size by clicking the A's here to change the text size of that, center it. And then I can also add another text box for the event or the activity that students will be participating in. So here I can change the color and then click done and then move it up here. So that's how I created those activities, the clocks, and then I just took a screenshot and then embedded it into, or uploaded the images into the Wakelet. So here you can see that I used the grid view because I wanted those pictures. I wanted to emulate as much as possible what you see in a classroom. So in order to do that, we had the clock image on the left and the activity image on the right. So that is, and then we just used Google Draw sometimes if I wanted specific images. Of course, if you're going to use Google Images, you want to make sure that you're using that Creative Commons license. So here's some free images, links that I put in there, and some tips on how to create this visual schedule. So the next thing that we like to use Wakelet for is to build some social stories. I know that some of the teachers that I work with, and one of my very good friends who's an autism specialist, introduced me to social stories a while ago, and I didn't even know what those were until I started working with my other learning partner. And it was incredible because it really shows the students like what to expect and some of the language that they can use. And I wish that I had this knowledge when I was raising my son, who is now in his 20s, and he has autism too. So this would have been super helpful. But social stories is a trademark from Carol Gray. And you use social stories to help students anticipate kind of what to expect in certain situations and some of the language that they use. So here I created a social story with, as you can see, the media. I wanted the media layout because the compact layout just makes the images too small. And this was super helpful for the students because it's in a linear fashion. They have the text here. And of course, you can use the immersive reader to read that text aloud here. And then they have the image. So again, I used images from icons. I used Google Draw, and you can use Canva, of course, all of those different tools that are embedded in here. So here's one on what to do when I want to throw things. I added a GIF or GIF, however you say those. And I love that Wakelet has all of those different tools that you can add right in here. And you have so many choices to choose from and how you want to add an image. So here, when I get mad, I hit people, I throw things. This one I used from the flat icon or noun projects. And then yell and cry. I use these pictures from Canva. So I love that you can just add a Canva, create Canva right here with an image designed with Canva right away. It takes you there, puts it right in for you. If I act that way, I can get in trouble, and other kids won't be my friend anymore. I used Canva for this as well because I wanted 2 different pictures to add in there. A lot of times I can't find pictures that I really want in there, so I have to go ahead and create my own, but I love the Canva integration with that. So now I'm using a little GIF. I take a deep breath when I get mad. I can also ask the teacher to take a break and go for a walk. So this one's from the Nagham project. Get a drink of water, put my head down. I use Google Drawings for this because I wanted 2 different pictures or images in there. And then I tell my friends I'm mad right now and I'm going to use my words and soon I'll feel all better. So this is a great way to use Wakelet. Yes, this is a great way to use Wakelet for creating a social story. And I just love the social stories really help with so many different situations. It can help students get ready for a field trip. It can help situations that students get ready for to know what to expect. So it calms them and helps them just really be prepared. And then also helps with behaviors, of course. So here are some tips on how to use that. And the next Wakelet that I created was sensory experiences. A lot of students with disabilities have some different sensory needs. And here, I use the column layout. I love, when this first came out, I was like, column layout. I love it so much because that's just how my brain works. I love putting things and organizing things in lists and columns. So I added some different categories for different sensory experiences. And from these, I would say, I wouldn't present it to a student like this. The other 2, I'd give it, give the links to the students or put it up on a shared classroom in Google Classroom or whatever. But for this sensory experience, because it's too much choice for students with disabilities, I would use the resources in here to just kind of pick and choose, and then you can personalize that sensory experience Wakelet for each student. And depending on what they need, I've started some here. And, of course, these are all, I've made them all available for you to make a copy. But we have visual, sensory, auditory, brain breaks. I have to go all the way down here. Interactive play. Oh my goodness. I kind of got lost making this board because I wanted to go and play with everything that was in here. But check out the interactive play. The Scribble Diffusion, one of my colleagues introduced me to that a couple of months ago, and I love it. So I like to play around with that a lot. And then, of course, we have the 360 interactive views here, the tour of the White House, and Mount Rushmore. I didn't realize those were even out there until I was doing a search, but kids can get lost, if they need a little break, or if you're a great way to introduce a topic that you'll be studying is using these interactive 360 views. And then also the live streams on here. So this is a sensory experience. Like I said, again, a tip that I would have for that is create a personalized sensory experience Wakelet for your students that need that break sometimes. If they have that, they just get overstimulated in class. What I like too is the brain breaks. There's some yoga in there, the calm, the breathing where it's just the dot that helps you take a breath in and inhale, exhale, and some calming rooms. I'm sure you have seen all of those out there. And then these were interesting to me. These visual sensory, they're just like hours of lava lamps and laser. This one kind of got my eyes a little crazy, but if some students need that or can handle that, that's a good one. Underwater, just really calming underwater views. Like it says right here, 11 hours of video. So anyway, that is the sensory experience. And here, the next one is using Wakelet for daily check-ins. So SEL check-ins. This one I love because I think, you can use whatever layout works best for your students, but it's fun to just have this maybe on a weekly basis, have one Wakelet per week, or you can just have one Wakelet all year and just change out the daily check-ins. But here, I love that Wakelet has so many options that really allows for that voice and choice for students to respond in different ways. I think that these daily check-ins, when students respond all in one Wakelet, they can see it kind of builds that community for students. And it's a great, like I said, it's a great way to offer that voice and choice. And there's so many different ways now. I love that newest update with adding book creator in there. That's a game changer. So anyway, here's some sample check-in prompts, and then some of the ways that you can have students respond. So I also love Mote so much. So I use Mote to record a voice note for the daily prompt. And if you click on this, you can kind of listen to me. I won't play it right now, but the way that you use that is that here's a directions on embedding Mote audio into Mote. So I can simply click on my Mote extension and then record a voice note right here. I'm recording a voice note right now. And then when you are done, you just click the check mark here, and then you can copy that link and then put it right in to your Wakelet. And then I love how it just, I said I wasn't going to play that because now it's loud, but I just love that it shows right there in that grid. And students can just click play and listen to each other's responses. Here's a little link for you to sign up for a 60-day free trial if you want to choose that. I also haven't played around with Flip for a while and did not realize that you could record just your audio on here. So I put another prompt up here, choose an animal you're feeling like, and then I use the Flip extension here. You can just click right out, and then created this Flip audio version, and just my voice is recorded. You know, I have a lot of students that I work with that are super shy and they don't want to see their face on the video. So they can now go ahead and make their Flip audio. Maybe that was a thing, but you know, like I said, I haven't played around with it for a while. I answered the check-in with I said I felt like a rabbit because I was really nervous and excited at the same time. So you can see the rabbit hopping away. Use the GIF on that. And then you can also add just an image. Also, another daily prompt was what sound describes how you're feeling today. I used the Flip. I didn't have my makeup on this morning, so I just wanted to put my little emoji face on there so you didn't have to see my face. But I love that students, it just gives them that kind of confidence, and they're more able to just kind of share their thoughts, and if they don't have to show their face, right? A lot of us adults are like that too. So, and then here I put in my noise or my sound that I feel most likely right now at this moment was, well, this was a couple hours ago, feeling calm. So like the ocean waves just kind of crashing on there. And then what ice cream flavor do you like today? I use the Scribble Diffusion to respond. So if you don't know what that is, it's just a website that you can create a new scribble. So if you want to, you can click on this, and you see how that image is pretty close to what I drew, right? So if you draw something, let's see, I mean, this was here, so I can click go. And then what it will do is create a digital image of your drawing. And so students can do that and then select copy the link so it looks pretty similar to what was drawn. And then they can go ahead and add in that their creation. And then I also use the auto draw to create my ice cream flavor, and then also click that link to add in there. So I think that's an excellent way for students to kind of share their ideas and their individualization. And I would be, as a teacher, so excited to see all of their different responses. And what a fun collection to have. You could even put this as a collection at the end of the year, all your fun daily check-ins into one Wakelet. And then what book creator do you feel like today? I have them they can use YouTube to find a video of their favorite character and then share that out. And wouldn't that be fun as a reading center later on for the students to then access? So the last one, and there's a lot of other ideas. I just didn't have time to put them all in today. But my last one I wanted to share with you is using Wakelet to support literacy. In my previous life, I was a literacy reading interventionist and literacy coach. That is like very dear and near to my heart. I think Wakelet is a perfect way to use to support that science of reading, our big five, right? So one way is to increase vocabulary. And I'm thinking like similar to like a Freyer model. If you're familiar with that, just adding a word. So if you provide a word, can't see all of that. So if you provide a word, the students can then underneath that word. So you write the word as the heading, and then they can add in an antonym, a synonym, and they can use images for that, and then write a sentence using the text, the icon. So you can also then add images if you're introducing new vocabulary for a story. You can add images and give some videos and all that to kind of provide that background knowledge of the vocabulary, so that wouldn't be a stumbling block for them once you introduce a unit or a text or a book. Also using for fluency and comprehension, embedding books. I love this from Book Creator because you can have it read right within it. So I love this. So they don't have to go outside. You can embed that book right in there, and the students can listen to that. And if you didn't know, there's so many great books to support special education in Book Creator as well. There's some books with sign language, some great ideas in there for your students. And then for phonics and phonemic awareness, you can add images and then have the students use mode or flip to say the sounds and the words of the image. And then for phonics, adding word lists, what a great way to practice your sight words and your decodable text sentences, and then have them use the flipper mode to record themselves reading or signing. I have a couple of teachers that use, recording videos to sign back and communicate and provide that feedback, right? And I also added this resource, the FCR Student Center Activities, because this is organized in the Big Five and also by grade levels. So if you click on that, you can use, if you're like, oh, I don't really know what kind of resources to use with Wakelet, and put it inside Wakelet for my students to kind of learn the phonics words or the text or vocabulary and all that. Well, this is already organized for you. It's been around a long time, but this was a go-to resource for me when I was providing reading intervention. And then fluency, vocabulary, and grammar, pasting the text. So my teachers use ULS, the Unique Learning System, and there's text within there. And sometimes, some of them don't have access to the online portion. It doesn't read those words aloud to you. So we can paste and text that, or copy and paste the text in Wakelet. And then I love this immersive reader feature. I mean, then the students can have it read aloud to them. They can set the pace. And then for grammar too, my goodness, this is amazing. They can have those highlight the different word parts that you are studying. And then of course you have line focus in there as well. So different, reading it by line or a couple lines. And my favorite part of this is the picture dictionary, because it is by Boardmaker. So you can have those read aloud. And the images come from Boardmaker. So if you don't know about that, it's the PCS, the picture communication symbols. There is a paid license to that, but you can also apply for a free license to use for your own use. Of course, you can't use that to sell things, but that's a great tool, because I know a lot of my special education teachers use Boardmaker images to create those daily visual schedules and all of those things. And the last thing is to embed some YouTube video shorts or sections of videos, writing those questions, having students be able to respond those questions in their own individualized way, and using that immersive reader to help support that language. So that is it. I'm going to be adding a few more things later on, but another couple of ideas would be like to use Wakelet for your IEP profiles when you're building those profiles and assessments for your students.
Patricia, you had so many incredible ideas, and I will just tell you that I was writing notes. I don't even know that I have questions. I feel like I was writing so many notes down that I have to go back and look, because your ideas were incredible. I do want to take a couple of minutes to talk about your interactive play, the sensory experience. It reminded me of what Diane Wilson does with calming rooms. And I immediately, as you were showcasing that, thinking, I think I need to go to the sensory experience tonight. And so I'm going to do that. I'm going to go look at your collection and interact with that. But I have a question. As you were talking, I want to know more about the Scribble tool. So can you explain exactly what that is? How could Ryan and I start using that? What do we need to do? Do you feel like it's super easy and intuitive? Give us just a really quick summary of this tool.
Yeah, so the Scribble tool is it's kind of like Google. Well, it's not really like Google Draw, but you draw what you want on the panel, and then you type in what you're trying to draw. So like I drew that ice cream cone, so I put a hand holding a 2-scoop ice cream cone. And so it generates kind of a digital image of what you're trying to explain and draw. And then it comes up with something very, very similar to it, as you can see on the booklet.
I love that.
That's amazing. That is
since you brought it up, we have to ask everybody else, put some answers in the chat. What is the favorite ice cream flavor?
Coffee. Anything coffee or anything.
Coffee. And I want to tell you also, Patricia, that you brought up the controversial GIF or GIF. So we had a whole conversation while you were presenting on that, but it seems like the majority of people who were answering are team GIF. So that is good. We're so excited that you joined us today. Ryan and I are really excited that we got to host you and learn from you. And so all of you in the chat, make sure you go check out Patricia's resources. Go to that sensory experience, go take some of her ideas and keep learning with her. And she's even going to add more later. So, I mean, I didn't even know that would be possible, Patricia, but we thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
See you later. Bye. So Ryan, who do we have up next?
Next up, we have, I believe, a fellow Pennsylvanian, which is amazing. I love when Pennsylvania gets any kind of spotlight. But we have Mariah, who's going to talk to us about strengthening your school community with Wakelet. So Mariah, welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here with all of you.
It's good to be here with you. Are you ready to get started? Because we're ready to learn.
I'm super excited. I love talking about Wakelet and I love sharing about our school. So I'm very excited to sit and chat with you for the next 15 minutes or so.
Absolutely.
And you are from Pennsylvania, see?
I am from Pennsylvania, just outside of Hershey, Pennsylvania. So chocolate capital of the world. That is about 10 miles from my house.
Nice. And I'm on the other end over by Erie. So the complete opposite.
Fantastic. I'm headed in your general direction soon. I'm headed to Pittsburgh in a little bit.
Nice.
Yeah. Right. One of our favorite places to go for sure.
I love the bird.
Right.
Trust me.
For sure. All right, friends, I'm super excited to be with you here today to talk about Wakelet. I love Wakelet. I have been a big Wakelet fan for maybe the last 5 or 6 years. And I've been an ambassador since the beginning of the ambassador program. And it's such an honor to be with you today to talk about the way that we've used Wakelet in our school to enhance our school community, to enhance our lessons, to enhance our instruction. And there's so much that I'm going to try and squeeze into this time period. So I'm going to apologize for going quickly, but I really want to make sure that we touch all of the cool things that Wakelet can do for you in your schools. So how do we use Wakelet in our school? We use Wakelet to tell our story. The QR code in the bottom corner will get you access to the slides, and that'll be in the chat too, popping up here. But we just wanted to share with you that telling our story is so important, and we all know the value of telling our story, right? We all know that if we don't tell our story, someone else is going to tell it for us, and we want to be the one who is leading that discussion and talking about our story and talking about what amazing things are happening in our schools. And so we use Wakelet a lot to tell our story. We're the experts in our school. We are the experts of what's happening in our classrooms. And we know our stakeholders the best. We know our stakeholders. We know what they're looking for. We know what they expect from us. And so for us to be able to take that time to tell our story is so important. And Wakelet is an awesome tool in which to do that. Wakelet allows us to do a lot of things. So in our school, we were able to curate our social media content. So my journey with Wakelet started with a big push to start using social media in really positive ways to keep our families informed with what we were doing, to keep them connected to our school, connected to our community, to reach out and gather support for some of the amazing things that were happening in our school. And so being able to curate our social media content was something that I felt really strongly about. And I wanted to be able to take tweets from Twitter and posts from Instagram and things from Facebook and collect them all in one space. And Wakelet gave me the vessel to do that. And so every Friday before I used to leave my office, I would collect all of our social media posts from a week and put them in a collection. And then we would send it out to our families. It was great because it was like a one-stop shop. That's how I've always talked about Wakelet. It was a space where we could collect all of our goodies, all of our information, all of the awesome things that happened in our school and put it in one place. So parents didn't have to have a Facebook account. They didn't have to have a Twitter account. They didn't have to have an Instagram account. They could come to Wakelet and get all that information just from my Wakelet page. And it was a really great place for us to communicate with our families. We could also curate any special events that were happening. So we host a mini-thon in our school for the last 14 years. And it was a great place to curate all of those pictures and events and tweets and posts from that evening. It was also a really cool place for us. We have something called Falcon Flex, which is our professional development model, which is a whole other presentation. I'm super passionate about that as well. But our Falcon Flex sessions, I was able to curate those. So as we talked about things that we were learning or posting or including in our professional learning model, we were able to post it to Wakelet in a collection as well. And so that was a really cool space to be able to use the things we wanted to share, the learning we wanted to promote. It was a great space for us to share those ideas as well. How else do we use Wakelet? We use Wakelet to talk about who we are. So after a few years of using Wakelet, I was really just moved to share our story in a different way, to share our story in a way so that families knew who we are, knew what we expected, and we were launching new ideas and had new initiatives. And we talked about the importance of our community and Falcon Friday, which is when we all wear blue and gray, and Falcon Flex, which is our professional learning model, and how do you navigate middle school, which was such an important part of the communication we wanted to have with families. And so we took the time and we actually started to share those things with our families through Wakelet. And so I created a school Wakelet page. And so everything found on this page, from our counselors and our learning center and our makerspace to our student assistance program and our handbook and our parent organization, our parent school partners, it gave us a safe space to put all of this really great information for our families. So again, one-stop shop. It gave us a place where families could go if they went to either my Wakelet page or to our CCMS Wakelet page. It gave them one place to go to get lots of information about who we were, what we do, what our expectations were, what we were hoping for. If you needed to know anything about food services, how to pay your cafeteria account, how to expectations for phys ed, they were all in one place. We also had it connected to our district website. And so we were able to get a lot of information in one place for families. And Wakelet just provided us a perfect spot to do that and a perfect way to promote our school and our community and our expectations and some of those things that you don't always have the time to talk about, or they don't fit in a handbook, or they don't quite fit in any of your existing vehicles. And Wakelet provided the perfect platform and the perfect space for us to share that information with our families and make sure that they were part of who we are and they knew what we were talking about and what our expectations were. One of my favorite aspects of Wakelet is the opportunity to collaborate. And we've used this both professionally and with our students instructionally. And so I was really fortunate to be kind of on the ground floor of what collaboration on Wakelet looks like. And we were able to do some of the beta testing, and it's come so far and it's so amazing and it's such a great tool. But being able to engage our learners through collaboration of content where students are maybe the content creators or the students are collaborating with the teachers, it was a really fabulous way to connect with our students and the content, our curriculum, to help our students connect across periods or across instructional teams. The other place where Wakelet became really important for us was during the pandemic, because it gave us a space where we were able to collaborate when our students were not face-to-face, where some of our students were online, some of our students were in person, some of our students were hybrid. And so we had this perfect space where we could still engage in content. We could still engage with all of our learners. We could still make sure that all of our students were learning and getting the same content and having that opportunity to connect with each other as much as possible. Professionally, we've also really, it's been a nice space to be able to add ideas, to add resources. Again, when we were all at home in the spring of 2020, it gave us a really great space where we were able to collect resources to share out with people. In my new role outside of the building as a director of curriculum and instruction, I'm using it as a space where I can start to collect resources for staff to help us bridge our unique buildings and have that consistency, that conversation about how do we have consistency across multiple spaces and multiple grade levels. And it just gives us, again, a really unique sharing space, and the collaboration feature is just so important. That opportunity that everybody's voice matters. You just heard Patricia talking about it a couple minutes ago. That opportunity to be part of the conversation. I'm a firm believer in ownership. I'm a firm believer in agency. I'm a firm believer that when we all have a voice and when we all have ownership, it means so much more to us as an organization. And so the ability to collaborate together on a virtual platform is phenomenal. And it's been a great tool for us professionally, again, and we've loved engaging our students with it. It's been such a positive experience for all of our all of our kiddos. So we've also used Wakelet as a communication tool, not only as maybe a school level tool or as a tool for a principal, but we've also used it to communicate with daily or weekly lessons. So again, some of our teachers during the pandemic really used this in a masterful way to communicate with their students when they weren't able to be face-to-face with them, sharing their daily lessons, sharing their projects, sharing timelines, sharing their expectations like checklists. And so I'm just showing you a couple examples, and the links to to these pages, to both Mrs. Reed and Mr. Rohrbach's pages are in the chat, but they have phenomenal pages where they model what a good lesson looks like and how to share it, whether it was through Loom or Flip or some other tool, Microsoft Teams or some other app, the opportunity to post your lessons and have them be available for their students, whether it's in the moment or later when they need to use it as a reference, has been a fabulous tool for us. The other example here is just kind of the checklist, like here's your week 7 instructions and your checklist. What do you need to do this week? You can check it off as you go. And so giving all of our students and staff the opportunity to have a space where they're communicating with each other, where they're offering support, where they're making sure they're available. That's been a great tool for us as well. And we've been happy to be able to share Wakelet in that way as well. So my favorite way, though, I think that I see Wakelet being used instructionally is to differentiate our instruction for students. So I'm a big proponent of student agency. I believe that voice and choice and ownership are the key to success, the key to help us build learners and not just good students. The way that we can help students really engage in the content and make their learning meaningful and give it teeth and give it that opportunity to help students just really take the reins on their learning and move forward personally in their school experience. And so I share with you this whole idea that you could use Wakelet as a differentiation tool, and it's really quite simple. So before I show you this next collection, or at least the screenshots from this next collection, I will definitely make the caveat to this conversation that I am not a social studies teacher. I'm an English teacher and a special ed teacher by trade. But I feel so strongly about this idea that we can use Wakelet as a perfect space to provide agency for our students. So let me just show you this example that we created here. We were really looking at the American Revolution, and we were doing it through using student agency. And so the task that I created for students was to select 5 of the activities listed in the collection. It could be any 5. And so think of it as a choice board. So for those of you who are using choice boards in your schools or in your classrooms, think of it that way. This whole idea that the choice board lives on Wakelet. And so instead of living on a paper or living on a bingo card or living in a different space, it lives right on Wakelet, and they have the opportunity to click on the choices. You can add all of the links and they're all live. So in this collection, it was specific to the American Revolution. It happened to be the American Revolution because the first time I presented it was in Boston. And so I was able to select some videos, and you can't quite see the directions probably in my screenshots, but the directions basically provide a task for each video or each lesson or each activity for the students. And so what you're looking at right now are myths of the American Revolution, women in the American Revolution, George Washington, Alexander Hamilton, spies in the American Revolution, and Black heroes in the American Revolution. And so it gave us an opportunity to allow students to explore and self-direct their learning through their interests, through their passions, through those things they felt strongly about. And it gave them the opportunity to engage with their learning and engage in the content in a very meaningful way that might be different than the way that I would have prescribed it as a teacher or as an instructor. It was a way for them to really take the reins and say, oh, I'm really interested in how women impacted the American Revolution, or I love Hamilton the musical. I want to read more about Alexander Hamilton, or I want to watch a video about Alexander Hamilton. And so finding good educational resources and collecting them in one space was a great way to take student agency, I think, to the next level and give our students the opportunity to have a lot of choice and voice and say in what it was they explored, and to use what they were passionate about or what they felt strongly about or what they were most curious about, and let that guide their learning, knowing full well that I was going to get what I needed in terms of meeting the standards, in terms of making sure that they were following my curriculum. All of that was going to be encompassed by the activities that I was able to choose for them by letting them have a little bit of self-direction and self-guidance. So I want to just share a couple examples. These are just, this is a great screen to take a picture of if you're looking for one to take a picture of. Just some awesome Wakelet pages, some amazing Wakelet ambassadors who I love to go on their pages and look around and just get ideas and find different ways to use Wakelet. But I just wanted to share what I think are some good examples. There are zillions more than what I'm sharing, but these are just some of my favorites that I use regularly. And again, that QR code is going to take you right back to our slides for today. So if you're hunting for the slides, hunting for the resources, they're there on that QR code. So I know that was a lot and it was all really, really fast. But I can't tell you how much I think Wakelet is an awesome tool for our students, for our schools, for our educators. I think that it takes learning to a whole new level and makes it powerful and meaningful and relevant for our students. And it provides the perfect way to do that. I have been a huge proponent of Wakelet for a long time, and I feel so fortunate to be able to share some of the things that we've done in our school with you. But I also want to share ways that you can connect with me. So if you have questions or want to see examples or want to see something that I wasn't able to show today, but want to see something more, better, different than what I was able to show you today, I'm absolutely happy to share any of that with you.
Mariah, that was incredible. I really, I'm a huge advocate for student agency and that differentiation piece. So I really, really love that. The other thing that I really am intrigued about is how you got buy-in from everybody that you work with to put so many different pieces of communication out there. One of the biggest challenges, and I think Ryan will agree, in any organization is communication, right? And so bridging those communication gaps. So I want to ask you a couple of questions about that. What was the biggest struggle for you and your teachers on communicating with parents prior to utilizing all of these Wakelet collections?
Yeah. So I think we actually had done a really good job communicating with families, but I think just like every other school, we realized that we needed to be the ones who were telling our story. And I think that whole idea that other people will tell your story for you if you aren't proactive and go out and tell it yourself. And so we worked really hard to get to a point that we were feeling positive about our story and the story we were telling. And I think that's what motivated us the most. And then we were able to take, like I said, we kind of all lived on different platforms. And I think finding Wakelet allowed us to say, everybody can live on the platform they're comfortable on. And then I can collect it and I can put it in one space. And I think that was the most powerful piece that Wakelet offered us, especially at the very beginning, was just this space to say, everybody just go here. You don't have to chase everybody's, if you think about it, multiple kids with multiple teachers on multiple teams, you don't have to chase everybody else's pages. Just if you can get to this one page, if you can follow this one link, you'll get it all.
I think that's the golden thing though, right? Ryan, as a parent, did you not struggle with all the different communication avenues for all of your kids, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's still today, I still follow and struggle with it. And as a former administrator, Mariah, this is a boon. Like, it's a tremendous idea, being able to share all of those materials. For me personally, again, going back to that, I wish when I was a principal, I could have had the school social media page set up for those special events, like being able to just go around and take the pictures and images of like the bingo for book nights and all the things that you're doing in your school, and controlling that narrative. I know you tell your story, control the narrative, like whichever way you want to go with it, you are being able to put the best foot forward for your district. And that means you control that piece. And I love everything about that. What was the parent reaction to the like the collections of the social media?
I think it took us a little bit of time, I think, to get kind of up and running and get people to understand that was it. Like, you only had to go there. You didn't have to follow every other link. Like, that was the one that was going to get you where you wanted to go. And I think once people figured that out, there was a lot of power in that. And then I think once teachers started using it as a platform in their classrooms, that gave us another foot in the door with families to say, oh yeah, we remember this. Or yeah, we remember those social media pieces. They're out there. And so, I think the other thing that I would say too is we were really intentional with our promotion of Wakelet. We were really intentional with our promotion of where our social media world was living and what we were working on and the stories we wanted to tell. Like you said, Ryan, the special events, we were really intentional about it. And then we were really persistent. I mean, those first couple weeks, when you look at the collections and you look at the number of views, it wasn't very big. But over time, I think we gained some momentum there. And again, even within our district, it gave us a place where we were able to say, to other buildings, like this is what we're doing. Like this is where it all kind of lives, and people could see. We were really transparent with it all, and that's what our goal was. We wanted people to come and see what we were doing. We wanted to showcase the awesome things that were happening in our space, in our world, in our classrooms, in our community. We wanted to be that connection for everybody.
Well, kudos.
That's really great advice.
Yeah, from an administrator, formerly to one now, like, congratulations, because you have made that. That's not an easy task.
It isn't. And I think you hit on two really, really main important factors. So anybody that's watching that really wants to hit the level that you've just shown, the transparency, right? And the patience, so that you can just be consistent, so that everybody finally comes aboard and is expecting it right in that one place and that one link.
Absolutely. It would have been really easy to go home on a Friday night after seeing that the week before only got, 6 views. It would have been really easy to go home and be like, I'm not doing that this week.
Right.
And just kind of throwing in the towel and being like, I'll try something different. But I think that persistence and that knowing that it was the right thing to do, knowing it was the right space to live in, knowing that it was going to get there, that we were going to make it happen. And I think that was, there was the stick-to-itiveness, right? Like, you knew it was coming, you just had to get there and you had to stay with it. And so just that reminder that it doesn't all happen overnight.
Absolutely.
This grew over many years to a space where people were more comfortable with it, families were more comfortable with it, and it became part of our conversation for sure.
That's amazing. That is it. Thank you so much, Mariah, for sharing that. I'm inspired by it. I think everybody watching is. I know Ryan is. It is a difficult thing, right? And so I just commend you for leading that in your district, because it is amazing.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to share, for sure.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Mariah. It is coming to the end of our time together, Ryan. This went by so fast, didn't it?
It did. It went by really fast. I guess that kind of happens when you've got, 5 lightning quick sessions, right, one after another. And it's been a great day. I've learned a lot so far in these sessions. A lot of things to take away. I know you have as well.
Absolutely. And we want to remind our attendees, don't forget that you are going to get the certificate link in the chat, as well as all of the resources. And remember to bookmark the Wakelet Community Week profile so that you have access to everything that is happening for the rest of today, as well as the rest of the week. Don't forget, Ryan, about the contest. What are we tagging in our posts? Can you remind everyone?
Yes, hashtag Wakelet Community Week, and tagging at Wakelet inside of all of your social media posts to win those really awesome prizes. So please make sure you do that. We're looking forward to seeing all the tweets. I'm ready to go like them all right now.
I know. Ryan and I are going to get off. We're going to go on Twitter. We're going to engage with you. At the top of the hour, you're going to have more of our 12-hour live stream for Wakelet Community Week, and we will see you very soon. So take a break and come back here.
Bye, everybody.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to part 5 of the 12-hour live stream, the International Express. I hope you've all had a great time so far. I'd actually love to know in the chat who's been around from the start, because I noticed a few names have been here for the past 8 hours. Yeah, we're actually into the 8th hour of this 12-hour live stream. So let me know, have you been at a few sessions today, or are you here for the first time? Either or, you're in for a great treat. I've got 5 great speakers over the next 2 hours who will be giving us some bite-sized PD all about Wakelet. Before we get started, though, like I said, let us know in the comments, have you been around for a while, or is this your first time here? Remember, if you like anything in this session, there's a lot to like. Screen grab it, quote it, put it on Twitter. Just make sure you're using the hashtag Wakelet Community Week, and you'll be entered into our competitions where you can win some amazing swag, all Community Week swag packs, some vouchers for some experiences like a theme park, and then the big one that everyone's talking about is that trip to ISTE 2024 in Colorado. So if you want to be in the chance of winning the big prize and all those as well, then make sure you're tweeting us at Wakelet and using the hashtag Wakelet Community Week. Of course, we do certificates always at our sessions. The certificate link is, I believe, pinned at the top of the comments. So make sure you enter your email address there and you'll get a certificate for attending this session. And of course, this is available on Rewatch as well. The reason we do this 12-hour live stream is obviously to get so many amazing speakers to talk and share. But also, like I said at the start, these are bite-sized PD sessions. They're 15 minutes, they're quick fire, and they're a great kind of learning top tip to send over to colleagues as well. So in the next kind of couple of hours, we'll have 5 amazing presenters coming up and sharing their expertise. So first up is actually someone from just up the road. We have Amanda Pickard from Scotland. Hey, Amanda.
Hi everybody. Hi, how are you all?
We're doing great, thank you, Amanda. How are you doing today?
Good. Yeah, good. Really good. I've had a bit of an exciting day actually today, James.
I know. I owe you a congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Amazing work. If the chat don't know, please expand on this, Amanda. There you go. You got the Digital Innovator of the Year award, if I'm correct.
Yeah, at the Scottish Education Awards. So yes, I've been very emotional all day. So it's been a bit of a day, but I've rushed home. It's a beautiful sunny day outside, and I'm excited to share my wee presentation and talk a little bit about. I don't know if this is backwards for you, but it should say my Wakelet Waveolution.
Yes, we can see that.
Can you? Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I'm keen to share my Wakelet Waveolution with everybody.
Amazing. Well, first of all, thank you for joining us on such a special day, and I hope the chat will join me in saying congratulations to Amanda, because that's an amazing achievement. And we are very excited to hear what you've got over the next kind of 15-20 minutes. I'll jump backstage, but the stage is yours, Amanda. Please.
I'm hoping I can share a presentation here, James. So I'm like,
yes,
I'm switching on, thinking, I'm just back off the train. How do I do this? So
no worries.
Let me just check. Click on present, share screen. Oh my goodness me. Sharing screen, easiest with 2 monitors. I don't have 2 monitors. There's instructions. Don't show these tips again. Right, okay, share. And entire screen. Yes, because I'm just going to share a few things. All right, okay, here we go. And hopefully, I'm going to share my presentation, my slideshow. Is it there? Is it there?
I can see it. You're all ready to go.
Okay. Oh, my little waves are not working. My Wakelet Waveolution. So I've definitely been in a little bit of a journey with Wakelet. Hello, everybody. Oh, it didn't work. It's gone away again. I apologize. Here we go. I've been on a bit of a journey with Wakelet. I'm sure everybody has actually, but it's one of these tools that is just so simple but so genius. I don't know if you can hear my budgie in the background. So when I come online, he gets really loud and rowdy. So I apologize for that. If he gets any louder, I'll throw a blanket over him. But yes, so hello everybody, and how cool is Wakelet Community Week? It's just amazing. This is me. So I am a Wakelet ambassador. I am from Scotland. I'm a teacher, primary school teacher, so trained to teach from 3 to 12, really. But I've actually although I have a job as a teacher, I'm on a secondment at the moment as a digital learning development officer for my local authority. So I've got a substantive post, which means I've still got my teaching post, but I'm not in my school or in my class. I'm working across my school district, I suppose, my local authority, with all teachers and all learners and all schools to really kind of develop and use and implement digital technologies. So, and everything that means. So these are my badges this is my lockdown hobby. I sat some exams and I did a few things. So this is me. I'm on Twitter and on LinkedIn as well. So that's me. And I just wanted to really quickly share kind of my journey before I'm talking about one specific space that I have been building. And it's definitely still a work in progress. But in the beginning, when I first came across Wakelet, which was around that COVID-y time, I literally just started using it for bookmarking my tweets, because, you bookmark tweets and then you can't find anything. So I was just trying to bookmark my tweets and organize them. And then from that, I started to think, oh, actually, this is pretty good. I could actually curate this to make a bit more sense for my own professional development. And then I started sharing these sorts of things, and I was gathering in lots of kind of connections and lots of people that were doing amazing things. And I had one big collection during lockdown where there was a call to help. So lots of people across Twitter and around the world put their hands up and they said, if you need me to help you, to support you with hybrid learning or online learning, I'm here to help. So I curated a whole load of people into a collection for that, and then things like that. So that's where I was at the very beginning. And I'm always kind of a little bit like, I don't really know how this works. I'm just going to go on a little adventure and I'll have a wee ponder about this and see where we end up. So that's where I started. And then I realized that there's this incredible community out there of people who are using Wakelet for literally an infinite number of different things and a huge number of different ways. And I sort of started connecting with these people, and once you connect with a community, they're so inspirational. So there's incredible inspiration around, and that's where I found like there's innovation all around. So I started having wee ponders and sharing and talking. And if you're not a Wakelet ambassador or part of that community, get on board now, because it is absolutely priceless. Everybody is so incredibly knowledgeable and generous and helpful, and you're never stuck. I have been that teacher that's been at home sometimes with my head in my hands thinking, I don't know how to do this, or I don't know the best way. And there's so many people out there that are absolutely willing and able and capable of sharing. So I can't recommend the community enough. So that's what had that happened. But now what I do, I use Wakelet in so many ways. So I've just sort of almost listed a few of the ways, not all of them, of how I use Wakelet now. So there's so many things. For virtual classrooms during lockdown, that was really handy. Lots of people were sharing across social media, and I kind of gathered everything around to put them in a collection. Lesson plans were really a brilliant way for me to share resources with my learners. So during lockdown, I was teaching primary 1. So they were 4 and 5 year olds. Most of them were 5 years old, and they were able to independently log into a computer and a device on their own. And we were using Teams, but they weren't fluent necessarily readers, or I needed something that could walk them through a lesson in such a way that all the resources were there, and it was easy for me to share. So Wakelet did that for me. So that was really handy for lockdown. Lots and lots of accessibility resources and flipped learning and here to help signposts, handy websites, cool ideas. I'm always gathering cool ideas, and definitely things to ponder. So anytime I read about something on social media or somebody shares something, I always think, oh, that's something I want to go away and have a wee think about and a wee ponder about. So I have a wee collection for that. And then I did a webinar with Anna Dyagileva, and we did Cool Tools for School, which was going back to school. So I had a big collection for that. And I did a 1-minute draw challenge with Team MIEE Scotland. So that's in a collection as well. I have collections for teacher induction days and our newly qualified teachers. So it's a really great way of curating resources for them, but also then inviting them in to collaborate on that. So there's a space for everybody to add in handy tips and handy information for their what we would call in Scotland an NQT year. So they're just newly qualified. They have a year almost with sort of a really extra support when they're teaching, when they first come out of teacher training. And then I've done some Connect 4 with novel effects. So it's about connecting 4 different books or 4 novels or 4 stories or 4 authors. So I did a little collection for that. Wakelet's a brilliant way of sharing for parents with parent workshops. I've done lots of these kind of parent workshops, putting a whole load of resources in there, handy for them to keep on their mobile phones. So it's really at their fingertips. ASN Family Forum was also the same, additional support needs family forum. Scouts, Explorer Belt blogs. So my sister is the district commissioner for my local area, and she had a group of Explorer Scouts that were going to Romania to do their this really amazing adventure and exploration, and they used Wakelet as their blogs. So that was a whole new use for me. Teacher training, digidabbles, phonics. So I curate lots of resources for phonics in different curricular areas, and play, and also personally for my home, which I am sort of renovating. I feel like I've been renovating for years and years. So any ideas that I see, I've got a collection for that, and lots and lots and lots and lots more. So that's just like a snapshot of where I am now with Wakelet. But I guess tonight what I was going to speak to everybody about was the digital lending library that I help to look after and curate and create and share and manage in my local authority. So this is a massive collection. It's been a massive investment by my local authority to buy codable, AR, VR, toys, robots, and there's Class VR. There's all sorts of things in here that schools, any teacher in any school or any colleague or adult in any school that's working with young people in the local authority can request to borrow this equipment. And it comes from centrally, so they go through a whole process of filling out a Microsoft form to ask to borrow it, and there's a whole procedure for that. Which is great if you know what you want to do with the kit. And lots of people think, oh, that's amazing. And the schools don't have to buy these things themselves because there's so much kit in the digital lending library. So it's an amazing resource. But if teachers are perhaps unsure of what to do with Marty the robot or microbits or whatever it is, I need to provide some sort of support and ideas and inspiration and lessons and all sorts of things. So I originally created a thing link just because it was click on and I could put everything in there, but I quickly realized that I needed somewhere to really kind of structure lessons and almost put like a progression pathway behind things to support teaching and learning, to support teachers, so they don't need to spend hours and hours thinking, how do I use this? How do I use this in my class? How can I use it across the curriculum? So yeah, I decided a little app smash was in order with ThingLink and Flip and Wakelet. So I've shared this presentation that picture of the digital lending library actually is a hyperlink to the ThingLink of the digital lending library, so you can see that, but I'm going to show you in a little second. These are just a couple of screenshots. Well, it's a screenshot and a little video of the space when I go in and have a look at it, and also the public profile, which again I have shared with everybody. This is a work in progress for a number of reasons, and I'm going to stop my presentation in a little minute and we're going to go and have a look so you can see what I mean, because there are things on the on my space that are not on the public profile yet because I'm still building them, and that's the beauty of Wakelet. You can do that. You can actually set things up and then launch it into the public domain. So I love it for that. And just very, very quickly, I am literally multitasking every day, whether it is on my phone or on my laptop, on my personal MacBook, on my work laptop, or whatever browser I'm on. I'm constantly on the hoof. I can spot something, photograph it, bookmark it, stick it straight into the collection. So that's my job done. Like I just pick up things all the time. If I see or hear ideas, I can just do it on the hoof, and that's it. It's part of the collection. It's there. It's live. Done. How easy is that? It's amazing. And I just wanted to say, really, thank you, a very, very big thank you to Wakelet, because as Wakelet grows and develops and changes and thinks of new ways of enhancing Wakelet, I enhance my collections. I enhance my use of Wakelet and how I share my Wakelets and spaces and collaborating and things like that. So as Wakelet grows, I grow, and as I grow, I find that Wakelet grows. So I can kind of say, oh, I really would like to do something like this, but maybe it doesn't work like that. And there's always somebody on hand to help me kind of work through wee ponders and come up with solutions. And Amy, massive help last year when we were looking at blogging with the Scottish Scouts that were away on their Explorer Belt expedition. So yeah, I cannot sing Wakelet's praises enough because there's always things changing and developing, and it's easy to change and develop even if I've set something up already, if that makes sense. So it's not like, oh, I've set something up and now it's going to take an awful lot of work to change it because there's something else in Wakelet. It's just so easy to adapt and edit and enhance what you already have. So thank you for listening to that. But I'm going to jump out of here, and I'm hoping that I'm going to jump into my space. Here we are. So this is my space. Oh, let me just come out of here. It's the Digital Lending Library. Oh, and that's actually the public. Let me see. You can see that if I go back to my own profile, I have a number of collections. There's so many, and I have lots and lots of spaces down the side. So these are all the blogs and things like that. So I use it a little bit all the time. Let me just go to the Digital Lending Library. So this is my space for the Digital Lending Library, and I've changed this, and in fact I actually changed and edited and adapted this again just this week because I was trying to add in more. So I want to provide for each piece of equipment in the Digital Lending Library some lessons, but also just some ideas and inspiration that people might not think of themselves. So if I go to Sphero Indie, which comes with a whole load of lessons. So I've got a collection here of collections, if that makes sense, of different lessons. So they go through. So this is all logical and linear and beautiful and neat and tidy. I've not finished it because I'm so busy with other things, but there's enough for schools and teachers and children to be getting on with this collection. So the other way I use it is, which is what I've just done this week, is collecting some more ideas and inspiration. So eventually I'll have, for Class VR, ideas and inspiration for Class VR and lessons for Class VR. So there's kind of a two-pronged attack in that support for people. And it literally is, I've just picked up some amazing ideas from social media, from Twitter, about all the things that people are doing with Class VR or with other pieces of the Digital Lending Library, with microbits, for example. So it's not just about digital technology for computing science or digital literacy, but it literally is for numeracy and maths and science and social studies and all those wonderful things. So you'll see, I love this because it tells me I've got 21 items in here. There's nothing in here because I haven't got this. So this is just being built at the moment. The same with the green screen. I need to put things in here because, as I said, this week I just literally changed how I set everything up. So if I pop into the public profile, which is the link that I've shared with everybody, you can see that I've got a section with big boxes. So eventually there'll be lessons with the big boxes, and there's two big boxes. There's an early years big box and there's the big box. And then they'll have ideas and inspiration, and the same with microbits, ideas for microbits and lessons for microbits. So that's my ultimate goal. I don't know if I'll ever stop building and creating and curating. who I work with, the lovely, amazing Lynn Robertson. She is also joining this space so we can work on this together. So it's not all just coming from me. And then eventually my plan is to add in some of our digital technology champions, which are teachers in every school across our local authority, so they can add into this and enhance it even more. So yeah, I'm just going to zip across very quickly, hopefully you can still see this, to the thing link. So this is what it is. You have a live link to it anyway, and you literally just click on here, and this is where you'll find the first lesson. So it's all aligned to Curriculum for Excellence, what we have in Scotland, and this is the first Wakelet kind of set of lessons. So there's tons of support there for our teachers in South Ayrshire, and happy to share this freely with absolutely everybody. There are videos in there using Flip, which I can obviously put into a Wakelet collection, because you can put everything into a Wakelet collection. And that's kind of it. I'm going to see if I can stop sharing now and pop back, because I feel like I can't see anybody. How do I stop screen sharing?
There you go.
Oh,
We're all done. You're back now. Wow, thank you so much, Amanda.
James, I'm so sorry. I'm not really good at sticking to time. You have to shout at
Oh,
me.
that was incredible. Right on time as well. Thank you so much for sharing so many ideas. I knew you used Wakelet a lot, Amanda, but I didn't know you used it that much. Wow.
Yes. Yeah, it's so handy though, because it's on my phone, so I literally can, and that's why I think one of the big things about the Scouts when they went to Romania, they had their phones and they could scan QR codes and they could just pick up links and photographs and put it straight into their blog. Whereas previously we used the kind of traditional type of blog where at the end of the day, when they were walking maybe 20 miles and they were doing other things, they had to sit at the end of the day and type things up. But Wakelet just allowed them to do it on the hoof, so they could just pick it up and go along as they could. So they gathered so much more, and they've got that for forever, and they use that for their presentations as well. So it's just endless uses.
Yeah, that's so nice to hear. I just love that you shared so many ideas, because I mean that's the whole point of this. In 15 minutes you covered maybe over 50 ideas on that presentation. People can take snippets as well, and they'll take to which one ever kind of they can see fit in their classroom and in their lifestyle as well. So thank you so much for sharing so much there. And I love that you took us through your journey as well, your Wakelet Wave journey.
Yes,
mainly
I've been on a journey, and I love it because it
Yeah.
always, there's always something new. I logged on this morning and I was like, what is this? This has changed. This is new. And there's this side tab where you can create a collection. And I'm just like, this is genius. Oh my God, how is this going to change my practice? And it probably will. So something to have a wee ponder about.
Yeah, there you go. But I especially love it because a lot of people will be starting their Wakelet journeys this week. We have a lot of people that jump on for the first time and thinking, what is this Wakelet? So again, that's why these sessions are so important. So thank you. But for those that are joining for the first time and kind of hearing your journey, do you have any kind of last word of advice for anyone that's jumping on Wakelet for the first time?
So for the very first time, I choose one thing to do until I think, right, okay, I can do that and I'm quite happy with it, which for me was just bookmarking my tweets because I could never keep track of them. And then as soon as I realized, oh, that's so easy, then I was like, oh, now I can actually organize them. So, I had, okay, these are tweets about this particular subject. Just do that until you feel comfy, and then just do another wee thing, and then before you know it, your life is one big Wakelet.
I love it. Yeah, a lot of people refer to Wakelet as their second brain as well. So
exactly, and you don't have to remember everything. It's there because it's on your phone, and you can just go, oh, look at that, click, it's there. That's what I do with my house one. Like my home, I've got space for my home because obviously a collection wasn't enough. So I've got one for my hall and my bedroom and my bathroom and my kitchen. Like it's a wish list, really. It's a wish list.
There you go. Yeah, it could be used for absolutely anything. And again, Amanda, thank you so much for sharing so many ideas with us in such a short space of time. That's your handle, right, next to your name there for Twitter?
Yes, it is, at AJOB Pickard down here. Yes.
Amazing. Everyone, please go give Amanda a follow there on Twitter and some more ideas. We'll share Amanda's resources in the chat as well. But for now, Amanda, thank you so much.
You're very
really appreciate
welcome.
you joining today.
Good luck with the rest of the week. It's amazing.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Amanda there. That was incredible. I know the chat, you're going crazy there. So many ideas. Again, the resources will be there so you can kind of take a deeper dive into Amanda's presentation and collections and examples and ideas. So have fun with that. But for now, we fly across the Atlantic to the northeast of the US. We have Lisa joining us from Maryland, I believe. So welcome, Lisa. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. You have 20 minutes to share. I know you're talking about portfolios today, right?
Yep.
Yeah, well, if people that know me well, I absolutely love portfolios. I think they're absolutely amazing. And Lisa, I'm very excited to see what you have to share. So the stage is yours.
All right, thank you so much. So my name is Lisa Scompiero, and I'm an ed tech coach in Hagerstown, Maryland. And I was an English teacher for 24 years at a high school. And so we use portfolios a lot. And one way that I also likened Wakelet is, students that needed to do portfolios for CTE, a lot of them needed to curate all of their topics together and to show their future colleges. And then of course, whenever they went to become a teacher, whenever I went to become a teacher many years ago, had a huge folder full of all kinds of exemplars of my lessons and teaching and everything, and Wakelet would have made it so much easier. So this is just giving you some strategies for organizing, showcasing, and personalizing student work. I'm going to show you some examples of what we have done within our district as well, so that you can see that. So our agenda, we'll learn how to curate portfolios using Wakelet with students today, and then empower them to use Wakelet to organize for a lifetime. I don't know if many of you have seen the Wakelet video where they show a student working on something in class, and then eventually they're planning their wedding and then their nursery for the baby. This is something that you could empower students to give them strategies. Every time that I taught something with students, I tried to give them strategies that they could apply to their lives. And so that's another thing that you can do with these portfolios, is show them how to organize things when they're working on them. So an introduction to career portfolios. This was something that I worked with CTE teachers. Wakelet allows the students to build their portfolios for each course under one link that they can share with the teacher. This is usually for our district within Google Classroom, but it could be any LMS. They'll then be able to have ownership of the account, because what we had them do was they created the Wakelet in a personal Gmail account, and they shared it with their district account so that they could have access to it in both places. But once they lost access to their district email, they still had access to their portfolios for their colleges, because a lot of them were using them for their career or technical area, and they needed to have those career portfolios as they continued their education. So a lifelong learning portfolios, a collection of information and evidence of learning. It's a tool to track progress and set goals, but it's also a reflection of personal growth and development. I think one of the things that really a lot of people don't pause to do with students is to have them reflect on where they are at the moment. And with learning portfolios, especially putting them into Wakelet, they can show that progress, and they can actually change it and let it grow. So for example, a student might put everything in columns first, but then it becomes more of a mood board later, or vice versa. And that's what I like about Wakelet. You can continually change how you're looking at things and presenting it, taking and creating one Wakelet and putting it into another Wakelet, and really building that portfolio so that it has layers to it and depth. And a lot of times we had students not connect like a Google slide, because if they had it connected to their district account, we had them download it as a PDF and upload it into Wakelet, or do all kinds of different ways so that they could think about how they were curating their evidence of learning, showing what they were doing, having images and different things, and thinking about how they were really conveying their information to somebody, that they could really see a snapshot of them without really having to click on, but be able to more look through and see. And then one of the things that you could include as some content into the learning portfolio Certificates and awards are great. Reflections on personal growth and learning, examples of learning outcomes and achievements, and sharing one's process in learning and the growth that happened. Sometimes they have difficulty, working through and seeing those their process, but if they're able to curate it somewhere to see, this is where I started, but oh my goodness, where did I end up? It shifted. It's really great for them to see that learning. So here's some examples. I had a teacher that teaches pre-engineering at our local tech school. He used this for students to come up with their capstone projects. They had to come up with, a project description, and then they had to talk about how they would generate that concept, have some different models and drawings, and they did it in CAD. They actually printed them out in 3D printing, and then they tested it. So they were able to show all their steps and be able to write and talk about them. They, of course, named their different parts. So this one was suite improvement. The next one still shows the suite improvement project, but it's a new group of students, again, showing the prototype and different things like that. And then I guess this is a pastry thing, but again, they're taking what they've learned, they're putting PDFs in, they're putting their drawings, their prototypes, showing pictures of what they printed out, and they're going through the entire process to show those things. One of the things that I really liked about this when the teacher talked about it is that he actually came up with like a way for them to do this, where before it used to all be in Google Classroom. And he said it was very difficult for him to see conceptually where they started and then where they actually got to. You can read left to right through these and sort of see, they started with their project, what was their, limitations, their, what they came up with, their models, their prototypes, the actual evaluation, all of that's there, so that he can sort of delve into each group or students so that they could actually, have that set. And then this capstone project becomes way more, towards the end, but they have all of this that sort of compartmentalizes everything for them so that they don't have to go all over the place. I sort of think about, when the teachers used to give me, whenever I was in school prior to Wakelet, when, they would give you note cards and they would say, make sure to, put different color code them at the top, or, here's different colors, or number them in different sections, and then organize them. And then you would put them out on your bed in these columns, just like you would in Wakelet. So it's really nice to have this for that group work, so you can have some sort of generation of those. Another example is, and I wanted to show you before the other example, I forgot about the teacher testimonial. The teacher that did this with the students came up with this testimonial. I'm going to share this resource at the end, or I guess Wakelet will. But what I liked was, he did talk about Google Classroom, how he became too overwhelmed. But he said by using this, they used the column view because they had 5 categories. But he said, like, for future use, he could see using it for like a variety of different things and using it in different formats as well. He liked the mood board. He said he liked other things too, but he really wanted to have them do it in that timeline fashion, and the column feature really helped him do that. But he did have a lot to say about it. And we used this before whenever we taught other teachers how to use it as well. So they sort of could see what the students thought as well. And when I went out and talked to the students about this, they really did say it helped make their design better because they were able to think through it, but also they were going to use it as an actual portfolio for their engineering projects for the end of the year. So this was one way they used it, and then they were going to use it for another, so that they would have that compilation of everything. And this Wakelet could be added into their other Wakelet to show this is what I did in my capstone project, and they could have a little reflection underneath or something like that to sort of show how that helped them through the other processes that they did in class. And maybe that was something that was a huge feature for them because they got recognition for it or something else. And then for this example, it's really hard to see, but I'm going to sort of go in. This teacher sent me just a screenshot, and I was like, okay, this is good enough. But what she does is she teaches upcoming teachers, and they had to show the learner development as they worked with students. This was a lady that had them working with pre-K students and helping teach them. And so they went over the different types of intelligences for learning development, like linguistic, kinesthetic, interpersonal, and then the learner development instructional strategies, group discussion, independent study, and journals. And so what they did is under each section, she said they went ahead and put something in there. When I went and actually watched the students create their Wakelets, they had never experienced it, they had never seen it, and they were able to just create their Wakelets with little problem at all because they got it. But they also saw this was something that they're going to be able to use when they move on and start working in a university with their teaching, because they're going to have some of this carry over, they'll have some of their work, and this will give them the edge over some other students because they actually were able to curate this Wakelet. I have Wakelets that I create, and I constantly go back to them, update them, add things, because it's a really great place to add areas. So the more that you can teach students how to use this in a way that they can have their work in there and show what they're doing. If they're in a program like the CT students, they would show like how they're using it in their field, or you can have students use it for their writing. Since I was an English teacher, I could see it also for writing as well. And then how to create one. And I just wanted to go from the bare basics because I always start very bare basics. I'm sure everybody knows Wakelet by now, but they would choose a portfolio theme and then add the content. They could share with their peers and mentors, their future self. But what I really think for students, this is something that it's one of their things that they can put into their toolkit, their strategies. I need to keep all of this information for a class, for a research project, for something, and they can start to curate the stuff and have something. And it really does show, how they're really thinking and coming up with what they can. And then just maintaining that successful learning portfolio. It would be like a variety of sources, like they could put videos, notes, certificates, articles, regularly reflect on the learning journey and set new goals, because I think a lot of time as an English teacher, I always try to do that with students, but a lot of time people will say, oh yeah, we were supposed to reflect, or we were supposed to set new goals, but we don't have the time now, so let's just move on. It's really important for students to pause a little bit, see where they're at, because when I allowed students to do that, they would be like, wow, look at my writing. I was only writing like 2 paragraphs at the beginning of the year, and now I'm up to 4. How can I get to 5? And, and they would start to like see things like, oh, look at these sentences, or look at this. And they could really sit there and talk intelligently about what they were seeing in their work and how they could improve themselves. So the more you allow them to have that time to pause and not continually be running, it's great. And then be sure to like add the resources in a way that is accessible for years to come. I'm always a forward thinker, trying to plan ahead. And I know that those students are going to lose their Google Slides, and they're going to use their, Gmail or their Google account for their district, and they really need to have that personal Gmail account so that they can share. And then have them use images when applicable. They don't necessarily have to do a lot. I told my own children that some of the things that, they used to color and make and do all this stuff, some of it's in actual frames in my house, and other ones I wish I would have taken pictures of it and put it in a Wakelet, because I would have had all of that for a lifetime. And if I wanted to print it out or put it somewhere or have it as a memory thing, I would definitely be able to do that. So it is interesting, just to think about all the ways that you could use it. So funny thing is, whenever I was actually doing this, they had some resources that Wakelet sent out, and it was called Help Your Students Stand Out from the Crowd. And the other one was from Miami-Dade County Public Schools. They had done portfolios as well. So I wanted to make sure to share those as well. So this one is what Wakelet had curated in terms of helping your students shine. And they had all kinds of different things here as well. But I just thought it was like a good resource. And I was like, oh, I'm going to add that to my resource so that we have that. The next one, the Miami-Dade County Public Schools, that one, and then wait till it comes up, is actually showing how they use portfolios in Florida. And it was just like a really interesting way to use it. I just thought that I would share that so that you could also see another school using it in a different way. So you could have that as well. And then thank you for exploring the power of Wakelet with me. I don't know if I can see questions or anything like that. So I just wanted to see if anybody had questions, I could answer them.
That was incredible, Lisa. Thank you so much for sharing there. I absolutely love what you mentioned at the end there. I love that students can organize their work into collections, of course, and keep them. But I think one very important part of a portfolio is that reflection piece, being able to look back on your work and learn from it and take it with you. So I feel that was very good to mention. Thank you so much for that.
Okay, you're welcome.
A question from the audience, though, is with kind of introducing portfolios to your students, how do they find the process of documenting their learning with Wakelet?
For both instances where I went and watched students do this with their teachers sort of had it streamlined already and said, these are going to be your columns. So I sort of thought that was a great way of just sort of keeping them sort of not so all over the place. Sometimes students need those boundaries and they ask for, to have some sort of, even though they don't like it, they expect it sometimes from the teachers. You have to think about like how the students are thinking in terms of what they need from you at the moment. So if you have a very, creative group, you could say, do a mood board, and have it all over the place. And then what I like is you can then say to them, take that mood board and now put them into columns. These were all of your ideas. Now start to organize them. So it just depends upon, I could see using it as an English teacher multiple ways. And what I like about it, it's one of those customizable, ever-changing type of things that you can use.
Mm-hmm. And on that point as well, as you mentioned at the start, it's that ownership from the students, like they buy into it straight away, right?
Yes. And they really liked it too, because they knew the struggles they were having. They were using Google Slides before, and the students were like, I can't take this afterwards, or I'll share it, or I'll download it and take it on my Google Takeout, but it's not working or something, or they forgot to do it. So this is much easier for them, and they seem to like to use it a lot.
Yeah, amazing. And the chat are loving the ideas of portfolios. And I think a key word in your title that we like to use as well is lifelong portfolios. as well. So thank you for including that. Thank you for mentioning those resources as well at the end. Amy has shared them in the chat with everyone. But Lisa, thank you so much for sharing there. Really appreciate it. I'm assuming that's your handle for Twitter, right, on there?
Yes.
Yep, there you go. So please, everyone, give Lisa a follow and check out the resources afterwards. But again, Lisa, thank you so much for joining us for Community Week and the 12-hour live stream.
Okay, thank you.
Amazing. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow, well, that was incredible. Like I said, the resources are in the chat that you can check out. Absolutely amazing session there. I know people loving portfolios. We had a session, obviously, yesterday with Tisha and Donna Priest from Miami-Dade as well. So if you want to go back to that again, that's in the Community Week schedule where you can check out how you can use portfolios as an alternative way of assessment. So 2 really great sessions there on portfolios. Next up, we take a trip down south to Texas. We have the amazing Deb Zeman. Welcome, Deb.
Hey, James. Hey, everybody.
Hello. How are you doing today?
Good. Very good.
Good.
Excited to talk all things Wakelet and libraries.
Amazing. Well, we're happy to have you as always. If those who don't know, Deb is an OG ambassador, Wave 1, co-creator of the Student Ambassador Program. And is this your 4th Community Week session?
20, 21, 22. Yeah, 4.
There you go. Well, welcome back. It's a pleasure to always have you.
Thank you. Hey, Ryan. All right, let's see if this works.
Yeah.
Share my screen.
There we go. A lot of love for Deb in the chat there.
Oh, it figures. Open system settings, because why would it work for me? Hold that thought. Sorry, everybody. It figures. I have no idea where to set this.
Yeah. As always, though, with Deb's session as well, we'll also share the slides, the presentation, the collection into the chat as well. So keep an eye out for that in just a moment too.
Oh, let's see. I want the window, entire screen. Yes, got it.
Yeah, entire screen.
This works. Nope, of course not. Sorry.
It's okay.
Hold that thought. Sorry, everybody. I talk really fast being from New York, so.
No worries. Well, you tried to pull that up anyway. As I mentioned at the start, if anyone is finding any amazing ideas, thoughts, sharing is caring after all, please do get them shared to us on Twitter at Wakelet and use the hashtag Wakelet Community Week. As I said, it's great sharing is caring, but also you are entered into that prize draw for swag packs, for those vouchers, and also for the big prize of ISTE 2024. So keep sharing with us. Please do. And Deb, are you okay there?
There we go. Hold on.
Nice one.
Nope, got to use my password. This is what happens when you get a brand new MacBook. It does not. Oh, it says I have to quit. Give me 3 seconds and I'll be right back.
No worries. I've got you, Deb. No worries. It happens to the best of us. Yeah, well, that's the joys of tech sometimes, especially when you get a new laptop or device. But as I mentioned, Deb will be joining us in a second. Please do tweet us, though, at Wakelet, hashtag Community Week. And as we wait for Deb, please let me know in the chat. Are you guys having fun? Are you enjoying the session so far? I hope you are. We've got another, 3 hours and 10 minutes to go for the 12-hour live stream. I know the guests are getting set up behind the scenes, and Amy will be joining you very shortly after me. So let me know. Are you having some fun there? Also, certificates will be heading your way. We send them hourly. The link is at the top that's pinned, so make sure you fill it out with your email address there. And just while I'm here as well, before Deb jumps on again, we have some amazing speakers, but I just wanted to mention, if you didn't catch Wakelet Live, Amy in the chat, if you could link that up, it would be amazing. Going back to Amanda's comments before about community, and this is your first time, as Amanda said, we recommend that you join the Wakelet community. I recognize a lot of names and faces in the chat that are all part of the community, members, leaders, ambassadors. But I just wanted to share that we've actually got a new home for the community. So if you actually head to your profile, you'll actually be able to see the new community button. So if you go to your profile image at the top, click on community, you will now have access to a new community home space. So go ahead and just sign up there and you'll have access to all these amazing people, these speakers, resources, and access to the Wakelet team as well. So if you haven't already, head over there. And I believe, just in time, Deb, you are back with us.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
I give up. All right, let's see if this really works. Entire
The
screen.
stage is yours, Deb.
I'm trying.
There we go. Over to you.
Let's see. Okay, you can see all that hot mess. That is not everything I wanted to show you. Let's see. What is it doing? It looks like Inception on the screen.
No, if you click the tabs at the top, we can see your tabs.
Okay, hang on. Amy and I practice this. There we go.
New laptop, new laptop.
I'm telling you. Let's see. Hold on. StreamYard sharing. It didn't do anything. Oh.
Yep, you click on your tab, you should be good to go. Yeah.
Can you see Legendary Library?
There we go. I can see it.
Okay. Phew. Sorry, everybody. So it's weird. I can't see myself. So I'm just going to go with it. I am Deb Zeman. I am a middle school librarian down in Dallas-Fort Worth area. I've been part of Wakelet since sometime in 2018. So I've watched many inceptions of it. Being a librarian and using Wakelet in my library program has been a game changer. And somebody had just mentioned it, I think it was Lisa, how when you're creating collections, you can go back and you can just keep updating. So I'm going to show you some of the things that I've done throughout the year that really have helped me in the library. One of them is the year in review. And well, actually, wrong one, the library calendar. So last year I was trying to think of ways, how can I streamline everything that I do in the library instead of having Google Docs here and Keep over here and lots of PDFs? Well, because Wakelet has this fantastic columns view, I was able to create my entire full year with every single idea that I have, and I'll be able to put it right into my planning calendar. So on the left side, you'll see makerspace ideas. A friend of mine who's at another middle school, she has so many fantastic ideas. She shared their Canva with me, and I was able to just throw every idea in there. Does that mean I'm going to necessarily use every single idea in here? No, but I can rotate ideas out. I can rotate different things. So I'll start with August, and I start with just taking notes. And again, the thing I love about Wakelet is being a live document. I'll always have constant updates. Can I add from my phone? Absolutely. Do I add from my iPad? All the time. That's one of the most amazing things about I can share with other people, but then it's good for me. Oh, did I add that bookmark? Did I add that pin? So what I'm able to do is, using the columns feature, I plan out every month. I'll take my notes of all the different things. There's holidays I need to do displays for, monthly celebrations, monthly contests. I throw everything in here. If I find a really cool tweet, that's what I love too, is being able to just clicking on the waffle, go into tweets, and I can add it. And that's what I use my phone a lot for with this collection, being able to say, oh, look, Eric put this great resource out there. I was able to shoot it and dump it right into here, and then I'm able to just shift it all over later on. So I have the entire year here. The integration with Canva has been amazing, where I can take things that I have created and just put them right into my calendar. I even have my monthly STEM activity calendars that I've pasted over from Bunsey. And as those are updated, they're updated in real time here. I can put my orientations. I do a reorientation in January. So I created it in both English and Spanish, and I was able to have them right there at my fingertips. And the thing that I really like too is when you mentor a new librarian in the district, I mentored an elementary librarian, I can share this with someone who's new, who has no idea what they want to do. Here, take this. They can make a copy. They can make it their own. Amanda Hunt and I were able to do months of modules where we had an insane amount of things by each month, which I will share. I can add that to this later on. So that's my calendar. And then what I did is, we are all in the United States, we get evaluated throughout the year, and I have to have 2 goals, my library programming goal and my professional goal as a librarian. Well, what better way to show my proof to my supervisor, to my principal, is creating a year in review with all the calendars. I'm able to put all my stats for each month. Each 9 weeks is what we also have each semester. And then all the different activities that I did with the kids and with the teachers. So you're seeing my collaboration with the kids. You're seeing my collaboration with the community itself. So I'm able to put, I even was able to add TikTok videos, because I'll take videos of things that I do and add it to here. Contests, the winners, all different kinds of things. I'll make little collages on my phone and I'm able to post it. And the other thing too is, so people understand, like I've said before, it's not just books and bonbons. I can share this with the actual community. I can share this with upper admin, where they can see, look at all the amazing things that librarians do in their library. And so I'm able to add all of that right in here. And when I had to submit for my evaluation, I was able to just give her the link, and she's able to open it up and go month by month and see all the different things I did. I created it in Canva and was able to link it in here. One of my newsletters that I do, that I share with the students and the staff, my library lead, everybody gets to see everything that I've done throughout the year. So there's just 2 of the most incredible things that I've been able to use Wakelet for in my library programming. Some of the other things that I've included in this, and I know James will be sharing the link, newsletters I do, projects. We have what's called Read Across America every year. And one of my coworkers, Erin, created this really great graphic in Canva, shared it with us, and we shared it out on Instagram and Twitter, and kids and teachers in our learning management program, which is Canvas. And I was able to get the kids and the teachers to jump in. So Tune Tuesday was, what's a song that represents your favorite read? And they were able to collaborate and add videos from YouTube of their favorite songs. And of course, I made sure they were all school appropriate, which is what's really nice. And being able to share this out with the community again, and they can just click and watch it right from there. Another way to collab. I have a social justice unit I helped an English teacher with a few years ago, an AP argument, all these different things that you can do right in Wakelet where they don't have to leave. And being a librarian, my job is to curate resources. So in this Great Gatsby mini research project, I laid out the entire lesson, which is right here. There's the whole thing, every single thing that they need to do. And again, it's student voice and choice. They can create a final Wakelet. They can create a final Google slide. But then what I did was, again, there's that Wakeception where I included the collection of all resources that I vetted that I know would help the kids with their research. They didn't have to go out on Google and, find things that were unreliable. I made sure everything is there. And if a teacher were to use this down the road, I can just go make sure all the links work, add new links in for them, and it's nice and fresh for the students. I included all the information about the digital portfolios and student ambassador program, which I was honored to be a part of. I included a couple of our kids who have graduated. I know they've already been out there. I'm not going to talk about that. Another thing is, with everything going on in our world, in the librarian world, it's another great way to share resources for advocacy with all the book challenges. The Freedom Fighters started about a year and a half ago. Well, being the Wakelet crazy person that I am, I was able to go and curate I go in every 2 weeks and I curate all the different tweets that have hashtag freedom. Are there some in there that I have to pull? Absolutely, because those are the naysayers and we don't want them in there. But it's a great way to see how we as librarians celebrate a love of reading and the importance of reading and literacy. Another thing I like to do is whenever I get new books into the library, I will create book trailers, or I will pull them from YouTube, and I can categorize them by the genre: historical fiction, fantasy, sports, realistic fiction, etc. And I can share this in our Canvas course and with the English teachers, and that way kids get just that bite-sized taste of the book. And it's been great because a lot of kids have come down and said, hey, where is this book Wink? Or where is this book Hardwired? I'm really, really interested in it. And then again, that will spiral discussion about similar books that the kids might like. So this summer I'm working on 100 and some odd books that I can recommend to the kids. Kids like these retail what's out there. I love the idea of self-care. You know, Diane and Amy, they promote that everywhere. And so I taking that couple of minutes. And then I have the educator resources where I, again, partner up with teachers. This teacher right here for graphic novels, he was teaching traditional British literature and flipped the script and decided to teach everything as a graphic novel. So together we put this whole collection of the different types of writing the kids would be focusing on, along with all different resources for the different graphic novels. Some are new. I don't work in that district anymore, but he still has access. So he's able to update during COVID digital breakouts. We needed to keep the kids' minds going. So I went and curated a whole bunch of digital breakouts that people created, and I posted it on there. SEL and diversity. And then one of my other favorite things, again, being a librarian, we like to curate. My friend Karina, Q the librarian, went and created the collaborative TLA conference notes. So if you had fear of missing out or you couldn't make a session, she was able to create this collection, and it's all the different presentations that people went to or were presenting, and people are able to jump in and grab the things that they may have missed. There's just so many other things. Professional development. I love collecting all my badges. So thank you, Mood Board. And then one final thing is every month I put Potty PD. Well, why not take all of them with the integration with Canva? And I was able to add them all so teachers can go back and say, hey, you posted that thing in the bathroom. What was that again? I can just share this link with them, and I'm giving them mini-sized, bite-sized PD that they can grab anytime. And it all has the QR codes with the lessons. They're able to just go and click right on there. So these are all the different things. There's so much here. I know I don't have enough time. That's why it was called Rapid Fire. So that's everything that I have. You're more than welcome. I think everything is shareable. You can make a copy and take a look. And that's what I had to share for creating a legendary library with Wakelet.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Deb. That was rapid fire. Nice one. Thanks. The chat was absolutely loving it. A lot of librarians joined today to see this. So thank you so much for joining us, Deb.
I'll have to go back and watch and look at it.
Of course, yeah. I know people are catching up as well. So hello to everyone joining us now. Just a quick kind of question to kind of go back to the start, if you still remember. I know you threw a lot of ideas out. Just your year in review. Do you kind of see that almost like your portfolio in a way, because you're basically showcasing what you're doing across the year, right?
Yeah, definitely like my personal portfolio for the year. Here is every single thing I did. So it's addressing my professional goal. It's addressing my library goal. And again, like one of my goals is always upping the stats. So they can see what the stats were for each month. Time column, it had that desktop calendar that everybody was the rave last year. So Shannon Miller made a Google slide one. Well, I turned around and I made a Canva one, and I keep the physical one on my desk, but the digital one is right on the home page of my Canvas. So people can see, whoa, they really hit a lot. And, you know, being able to run the reports backwards to see, oh, look, I did my 15-20% increase in checkouts in digital and in physical. So yeah, definitely my professional portfolio, but it's just that one little piece. It's not everything, but I can link that on my professional portfolio.
Exactly, yeah. But it's great idea for those that are talking portfolios in the chat from Lisa's session. Exactly what Deb's saying there. You can also use a portion of Wakelet to use it as your portfolio, and then add it from your classroom or your library into your professional portfolio too.
Yep.
Amazing. Well, Deb, thank you so much for joining us again.
Thanks, James. Thanks, everybody.
See you soon.
Bye.
Amazing. So Deb was absolutely incredible there, battling for those tech problems, but managed to rapid fire show us so many ideas on how to use Wakelet in the library and beyond. Let's be honest. So all the resources, as always, for Deb's session will be in the chat. Amy's just posted them. So again, thank you so much, Deb. And now we travel from Texas all the way up to the northeast again, a bit further this time towards Rochester for Jackie. Welcome, Jackie.
Hi.
Hello. And it's amazing to go from an OG, Deb, who's been on Community Week 4 times. Welcome, Jackie. This is your first time, your debut on the Wakelet stage.
Yes, I'm so excited to be here.
We're so excited to have you. For those that don't know, myself and Jamil and Ryan were lucky enough to visit Jackie and her district back in, when was it, November?
Yes, yep,
Yes,
back in November, right before Nicegate.
There we go, yeah. And we had an incredible time, managed to meet all of your colleagues, which was absolutely amazing for us to see. And we've just kept in touch with Jackie. Jackie's been doing some amazing things with Wakelet, and that's why we'd love to invite her today to share what you've got, Jackie. So the stage is yours, and yeah, show us what you got.
Awesome, thank you so much. All
Thank
right,
you.
so let's give this a go.
There we go.
All right, so here we are. So just to start off a little bit with myself, what I do at Monroe and Bosse's in my district is I'm a technology support specialist. So what I do is I train staff for the whole district with technology tools. So I love being able to use Wakelet for my tool for sharing all of my resources. It is my go-to. So let me get started with how I like to use Wakelet for sharing. So first off, I love to be able to use Wakelet Spaces. And as you see, as I build my collections, you can see that I love to be able to put text in here because of that immersive reader. So when I'm in immersive reader and be able to, when I'm in here and be able to have that immersive reader, then I'm able to grab the collections and have that be read. I think this is key because I work with a lot of multilingual people. And so this is a great way for that accessibility. So with that, I like to have a lot of text. So with this worldwide stage, I thought that this was great to have that in there. So with Spaces, what I like is it's a great way for me to be able to organize my content. I have found when I started using Wakelet collections that everything was just all in one place. And so for me, I like to have my digital content be sorted into different folders. So that was one of my spaces ideas, is that I would organize my collections into different folders. So here I have a snapshot of what my spaces look like. You can also see it on the left-hand side here. And with this, I have the spaces for different topics. So all my training resources for, I also use it for public profiles to have it as spaces. So last year I did a PD series and had all different courses and online courses. So I put all of the collections in this one space that we can be able to have the profile for, to easily share all of my content. Then some other space examples that I have is one for Microsoft Learn course. We are a Microsoft district, so I like to be able to showcase what Microsoft Learn has for online courses that people can take. So I have a profile collection for that. And then being New York State, we do have to use EdLaw 2D. So we have approved apps. So I also have a space available with collections of all of the approved apps we can use for our district. So now another way that I use spaces is for collaboration. And with collaboration, I have spaces for a lot of focus group. And with what I have found is by using spaces here, I'm able to have all of the collections that will be part of the focus group. Like this is a book study group. And here I have one for focus user group. So I am starting a Wakelet focus group for our district. So any users that would like to be able to be a part of it and be able to share and enrich themselves with knowing Wakelet will all be part of this Wakelet space, to be able to collaborate, to be able to add comments, and to learn from one another. And then I also have it for conferences, so I can be able to gather all the resources that I have by tech tools. And finally, another example of having spaces is for a resource hub for clubs. And this is for Minecraft education. So here I am going to go back and go into collaboration. So with this, part of using Wakelet spaces and Wakelet is for collaborating. And a big thing for me as a tech coach is I use this for my one-to-one sessions. I have found that this is a great way for me to be able to easily and quickly, efficiently be able to share the content and the resources that I discuss with my staff when I am meeting with them. So as you can see, this is a snapshot of my space where I keep all of my one-to-one sessions. By putting it in a space, this helps me be able to easily find any sessions as I sort through with the individual or with the department. And then what I have is I have different kinds of collections that I create depending on the needs of the staff. So for this case, this is a staff member that I meet with on a regular basis. So this is a collaboration collection here so that the staff member can also contribute and be able to add questions and comments and really be able to be a part of the process for the personal learning goals for the staff. And then next, the other collection type that I use with these one-to-one sessions is just gathering the resources. And I have found by using Wakelet for this purpose, I am able to quickly be able to identify and list all of the different topics we might discuss, and then be able to just place them in the collection right then and there. So this way, I'm able to either already have it be ready for the staff member walking out the door, or have it be ready that very same day. So they have the references, the materials, and any other online resources right at their fingertips. Now, another way that I use Wakelet for collaboration with within my district is using it as a message board. One is for Kudos board. We use that very often. So with this, let's just open up the Wakelet collection here. So here you can see that you can have it for inspiration, for birthday messages, or just some shout outs, just to be able to give people some praise and, you know, a job well done. In my district, we have a lot of staff members that work across multiple locations. So this has been a need that our staff have requested, to be able to have a way to boost morale, to be able to have positive communication amongst all staff, and an easy way to be able to have anyone be able to, you know, add their content. Now, another way is because I provide a lot of training sessions, I love using the Wakelet platform for icebreaker activities. And I put together a collection of different icebreaker templates from Wakelet. So they're all just put right together in one collection here, making it easy and accessible for anyone to be able to grab and use. All right, so this is also for the collaboration with the focus groups, and I already went through it. So I'm gonna go back to my original presentation here and go back. All right, so the next tip that I like to share for you tech coaches or just anyone is that I have found when I was building my collections, they were starting to be really lengthy and long. And so I found to use sub collections and put them into, group them into a larger collection there. So by doing that, it allows me to be able to separate some of the topics and be able to have them be smaller collection sizes that target maybe one activity. And then this way I can be able to just share that one part of the collection rather than having to share an entire complete collection there. So here, I'll click open my sub collections. All right, so as examples here, and you could see just from my main presentation here that I have those sub collection parts as part of my collection. But here I have are some of the examples of some sub collections. I like to demonstrate with the Microsoft Learning Accelerators. So here I'm going through, I have each of the Microsoft Learning Accelerators tools here. There's reading progress. So it goes through some of the steps, but then you could see with the Wakelet here, I have the Wakelet collection here. So when I go and open up the reading progress, then now I have a whole collection that focuses on just the reading progress part. This makes it very convenient for me to be able to add this collection to any other part of a collection. And especially when I'm doing the one-to-one sessions, I could just kind of hand pick those collections and those topics to tailor it to the individual that I'm working with. All right. So here, all of these collections here are in a link that Wakelet will share with you. They're all available for you to be able to grab, to copy, and to explore at your own leisure. This is also another example of using a collection and being able to use sub collections here. So here I took the Wakelet certified course and I adapted it to have it be a collection just for our staff. So here I broke it up by the different segments, and here are each collection here. And I found that by doing this, it makes it more simplified by having it all just with the collections like this. So what are also some examples of the collections being simplified as sub-collections is like this here. So let me open up this one. So here is just providing how to edit PDFs. So it's just a one task activity, steps to learn from. So this, I made it just like a mini collection. So this way I can be able to share this with anyone who's just needs to know about how to edit a PDF if they don't have Adobe Pro. And but then I can also add this to any larger collections that might fit under. So I also provided some more of these mini collections, sub-collections here, so you can be able to see some of the examples that I can break them down in here. All right. So last but not least is Canva designs. Now, I love to use Canva in my Wakelet. And so here, using Canva and the integration with Wakelet allows me to open up so many doors to make my collections and my designs really stand out. So with this, one is that you have your design with Canva. And the next thing is that I have is the embedding the Canva designs. So I put a mini collection together on different ways to embed Canva in Wakelet. So in here, you'll be able to see that I have laid it out. I have students that are building their student portfolios right now, and they're wanting to know different ways of how to upload their resume. So I built this mini collection for them so they have a guide to see how, if they have their collection be as a picture file or as a PDF, what it would look like, if they added a picture, what it would look like, and then that Smart Embed Live link from Canva and being able to have that right in there and being live so that they can edit it at any time. So this is one great way, in different ways, that you're able to use Canva in Wakelet, and I use it all the time. Now, the next thing is, as you're building your Canva designs, you find that certain sizes work well. And it took me a while to figure out the different sizes that will fit right for it to be visually appealing in my Wakelet collections. So what I did for all of you today is I built the Canva templates for each of the different sizes, so you don't have to think about it. So here, this template here, you click on this and it will give you the template in Canva for the Wakelet header size, which would be this right here. Now, if you want to be able to have for the background of your Wakelet collection, you can use this template right here. It's already sized right for you. If you're using the grid layout for your collections, I already sized out the tile for that too. So there's the template there. And then here are the different banner sizes. So if you want something that's slim, medium, or larger, then those are also templates there from Canva. And these are those banners that I'm talking about. I love being able to do this, having these banners, having these headers in here, because it really helps your collections stand out and be able to separate your collections and by the topics there. So on each of my collections, I have added is the resources on the bottom. So that is my presentation. So there you go.
That was great. That was great. Thank you so much, Jackie. Again, so many ideas shared in such a short space of time. That's why we love the 12-hour live stream. Just so many ideas to kind of take, and then after this, you can go ahead and play with them. I do want to kind of focus. Well, first of all, thank you for mentioning the Canva integration. I feel like that just takes collections to the next level, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I use it all the time.
Yeah. I thought you were going to mention it, especially since your whole presentation had the Canva headers in between.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I love it. And then the other thing that I really like, and I know the chat did as well, is the almost tutorial-like collections that you're creating, like how to edit a PDF. I just love the simplicity of it, but also just how effective it is, because I know when people ask me questions about, oh, how do I do this on Wakelet, or how do I use the printer, or in your case, edit PDFs, typing that out in an email in steps is a bit tedious. It's not very visual. You could do a video, but it's kind of only one purpose for that person. So the collection is kind of like in the middle. It's personalized, but it's also visual, and you've got it there to use again and again and again. So thank you so much for sharing that. I actually really like that one.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I find that having the using Wakelet for my training materials makes it a lot fast. I'm able to do it a lot faster. And typically, if someone requests something, as I'm researching, I'm able to just put it all together in a collection, have it look amazing, and then be able to just share it. And then there you go. It's in my training resources space. And then people are in my district or anyone else publicly can be able to access my resources right then and there. And I can move on to the next thing.
Exactly. Yeah. And just like you've done there as well, you can even present from it as well, put it on the screen and just scroll through those resources.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, Jackie, you didn't disappoint there. Your first Wakelet Community Week, and I'm pretty sure it won't be your last. That was an incredible session. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Amazing. And hopefully we'll see you soon as well. If not before, definitely a nice skate.
Absolutely. Hopefully.
Amazing.
Yes.
Right. Well, thank you, Jackie. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Bye.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Nice one. Well, we're up to our last guest now. We have Rhonda waiting behind the scenes. Rhonda, welcome to the stage.
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm very good, very good. Like I say, it's the last session of this section before we jump into the last 2 hours. So I'm very excited. Very excited to learn about what you got shared today. I actually love the title of your session, by the way. But I won't say. I'll let you reveal that.
Well, it's all about just kind of saving time and helping us get some information out. And it actually was because I was really frustrated with my own children.
Okay, wow. Well, we're looking forward to it. And if there's one thing that teachers need right now, it's how to save time. So if you can help us all with that, that would be amazing, Rhonda.
Absolutely.
Nice one. Well, over to you.
Okay, sounds great. So my session, sorry, I'm at home and my dogs are going to bark. My session is all about saving us some time, maybe by giving our information out without, let me shut the door real quick. Sorry, they have not barked for 2 solid hours. So all about kind of using Wakelet to save us some time and some steps. So a little bit about me. I teach future teachers and brand new teachers. I'm in charge of our job embedded program, which is alternative licensure here in Tennessee. And then I also teach all of our educational technology courses, classroom management, those kinds of things. So I'm always trying to find a way to help my students save some time and help them be more prepared when they get out there. So Wakelet, one of the things that I have started telling my students, especially with our students that are going to be in those classes where they're going to be sending things out, field trip forms, picture forms, extracurricular activity forms, anything that's kind of got to go out on an every so often basis, newsletters, things like that. So one of my favorite tips is to use that and use Wakelet and create your Wakelet board to send that information out. Obviously, we're still going to send home the paper copy, but I can't tell you how many times when I was teaching, and I taught high school, theoretically mature, responsible children, and I would send them things home with them. And the next day they would come in and go, hey, I lost that. Can you get me another one? Right. So then it's back to the copy machine, hoping there's no jam, hoping there's no line, those kinds of things. So that's kind of where this idea came from, of really using Wakelet to help send out the information. So for my classes, this is my Wakelet. I've got several things on there that we use with my class. So one of the ones that I've used is certification opportunities. My students they have to get 3 certifications if they're a graduate level student, to be in, to finish the class. They have to get 3 additional certifications. So instead of me trying to go in every time in my LMS, rebuild it, redo it, put all the different things back in there, one of the things that I've done is, hey, I'll just make this Wakelet. I'll give you the link to my Wakelet, and then I'll just go update my Wakelet when it needs to be updated. That way I'm not spending as much time in that LMS doing those things. So I give them a list. They get a paper list of tons of different certifications that they can work on. And inevitably, they're undergraduate students and graduate students, and inevitably they still come back to class the next time and go, hey, I lost that list, right? I think we've all maybe experienced this. Like I said, this came because my own children, I knew things were going on because I had students that were teaching in their schools, and I still wasn't getting the information. So this has been kind of my solution to that. We're always worried about data privacy. That's such a big thing. How do we keep our things private? So I love the fact that I share this link, this particular Wakelet, with my kids when they come up and need something. When they're looking for a certification, when they're looking for something else they can do, I can keep it private. I can keep it to where just they can see it if I send it to them, those kinds of things. So that helps me not worry so much about the student data, the student privacy, make sure that we're, kind of keeping that in mind. So like I said, this is one that I've created for one of my classes where they have to do some certifications. I've got one where I collaborated with one of our local education agencies. They came to me and they said, hey, we need help. We're 1-to-1. All of our kids have devices, but we don't have time to talk to their parents about what should they be doing and what should they not be doing. And maybe why should we not just have unfettered access to the internet at the age of 5? So what I did was, in order to share the resources with them and give them something that they could use and help our partners out, I just came on here and created this keeping your child safe on the internet. And when I did it, I tried to find the different ages, right? Because, obviously we know that what we want to give access to a 5-year-old to be able to do and what we want to give access to a 17-year-old to be able to do are probably a little bit different. So for this board, I did put everything in together because they had asked me to, so that they just had to share one link to give out. So that has been super helpful for our local school district, and for them to be able to give their teachers even to come in and say, hey, let's look at some ways to do this and to do it safely. And then my other one that there's more on there, but one of the other ways that I have used this is I go around and do a ton of professional developments for local school systems, at conferences and that kind of thing. And I'm always asked when I'm presenting at a conference, hey, I really want to get your materials. Can I see your materials? Yes, you can see my materials because they're all on my Wakelet board. So every time I go and do a presentation, I put them all in here. This particular one is a presentation I do about building a classroom technology plan. Part of that is building your own mission and vision. So with student permission from my undergraduate students, these are some of the missions and visions so that I can even give examples when I'm in there and I'm talking and I'm presenting and doing those things. That way I keep adding to it when I get great ones, when I get great examples turned in, I will add that one to it. And so anybody that has access to my Wakelets, they're able to get in there. The teachers that I have talked to that I've said, hey, why don't you use this and use this to send your papers out? Use this to send things home. Yes, still give them the paper copy. But we know it's going to get lost, right? I had a friend, got around that by she would take the paper copy and fold it up and put it around their wrist like a bracelet. And she said that gets it home about half the time. But now that she's using Wakelet to send things out to her class, to send her newsletters out, to keep her parents updated, she creates a private Wakelet board for every class that she teaches and invites just those parents. She's able to showcase what her students are doing. She's able to send out, every time she sends a paper home, she also puts the PDF of the paper on her Wakelet board in case it gets lost. That way the parents can print it and send it back. No more extra trips to the copier. No more unjamming the copier that somebody left jammed. No more dealing with at the beginning of class, hey, I lost this paper, I need some more. It's not a problem. Here's your Wakelet board. She also uses it to just send updates, just general updates she'll put on there. So it's turned into a place that the parents can go, they can see what their kids are doing, they can get the information they need. My students can go on there and get the information they need. And they even add to it. My top level graduate class adds to some of my Wakelet boards. We have some collaborative boards going. So that's mine. That's my short, sweet. Now the dogs have quit barking. So.
That was amazing, Rhonda. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, it's as if your dogs wanted to be the star of the show there.
I know, right? I have 2 large dogs. They've been laying in the floor all day long.
Oh.
And now all of a sudden the Great Pyrenees needs to bark.
Yeah. Bless. Well, they didn't interrupt that. That was absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for sharing.
Good.
And that really was everything everywhere, all in one place.
Yes, everything everywhere, all in one place.
I love it. Basically, what you're describing there, I think the word to sum it up really is like a one-stop shop, right, for you
Yes.
and your colleagues. Everything's
Absolutely.
just there.
And I mean, I have boards that I've built with people at the university where I teach that are in different buildings and if we're working on a project, every project I have to work on gets a Wakelet board because it's just easier that way.
It just is, yeah. And what would that have been before without Wakelet? What would you have been using to collaborate?
Lots of emails.
Yes.
Right? Because we all need 1 or 2 more emails. But also lots of meetings and a lot of time talking where we used to come together and every project, everybody would bring their ideas in and then you'd have to explain your idea and then we'd talk about the ideas. Now I've just got everybody just put all your ideas on the Wakelet before you come. We'll have 1 meeting before you come to the meeting. You need to look at the Wakelet. And then
that goes
come with questions, not explanations. Because I don't know, I'm all about maybe not having a meeting. Maybe if we can cut 1 or 2 out a day, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about saving time. I think that's the biggest time saver there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think it goes right into Jackie's point before as well about that asynchronous learning. Sometimes you don't need a real-time collaboration or real-time meeting. It can happen over the space of a session or a day or a couple of weeks, and you just have it there and you keep on building on top of it. So yeah, in terms of saving time, that is a real big time saver.
Right. Well, and it's just the whole point of being able to use this. We think a lot about the online version, but with the people that are in our classrooms and in our offices and in our schools every day, how many questions can I solve with this? You know, I've got one of my job embedded students has created Wakelets. She teaches math. And so I told her, I said, go in and every time you have a complicated concept, make a 4 to 5 minute video explaining the concept and create a Wakelet board. And when your students have questions, tell them to go watch the video first. Or if they're out, go watch the video, then come to you with the questions. So
exactly, yeah.
I'm trying to streamline.
100%. I think the whole thing is streamlined there. And I suppose going back to what you're saying there about kind of answering those questions, you're already answering the questions without the questions having to be asked. Like if someone goes to your how to keep your students safe online collection, without asking the question, they've already got loads of answers there that you've already created for them.
Right. Well, and then you're also, one of the things I taught criminal justice when I taught high school. And so it's something that they do have a hard time understanding. So what I found was I was coming up with the exact same questions every time. And I would prefer not to answer it the same way, like,
there you go.
Hey, watch this, then come ask me,
Yeah. Well, in terms of saving time that we've been talking about, it's for the teachers, but also for you as well, because I imagine there's only one of you that they're asking the questions at. You've got a one-stop shop. You're saying, just go here. I've created a lot of all these questions already. The best answers that I found from the web are here. And then anything that's a bit more advanced, maybe, then they can go to yourself.
Right. And then I can go in and update it when I'm not right in the middle of things.
Yes, exactly.
Right. Not right in the middle of a semester. Over the summer, I can go in and make updates.
I love it. Well, thank you, Rhonda, for sharing that. I really appreciate it. We'll share your resources in the chat for everyone to look at as well. But for now, Rhonda, thank you so much for ending the section 5 of the International Express.
All right. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Rhonda. Cheers.
Cheers.
Bye-bye. Amazing. And that's it. That's been, an hour and 40 minutes of this section. Incredible. It's gone so fast. Well, don't tune off just yet. We've got another last stop of the International Express coming up in around 20 minutes. So you do have a bit of a break for those that have been here from the start. I saw your comments. First of all, thank you for joining us. But you are going to join us. Go ahead and take a break. Maybe grab something to eat, have a drink. Maybe follow up on some of those resources that have been shared from these amazing speakers. Incredible. Thank you so much for the speakers and everyone for joining today. As always, if you do see anything that you like from those resources, from the speakers, ideas, you name it, go ahead and share it on Twitter using that hashtag Wakelet Community Week, because as I've already said, you are in with a chance of winning some great prizes. Every tweet is a chance of winning those prizes of swag packs, those experience vouchers, and also that trip to ISTE 2024, which I know everyone is looking to get. So my fingers are crossed for all of you. Best of luck. And for those asking about certificates, the link is in the chat. It's also pinned, so you can go ahead and fill that out there. But yeah, Amy will be joining you with 5 amazing speakers to wrap up this 12-hour live stream in 20 minutes time. So we'll see you very, very soon. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, Amy from the Wakelet team here, and you've joined us for our final leg of the 12-hour live stream, the International Express, and it's been such an incredible day so far. We've heard from so many incredible educators from all around the world who've had so many fantastic ideas to share, and I want to have a massive shout out to those of you in the chat as well who have been joining along the sessions, supporting our speakers and sharing all of your ideas as well. It's been great to see so many of you following along, hopping in, hopping out, and staying for the duration as well. It's been amazing to see so many familiar names in there as well. So we really hope you've enjoyed the sessions so far, and we have an incredible lineup coming up for you now as well. Before we jump into that though, just a reminder, we do have an incredible competition going on throughout the week. So anything that you see in a session that you love, you want to share out, let everyone know about, share that on social using that hashtag Wakelet Community Week, and you'll be entered into a prize draw to win some incredible prizes. ISTE 2024 is in there, some gift vouchers that you can use to go to maybe a theme park, maybe a day out with family, lots of options there, and also some exclusive Community Week swag packs as well. So there's so much up for grabs, but of course we just want you to share with the world all of the wonderful things that you're hearing about today. Our speakers have been incredible so far, and I know there's been so many takeaways, and I know there's so many more to come as well. So we're going to jump right in just a second. Last thing, we will be sharing the certificate link out, and any of the resources that you're seeing shared out by our presenters today will be in those collections, and we'll keep sharing that out in the chat as well. So make sure that you claim your certificate and you get those resources so you can take them away and look back. And for those of you either jumping in now, or if you do need to jump off, that's absolutely fine. You'll be able to catch up with this straight away. As soon as it finishes on that 12-hour mark, you'll be able to watch back and see all of the fantastic speakers that have been on today. But with that, I would love to start that final leg of the 12-hour live stream 2023, and I have got incredible speaker that I would love to introduce and bring on first. Sarah, hi, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you, Amy?
Yes, very well, thank you, and so excited to have you on the 12-hour live stream with us. Thank you so much for being here. I know everyone's super excited to hear from you today. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Okay, sounds good. All right, well, let me just kind of pull my stuff up here. Give me 1 second.
No worries.
All right. And just so excited, you know, as they say, save the best for last, right?
Exactly. I like it.
Okay. And I just want to make sure, thumbs up. You seeing my screen here?
Good to go.
All right. Well, I mean, they do say save the best for last. I've been tuning kind of on and off throughout the day, and there's been so many awesome things being shared. So just want to say thank you to everybody for tuning in, and hopefully the fun will continue on. So my session is called Back to School with Wakelet. Now, granted, I know we're an international community, so some of you may not be off on summer break yet, but those of us here in the States, if we're not off yet, we are soon. So the next thing on our dock is kind of going back to school, and what better way to do that than with Wakelet. So just briefly want to introduce myself. My name is Sarah Jackson. My current role, I'm with Instructional Technology, and I help support teachers here in Texas. We're just outside of Houston in Katy, if any of you are familiar with Katy. And I support teachers on our secondary level. However, I've been in the classroom for 16 years, and I have taught both elementary and secondary. And so, you know, really have had a taste of it all. So what brings me here today is, in my new role, I'm always thinking of different ways that I can support teachers. And, you know, one of the funny things is no matter where I go, people kind of joke, oh, here comes Sarah. And I'm like, well, have I told you about Wakelet? You know, and so whenever I come around, that's kind of the laughing matter is I'm always pitching Wakelet. And so even though we're here in summer, my mind is on all things Wakelet because before we know it, summer is over in a flash and school is back in session. And so I'm trying to think of different ways that I can help support not only the teachers here in my district, but hopefully those of you that are tuning in with ways that we can use Wakelet when we're kind of just hitting the ground on those first days of school and needing to kind of make connections with our students, build community, kind of making that play right on Community Week here, and just get the school year started off right. And one of the things that I have felt passionate about in my career is that you never get those first days of school back. Those first 2 weeks of school set the tone for everything. And so why not start off with a bang? And what better thing to use than Wakelet? And so I know I'm here with my fellow community members. We all love Wakelet. So hopefully I'll give you some kind of twists on some oldies and goodies with kind of a little bit of a new, fresh style. So the joke of kind of why I love Wakelet, I have to tell you, it took me quite a while to narrow it down to kind of 3 simple things that I could put because there's so many reasons that I love Wakelet. But when it really comes down to it, it connects with my core values in education, and that is to foster creativity and collaboration. And when I was tuning in earlier today, you know, some of the other presenters were talking about that. You know, if we're not getting students to be the creators in our classroom, right? What are we doing? And so that is always my driving force. And that's where kind of the joke of me always pitching Wakelet is, this is the tool, right? No matter what we want to do. And I love just how easy it is and accessible. So whether you teach kindergarten all the way up through, you know, our highest level students, or even as adults, Wakelet provides a space for everyone. And then kind of my last piece there, no matter what your learning goal or objective is, there is a way for Wakelet to be used. And that's what I love. It isn't just a one size platform. If we can come up with an idea, we can figure out a way to make Wakelet fit. And so in my current role with providing things to teachers, you know, I'm often putting things together to give people a taste of something to try. And so I'm going to be sharing out 5 different collections that I have made today that you are able to copy. Amy will be sharing the link, and I also have a QR code that will pop up here in a little bit. So if you want to grab your device and just scan that, you can kind of grab those collections or have a look as we are going through. So before I jump into those collections, you know, my idea in the beginning of the year is we want to elevate community, and let's do that with Wakelet. You know, so when I reflect on all my years of teaching, you know, that first day of school particularly, or just like those first couple days, we're always kind of trying to get to know one another, and we're doing our class introductions, and, you know, we've all done some of the same things like classroom bingo, but like, you know, find somebody that has the same interests as you. And although they are good, how much did we really learn from our students? Because that piece of paper probably went in the trash on the way out, or maybe you stacked them up on your desk, you know, never to be looked at again. They were fun. They broke the ice. They got kids talking, but did it really accomplish our goal? And so that's where I want to use Wakelet to take a twist on some of those pieces that we have loved over the years and make it something meaningful, and kind of going into my second piece there and providing a place for our students to really self-express who they are. You know, we live in a world of digital curation. This is what our students are interested in, our youngest ones all the way to our oldest. So let's kick off, you know, day one, tapping into that 21st century student. and really giving them a way to, you know, show themselves, but also let you show them as their teacher what their classroom is going to be like, you know, what the expectation is, and the types of ways that we can showcase not only ourselves, but our learning. And so I think this is just a powerful way we could kick off the year, but in a low stakes, kind of easy, you know, entry level way. So I have 5 get to know you activities. These are all collections that can be copied, and they're all housed in a larger collection, which I'll be jumping over into in a minute. And if you have a look, here's the QR code. So if you're watching, feel free to grab that device. You can scan that, and that will kick you right over to the get to know you activities that we have built here together. So I'm going to jump on over, and if you didn't catch that QR code, we will drop the link and you can get to that later. But for now, you can just follow along with me. So here in the States, we're in summer, or some of us close to it. I know some of you are still in session. So I was going with kind of the summer vibes as we're thinking of next year. And so we have our get to know you activities. So my thought is, let's create community this year using Wakelet as a tool for our self-introductions. We want to get our students out there to express themselves, to collaborate, and let's develop the 21st century skills. So my first activity is my summer in 5 pictures. And the way I have this set up, I have a header kind of titling each of the different collaborative activities. There's a blurb which gives the directions, and then you'll find the collection underneath. Now, when you click on that collection, this is actually the same description in the collection. I just provided them here on this landing page so that you could read it without having to click into the actual collection unless you wanted to. So let's go ahead and check out the first one, my summer in 5 pictures. So the thought here is that students have to take 5 images. They could be images off of like their personal device, or images that they go find online, to kind of chronicleize what their summer was all about. And so the caption here will give the directions. So again, you can copy this and then use it in your own classroom. So it says, my summer in 5 pictures. Show off your sensational summer in just 5 photos. Think through your summer highlights, then gather images from either online or from your device that captures each of these moments. Arrange the photos in chronological order and add a short yet fun description. Be creative, have fun, and showcase your unforgettable summer in just 5 frames. Let the fun begin. Now, if I was doing this, most of these different activities I have, my thought would be that students would create their own collection. So students would create their collection, and I like this because now they have the freedom to create their own header, set the background, put their own blurb, and then they can add their 5 images with their brief description. And then, as we know, they can just grab that copy code to share their collection, and that would actually be what they would share here in the teacher's collection. And so that way we now have a collaborative space, kind of collections within collections, where students can then go around and look at all of the different pieces of work students have. And I feel really passionate about that because I don't know where I read it, but there was a kind of an educational post once about how we put so much emphasis, hopefully, on students creating, but then we often just ask them to share that link with us, like in our LMS, just share it with the teacher. And then they never get that audience. Kids want their work to be shared. Not just kids, even adults. You know, as I'm working on my presentations, my poor husband, I'm always like, oh, look at this. Do you like this? Right? We want to share what we've created. We want to talk about our experiences. So we want to be able to do that. And so Wakelet is a phenomenal place where students can share a collection or any other digital piece of work or any piece of work that they have in a platform where we can all see it. So I think 5 pictures would be a fun, easy way. This could be adaptable from littles all the way to bigs. You could obviously have it be more abstract the older they get. All right, so moving on. Oops, sorry, a little bit of lag here. The next one, this is just a traditional one, but an all about me collage. I think we've done versions of this from the beginning of time, giving kids a piece of paper, drawing all about themselves, writing things, drawing pictures. But Wakelet is a phenomenal place to do this. So let's go ahead and open that one up. And again, this would be a similar model where this would be the teacher's collection and students would create their own collections. So, in my district, we use Clever. Students authenticate and then join through a classroom through the teacher's profile. They do not have to actually have their own account. So there's lots of different ways that you can do this. So for the All About Me collage, it says curate an extraordinary collage that represents you. Gather photos, videos, music, quotes, and more to show your adventures, hobbies, passions, and things that inspire you. Fill your collage with favorite moments, friends, family, places, and art. Be creative and think outside the box as you arrange these elements that reflect your unique personality. So just the idea of kind of digital art and being able to pull all of these different pieces in, I would definitely use the mood board here so that you can get that collage representation, and then students can share that link on your teacher kind of collage here or your teacher collection, and then share that with maybe your community, or maybe have this on your class website or in your LMS. And that's what I like about this idea. With any of these activities, it's a living and breathing thing. So unlike the get to know you activities on a piece of paper that just got scratched, we can go back and look at these throughout the year. And so I'm thinking of how much power that gives us as teachers, because did we really get to know our students before? At the end of the day, you have 100 kids maybe. Where here you can kind of go back, look, get a feel, and feel the imagery, the mood, and it lives. And students can kind of adapt and work on this as the year goes on. So I think this would be a lot of fun. All right, the third collection is what I'm calling a personal playlist. So this could be for littles, but definitely was thinking of some of our older students as well, and wanting to have things that were age appropriate for, whomever you teach. So with the personal playlist, kind of bringing in the power of music here a little bit. So the blurb, which houses the directions, say, share who you are with the power of music by creating the ultimate personal playlist. Curate a variety of school-appropriate songs or music videos that let your classmates get to know you. Provide a brief description of why each song or video is meaningful to you to help you tell your story and give a glimpse into your passions and personality. Organize your content in a way that tells a story from beginning to end. So I like this because it's a little bit more abstract. It lets students kind of tap into what they love, music. And so I think this could be a lot of fun for definitely our older learners as well. All right, moving along, the next activity that is here, I'm calling the bookshelf showcase. So previously ELA teacher, so I kind of had books in mind. And I really like this idea. And this could be adapted for something that you could do throughout the school year, just ditch the word summer. But having a place where students can put their favorite books. And I know, back in the day, we used to have a binder, right? Students could write down, this was my favorite book, and nobody ever opened it up. Well, why not have a collection in Wakelet? Maybe have a QR code posted in the classroom or the library or in the halls where students can get book recommendations from their peers in a way that is visual and enticing to them, or maybe even find a book trailer and put the link. However, the thought for back to school is, what have we read this summer? What books would we recommend? And so it says, welcome to the Summer Bookshelf Showcase. Add an image of your favorite summer reads. Then add a short description or review for each book post. Be sure not to give away the plot, but leave just enough to hook your classmates and let them know why they should read this book. Then have a look around and see if there are titles that interest you. And I think you could do this in so many ways, like maybe you use the flip integration so the students are posting themselves. Maybe they create something in Canva. Maybe they find the book trailer like mentioned, or maybe they just post a picture of the book and a blurb. And then we have our final recommendation of things that we could do at the beginning of the year. This one's simple, but it's fun and it's classic. And this is a fun facts collection. So let me open that up. And this is kind of those, surprising things that we never knew about each other, or kind of taking like the two truths and a lie, all those unbelievable things about ourselves. So did you know the fun facts collection? And the directions say, get ready to share interesting facts about yourself in a fun and creative way. Think of 5 to 10 fun and unique facts about yourself. This can include anything from favorite music, books, shows, hobbies, or interesting experiences. Make your collection pop by adding visuals such as images, videos, or GIFs that relate to your fun facts. And again, students would make their own collection and then share them here on this. And then students have time to go through and look at each other's work. And just kind of in closing, that reminder is we have to just remember to make sure we build the time in for students to explore what other students are sharing in these collections, and not just time to build their own and be able to post that. And so I think Wakelet would be a wonderful way to kick off the year. It introduces the platform. And so I hope you guys will be able to use some of these different activities, share them with your school, your teaching partner. And I think whether you're a seasoned Wakelet user or just a beginner, these are a great place to start. And I think that wraps up my time. So I'm going to kick it back over to you, Amy.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sarah. So many incredible ideas there that you've shared. I love that you kicked off saying around, you don't get those first few weeks back, and they really do set the tone. And I love how all of the activities that you shared, all of those ideas that just make it so much more interactive and so much easier for not only students to get to know each other, but as you say, educators to actually get to know their students a little bit better and have those kind of reflection pieces and learn. I mean, we've all been on that spot where it's like, put you on the spot and ask you 5 facts about yourself. And sometimes that can seem a little bit daunting, but, when they have time to, work on something creative and use visual elements to kind of tell that story, I know I find that a lot easier.
Right. It takes the awkwardness away a little.
It does. So it's taking some of these, older use cases, but making them more fun, making them more interactive for students, and allowing them kind of like a safe space to be able to do those and put it on, like you said, a digital storytelling platform where they can look back on that and reflect as well. So I love those. And in the chat, everyone was absolutely loving the activities that you were sharing there. We have shared out the link to those resources, so you can check out all of Sarah's activities there. I think they would be great as well to make into templates. So you'll have multiple classes next year, and you might want to do it with all of those classes. Right. So make them into templates, and then you can use them for different classes as well. Because I think they'll be fantastic for, as you say, Sarah, all ages across the board there as well.
All right. Well, thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Sarah. It was wonderful hearing from you. And enjoy the rest of the show. And thank you so much for joining us.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
See you soon. Fantastic. Well, I know you guys have absolutely loved seeing the activities there, and hopefully that's got you very excited for the new school year. I know some of you are still wrapping up the year, I'm sure, and a few are already getting excited for the summer, but hopefully that's given you some inspiration for that new school year as well. We are going to jump into our next speaker, who I'm really excited to introduce and bring on. We have James. Hi, James. How are you?
What's up, Amy? Doing fantastic. How about yourself?
Yes, very well, thank you. As you can tell, it's actually getting a little bit dark here now. Every time I come on, it's a little bit darker because it's getting a bit late here. But yeah, I'm going to throw it over to you and yeah, have fun.
Okay, what is up, everybody? Let me go ahead and get my stuff all set. And here we go. Okay. All right. There we go. We are sharing. Let's do this. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is James Varlock. I am a digital learning specialist in McAllen, Texas, United States. So find the big state of Texas, head south all the way till you get to the border. I work for the McAllen Independent School District, 20,000 students, 1,600 teachers. We're doing fantastic things in education here, and we are out for the year. Students and teachers are out for the year. And so my break is coming up. It's almost time. I'm counting down the days, counting down the hours, counting down the minutes. But thank you so much for making this session for Wakelet part of your learning day. We're going to talk about harnessing Wakelet for a dynamic orientation experience. Okay. So in August, we ramp up, we gear up for new teacher orientation. We have new faces coming to the district, and we feel like the best way that we can get them as a good send-off and a good introduction into teaching, into the role that they're going to be serving in, is by having this amazing and dynamic orientation experience. Okay. So you can find the resources in the chat. You can find and connect with me there too. I'm on Twitter and Instagram as well. And so let me blow this up just a little bit. Okay, here we go. Okay, so right. So what's the agenda here? Why do we need to do this for new teacher orientation? And technically, we usually have no agenda. We have a set of guidelines. We have a set of days that these teachers will come. And so they sit and they receive and their minds get overloaded. And it turns into this huge information exchange for them because, right, teaching and the role that you're serving in education, there's so much information as you get started. And so it can be kind of like information overload. But what we want to do is we want to go ahead and take those things. We want to try to kind of repackage. We want to welcome these teachers into the district. We want to give them an incredible send-off to their campus, to their area where they're going to be serving. And so we can do that by kind of repackaging how we set up this orientation. Okay, so what we can do is talk about the norm. So I'll go through this Wakelet just a little bit. We'll do a couple of activities, and that's how we'll kind of run this little session. So what's the norm? The norm is usually we'll have everybody come in, they sit down, and we'll have a little meet and greet. We'll have a little bit of schmoozing. Oh, hey, how are you? What do you do? Here, what campus are you going to be from? And that's all well, great. We'll get introductions. We'll meet the staff of the directors. You may meet the principals. And then maybe the superintendent will come up and he'll share a little bit about his vision. Okay, then from there, that's when the information dump begins. Okay, we've got policy. We'll learn about the laws and the guidelines. We'll go through the employee handbook, right, which is just awesome. I love the employee handbook, and we get to go through it page by page. Yes, love the handbook. And then we'll get to learn about our pedagogy and some of the resources that our districts have, right? So we'll go through some best practices. We'll talk about some of the resources people have access to, and then we'll start talking about timelines, okay? Like here, this is when you need to be here. Here's when this is due. And so what happens is our brains slowly but surely fill up with fluid until we can't take any more. And eventually, as we're walking out the door, they explode, okay? But what's also cool about what's the norm is we can actually repackage using Wakelet how we deliver our orientation resources and how we send out those packages for orientation. Because great, I know we like to sit and receive, but sometimes, you know what, there's a little bit ways that we can be more engaging and more collaborative. And what's happening is these teachers can connect with each other because, you know what, you may have, our district likes to have a new teacher orientation session once each month so that these teachers come together and they can connect and they can share like, how are things going? How's it going where you are? And so what we can do is we can use Wakelet to repackage those resources and repackage our orientation, okay? So I'm gonna show you 3 little ways, give you 3 ideas for maybe how we can take that package, that new package and ideas, and we can ramp it up. Okay, first, when we start with the agenda, we can make those introductions and welcomes way more dynamic. Okay. Wakelet is a great digital tool. I'm a tech coach. So that's what I do here. And I'm just going to, what I like to do is I never like make anybody get a resource. What I like to do is just introduce them to the resource, introduce them to some of the tips and tricks and those cool things that they can do. And then I let them make a decision for themselves. How can you use this? I don't know. You know what? And then once they make their decision, then I'm in there to support. So I think we can use Wakelet definitely for introductions and to get connections. And then for our policy and all that law and those guidelines, what we can do is we can repackage it and we can put those into little chunks, right? When we're in the classroom and we have our students, we don't want to give them the whole shebang on day number 1. What we want to do is chunk it up just a little bit so they get a little taste here. And then tomorrow they get another little taste. And you know what? They're getting that slice of pepperoni on Wednesday. And by Friday, they've had as much of the pizza as they can absorb, okay? So through policy, we can kind of use Wakelet to kind of chunk things up. And then with our pedagogy and resources, that's going to be the easy part. We can take those links, we can take those documents, we can take those timelines and guidelines, and we can curate them with Wakelet. And it's an amazing way to get all of your resources out to folks. It's aesthetically pleasing. It's dynamically looks great. So Wakelet is just an amazing tool for that. Okay, so now we're going to jump in to the introductions, okay? So if you have access to the resources, you can use the link, jump on this Wakelet, and you can use your QR code and scan. What we're going to do right now is, just go through a few activities that you can do. And so for introductions, right? So usually we'll stand up and we'll say, hey, folks at your table, please turn and introduce yourself to 3 people, right? So you have to turn, oh, yes, hey, how you doing? Great, I'm James. No, great, nice to meet you. But what happens is usually when we leave these orientations, if we haven't actually made any friends or been any, work at the same campus, we may not see those folks until the next month. So what we can do with Wakelet is we can actually take a pic of ourselves, put our name on the pic. And, if you don't want to take a pic of yourself, because some people are like, you know what? I don't take selfies. I don't take pictures, right? I don't take selfies. And then you go and look on their phone, they have like hundreds of selfies, right? So who knew? But I think now we're in this mobile age, you can have someone take a pic of themselves, share their name, because names are important. When we are at teacher orientations, I try to learn all the folks that I meet, try to learn their name, Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Garcia, Miss Thomas, whatever. I try to learn their names because when I see them again for the first time, and I use their name, those names, that's going to be important to them, that I took a little bit of time just to remember their name, because remember, names have power. Names definitely have power. So if you can, take your mobile device, scan that QR code. You know what? We ain't got no badges here. No, hello, my name is, ain't got no red badges here, not here on this Wakelet or whatever. Take a scan that QR code, and what I want you to do is if you can take a selfie of yourself, a picture of yourself or whatever, add your name on that little section, that little Wakelet. And what you do is, since we're using that collaborative feature, when I go here to share, which is really cool in Wakelet, right? If I scroll down, make sure that the sharing link is on, I can hit the collaboration, I can send it with a code, send it with a link, use some of the platforms that are already there, Google Classroom and Teams. So this is a great little activity that you can do. All you're doing is just taking a picture of yourself, putting in a nice little platform, nice little space. And what we can do, whoever's there can go back and they can check. So forget to know. So here's my little Wakelet. You can add GIFs and all your stuff to your Wakelet. That'll make those things way more dynamic. So here, thank you very much, Elle, for showing up. And so you can add your photos there, add your name. And so you know what? When I see you again, I can go through and say, hey, I know this person works at Gonzalez. Hey, nice to meet you, James, or nice to meet you, Sue, whoever it is. I have a great little way of a curated kind of like name badging that I can go ahead and check people out from. So the link is there in the Wakelet at the bottom. So under this collection, there's another collection that's right here if you need to access it. You can add a GIF if you don't want to put your picture, but I know all of you guys like to take selfies, so those selfies are definitely there. So some other ways that you can think about kind of repackaging that. What is your spirit animal, right? You can make it like a text only, or they can add a GIF of their spirit animal, or they could even take a pic, right? If you can find a unicorn, find a live unicorn, you know what? That would be amazing. I know some of you guys are unicorn people. I'm like a fire-breathing dragon person. I think that's like a really cool animal. And, we should be able to like ride those into work. That's part of the policy guideline. We'll talk about that in just a second. Describe the perfect teacher. Who is your inspiration? What things, we can also app smash. We can add a game. We can add a skill, right? I think it's cool One of the orientations I was at, this cool, these folks learned how to create a QR code. That was the very first thing they did when they got into their orientation. They said, okay, you know what, we're going to teach you a skill really quick right off the bat. Boom, went into it using QR code generator, the one where you can add your face. It's super cool. And so they learned a skill. The first thing they did was sat down. So from there on, they were like, hey, I'm going to get to learn and not just receive. So they were able to learn that skill, and that had them hooked. Okay. All right. So far we've talked about introductions. Awesome. So we can level up using Wakelet, our teacher orientation using introductions. Okay. So in the chat, what are some ways that you could use Wakelet to introduce and connect? We've seen a ton of different ways on Hey, it's Wakelet Community Week. We've seen a bunch of ways that we can introduce and connect. And so keep those ideas going, post them there in the chat. Okay, we're going to move on because now we're still a little skeptical, but we've got the introductions out of the way. So our new teacher orientation, our level is, we're leveling up just a little bit. So we're going to kind of move on. All right. So next we're going to talk about resources, right? So chunking up the policy. All right. Now, I know you love policy. I know you love guidelines. I know you love handbooks. I love all that stuff too. If I was to take the camera and turn it right up here to my left, I have several of the books, handbooks, and policies that we use here in our district. And you know what I do every single day? I come in at 8 o'clock and I open it up, I grab my coffee, and I just read and learn. Of course, said no teacher ever does that, right? We like to go over those things that are really pertinent to us. We kind of like to start with the most important, and then we'll work our way down because those policies are important. Those guidelines are important. They're going to be like James said on from the Wakelet Community Week that we don't need to look at these policies anymore. Okay, I'm not saying that, but policies are definitely important. So how can we kind of repackage those things? Well, a few things we can do is when we're information sharing, we need to chunk it up, right? Little bites here, little bites there. Okay, so there's again another little scan me, and what this is going to do is take you to this another little activity that we have. Okay, so I'm going to click on this little Wakelet. This is our little information bank. So what we do is we like to have these amazing websites for our district. And I don't know how many pages our district has. I think our district web pages are in the 250 range, 250 web pages. So if you want to go through that with a fine-tooth comb, you definitely can. But what we can do is we can show folks how to use Wakelet and get that pertinent information. Maybe that's the things that are most important to them, because when you go to a website is amazing. They're amazing, but they're kind of static in some regards, right? They slowly move through time on the web and they get updated, right? But what we can do is share those specific pages that relate to them and that they can dynamically access, right? So you may have a homepage. So there's our district homepage. That's the only thing that's like the main hub thing that I need for this particular collection. That's the homepage. Then maybe you just need access to the departments. So I made a little link for the departments, right? I don't need to see the departments. I don't need to see about us all the time. I don't need to see the front pages all the time, right? Those cool things. I don't need to see all 31 campuses that we have in our district all the time. But maybe I just need a few chunk pieces. Okay, staff links, right? Those are important to me. I'm going to be new staff. I need to know how to access my username and password. I need to know go how to access the apps that we have for our district. That's important to me. Great little spot right there. And then I just added a career page to have another page. So these are things that I can take and I can say, okay, well, this pertains to me. This helps me. I'm going to need this. Let me just grab that little chunk piece instead of having the whole website that I can navigate through. So chunking up those resources is a good way to do it. Now, just remember when you're clicking on a resource to add to Wakelet, you've got PDFs, you've got bookmarks, you've got images, right? So in one orientation, they took an image of what they did is they took a page from the handbook, and they found a policy that they wanted to change, and they kind of like scratched it out, and they wrote in a change like on the document, and they took up and uploaded that, and folks were able to see at the district level, like, oh, hey, maybe this is something that we should look at, right? And this was all from new teacher orientation. They gave them that kind of access, that kind of leverage the first day, which I thought was pretty cool. Okay, so definitely know as we're coming to a close, I think my time is waning already, but definitely know that you can take those pieces of information and you can chunk them up, right? Whether you use the 5E model, however you do it. Whenever we're in these new teacher orientations, we should always do our best to model good teaching, because that's why they're there. They're there to see how we teach and how we are educators, how we interact with each other and with students. So we should do our best not only to deliver information, but we should model good teaching in these orientations, right? So they get a taste of it, they get a hold of it, they get excited, they get encouraged by what they're going to see. Okay, so chunk up your resources. So there's that little information bank is there. And then, as we go on to the question for the chat, is there a policy or guideline in the handbook, maybe, that you feel needs an update? Which is it, and which one would you change? So look back through your handbook. I know you have it right there handy, sitting right beside you right now as we go for summer in the United States. Everybody's got their handbook handy. They're already looking through it. I know they like to summarize and debrief, right? So I know you have it there for sure. But what's policy that you would like to change, okay? And then if you have something, add it to our little handbook policy collaboration, which is here. I added something like, not changing your password every 15 days. Ryan is like, yes, Ryan, yes, preaching. 1 hour lunch breaks. Miss Tanya, she's in my district. Represent, shout out to any of my McAllen ISD peeps that are on here. Yes, for sure. 1 hour lunch breaks for everybody. People at the central office area, for sure, we need an hour and a half, okay? I don't know about you. I need an hour and a half for lunch. I got to have a 30-minute power nap after my lunch, okay? And yes, that's my little addition right there. I would allow people to ride on fire-breathing dragons to work, because that is definitely what we need. We've got a big field in the back, put some hay out there, whatever they need, set to go, right? Set to go. So thank you guys, whoever's adding to that Wakelet, for keep adding to it. Okay, so we've got introductions done. That's one way we can rev up our orientation. We've got the information for our policies and guidelines, how we can kind of chunk that up. That's number 2. And as I'm coming to a close, my third little tip, and there's some other resources there, like the ways you can resource, so you can check that out in just a sec. So we're moving and we're grooving, and we're coming to the third little thing that we need to talk about for orientation. How can we rev it up? We can definitely go through our reflection and feedback. How did we do? Okay, let me say something real quick about education. It should be a regular practice that we are reflecting on what we do. Let me rewind that. It should be a regular practice that we are reflecting on what we do. It's important because we definitely want to get better at the things that we are doing, okay? So how can you do that in Wakelet? You can link surveys. You can do polls. You can have folks talk to each other and then submit a text response on a collection. You can take, again, pictures of policies, pictures of things that you would change, maybe some areas around your campus that need attention, right? And do it in a nice, positive way. I saw a campus that they went around and they were having an actual cleanup day on campus. And so what they did is they took pictures of areas that needed attention. And all that became into one collection. That collection was shared, and everybody, all those spaces were able to be touched because of that nice little collaboration that they did. So for our little activity that we have there, you can add some reflection and feedback here on this collection. So maybe there's something at a pic or GIF or something to let folks know how they did. I like to see things visually, so that's why I like GIFs. So that's why I think like Wakelet is the greatest, because you can add GIFs and they're nonstop. You can add as many as you want. So add as many GIFs as you want. But definitely make reflection and feedback a regular part of your practice, all right? So how can you do the feedback? I know what we usually do at the end of these orientations is we have either a paper survey, or we go online here through your workshop and submit a reflection and feedback, but we don't really get time to really digest and give some actual feedback. Maybe it's like a 1 through 10 and you got a 7, and she spoke and didn't spell my name right, so she got a 3 or whatever. So create some collections where you can get some actual feedback. Okay, so here in this collection and feedback, like I said, all it is just a GIF response. I just created the collection with a title, add a GIF response, and that's it, right? If someone needs kind of just like that overview survey of how things went, they get to see, right? And I'm rating myself so-and-so right now, so it's all good. Okay, now as I come to a close, okay, thank you guys so much. Just as we were turning into the cool kids in the room, I know my time is up. Thank you so much for being a part of Wakelet Community Week. And I think that is my time. Again, hopefully you got if you're in that role of where you're supporting new teacher orientation, do your best to like grab a mentor, help be part of the planning process, and definitely use some Wakelet.
Thank you so much, James. That was incredible. So many great ideas, and the chat was absolutely loving it. You've got some great support in that chat. Tanya's in there, and you can see those ideas are very much working. We loved getting involved in that introduction one. You might see some familiar faces in that one very soon. And like you said, just that repackaging of resources. I think, that is Wakelet. You're able to take these really important resources that you need to get out there, but repackage them in a way that, you know, either your teachers or your students are going to understand better. I love the analogy with the pizza. I mean, as soon as I hear pizza, my ears perk up anyway. But as soon as I hear that, I get it. You know, you're breaking it down into chunks, making it more digestible for your teachers to take in. And also with that feedback piece as well, having them involved and having them, or showing that you care about what they think and what they want from you and from what they're learning as well. So thank you so much. So many great things there that you've shared. And yeah, just appreciate you jumping on today and joining us and giving everyone loads of fantastic ideas to go away with.
It was fantastic. Thanks, Wakelet community. Thanks, Amy. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you so much, James. See you soon.
See you soon.
Fantastic. And we have shared out all of those resources as well. So please go check them out. If you didn't catch up with all of them, take them away, have a look at them. James has kindly shared those with us. So those are in that resource collection there. So you can have a look at those. But yeah, so many fantastic ideas. And I can't wait to hear some more. So I know we have a wonderful speaker up next, who I'm very pleased to bring on with me, Stephanie. Hi, Stephanie. How are you?
Hi, Amy. I'm doing great. How about you?
Yes, very well. Thank you. I know you've got lots of exciting things to share, and I know everyone in the chat is very excited to hear from you. So I'm going to pass it over to you.
I'm so excited to be here. Hey, everybody. My name is Stephanie Galvan Russell. I am a middle school librarian and instructional designer in Austin. And I don't know about y'all, but I was taking so many notes during James's presentation. So I learned so much. But for my presentation, I'm going to talk about how you can make mini databases with Wakelet. So at the beginning of this school year, like James said, I was being reflective and I was thinking about the students that I really want to work with who often get pushed to the side, or we don't think so much about them, and how we can really use technology to help those kiddos. And I'm talking about our special populations. So I made a goal this year to work more with those kiddos and make sure that they felt not only welcome in the library, but that they knew how to use tools that were going to be helpful for them. And one of the ways I did that was by creating mini databases. So at the beginning of the year, when I was talking to one of the science teachers who I work with regularly to do research projects, and we were talking about, you know, how can we make the databases that we already have for the students more accessible? Because a lot of times, you know, the kids get in there and they start searching for what they want to research, but there's just so much. And those databases have so many articles. And yeah, of course, we talk to them about filtering and about making sure that you're choosing the correct resources. But we wanted them to just feel a little less scary and a little smaller and easier, and kind of chunk those databases and be able to scaffold so that the kids could be able to start small and then be able to slowly get to where they can use the whole database and be able to feel comfortable and not so overwhelmed with all the information. So when we were talking about that, I thought, you know, if we could just collect all of the resources that were going to be applicable to the research that they're doing today, then that would be great. And I was like, that's a Wakelet. Why don't we just put everything in a Wakelet? Duh. And the teacher was like, what is a Wakelet? And I thought, oh, this is a moment for me to share everything I love about Wakelet. So I started using Wakelet for mini databases this year. And you might be thinking, like, what is a mini database? So mini databases to me are basically just kind of what a Wakelet is. It's a collection of the resources that you want your kids to have accessible at a moment's notice, something that's really easy and quick for the kids to get to. So the first way that I started incorporating these mini databases in my library was with my library resources. So my school and my district was using Canvas. And so what I did was I made a Wakelet that had all of my library's resources in it, and I embedded it into my Canvas so that it was easy for everyone to access. So this Wakelet had a bunch of the library resources that I wanted the kids to see and that I wanted them to be able to access at a moment's notice. So whether they are at home or on the weekend, or if they're in class and they need to look up something, they have it ready to go. So here's my library resources. This was the first page in my virtual library that I made with slides. But here's our link to Sora, which is where we have our ebooks, the virtual library links, and you'll notice that all of these are going to say copy because I am switching schools. And so I had to move everything from my work Google Drive to my personal drive. So don't judge for the copies. So I have my virtual library link, my virtual makerspace, and our words of the day. So our words of the day I get from wordgenius.com. And this is where all of my students would be able to work on the same words. And we did this to build our vocabulary through the whole campus. And so that kids were using common language, but there were also words that weren't just going to come up regularly. So we have our words of the day, our library calendar, the weekly slides. When we were celebrating National Library Week, their link to pay their library fines. And then on the last day of school, we had a completely different schedule than our normal day. So I added our last day of school schedule. And over the summer, the students are going to be working on reading books from the Lone Star list. So I added here is their Lone Star list and the link to the library catalog. And then, of course, because librarians usually double as our Chromebook manager, I put the link to where they can put their tech help tickets. I also put QR codes to this Wakelet around the school on posters that said, you know, if you need library resources at a moment's notice or you need it just right away, here you go. And I found that this was really helpful because I didn't overload it with everything available to the students, but just the resources that I want them to be able to have anytime. So going back, another mini database we made was book trailers. So I'm always trying to get students to read more, right? That's one of the things that librarians do. But what I learned about my students is they don't really care what I think about the book. Yeah, they'll listen and they're like, yeah, cool, Miss Russell, like, all right, whatever. But to really get them and to really get their attention is to share book trailers with them. And so one of the databases that we use is called Teaching Books. And so I took a lot of their book trailers that were for books that we were doing class reading projects, ELA projects, research projects, and any of the popular books that our kids were reading. And I took all those book trailers and just put them in a mini database. So again, these are going to be really easy, really quick and accessible for the kids to get to. I also really like these, and I would also embed YouTube videos as I found them, because when you put the videos and YouTube videos in a Wakelet, there's no ads and there's no comments. So it makes it even safer for the kids to access these materials. So a lot of these were books that we used towards the end of the year, or the popular books towards the end of the year, because it is a mini database, I was constantly updating it and putting in more popular book trailers or taking out the ones that the students weren't really using anymore. Oh, I'm seeing it's loading. Okay, there we go. I'm watching myself on my other screen. So, okay. So I have the book trailers all in here, and I have them in the easiest layout for the students to see. I thought about putting them in the mood board layout so that it's all just kind of everywhere. But I asked my students, like, hey, what layout do y'all prefer? And they like this one because it's easier for them to just scroll through and they know they're not missing anything. So these are, again, the book trailers for the books that they're either doing work with or that they thought were interesting, or books that had the most checkouts at a certain part of the year. So you'll notice as it goes on, it's not very long, but again, I was updating it as the year went on and making sure that things were going to be not just left alone all year, because then the students are going to get bored and they're going to say, these are the same book trailers that we've seen all year. I've already read those books. So making sure that this was constantly updated was something that was really important to me, because it also kept the kids engaged. The next mini database I made, these were when I was really working with our students and wanting to build their research skills. So one of my teachers who teaches students who have different abilities came and said, hey, we want to do dinosaur research with the kids. And I was like, yes, I love that idea, because we're always talking about how we love dinosaurs and we build dinosaurs in the makerspace, and we made different ones with Play-Doh. And then we talked about like magic dinosaurs and if we could make our own dinosaurs. So I thought this was going to be a really, really fun project. And then again, thinking about how these kiddos were going to research, the database we have was just really overwhelming. And I thought, you know what's a great tool for this is being able to collect PDFs into a Wakelet collection. So I'm making and using the resources that are already available to them in a database, but putting it in a way that is going to feel safer and less overwhelming for these students. So you'll notice it is very simple colors, very simple image, but it's a way that's going to get them to see what they need to work on, and it's going to grab their attention. So I have a bunch of the more popular dinosaurs. We've got the Triceratops, the Stegosaurus, Iguanodon, Diplodocus, Megalosaurus, some that I cannot say. And you'll notice the Apatosaurus, which is my favorite, and T-Rex. So there's not too many, but these were the dinosaurs that we wanted the kids to focus on so that, again, there wasn't a whole lot. They're not getting bombarded with information. And so a lot of these just say PDF, but as we were working on them, I had the students finding pictures of their dinosaur. And as they did that, I would add them to the Wakelet. So I went to our database, which for this project, we were using the Britannica School. And I just looked up each dinosaur that the kids were going to be working on. And all I did was download that information as a PDF and upload it into my Wakelet. And I loved it because at the bottom here of that article, it still gives them their information to build their citation. So it's a really cool way to still teach them how they're going to get their sources, how they're going to cite their sources, and be able to get them to learn and use that information that we want them to use. And again, it was a really easy, very simple yet engaging and accessible thing for my students to use. And the last couple databases I made was we were doing a science research project where the science department wanted our students to look at different scientists over the years and different inventors. And so this time, because I wanted these students to use the entire database, not just a small amount, I took the links that were straight from the databases. So you're going to see how this one is different. So we've got an inventor, it's kind of busy, it's different, made sure that this picture was going to engage those students and know what they wanted to see. But you'll see this has different links than my other one. So where my dinosaur database was very simple, PDFs, there was no logging in, all they had to do was click and open their source. These sources are going to take them exactly to that page in the database. So the students still have to use their login that we give them for the district. So it is going to say, you know, the database it's coming from and that you have to log in. I also threw in a PDF, but I just threw that so you would be able to see how we can use that same kind of practice in a different kind of database. So this would be, so the students were still getting to use that database that I want them to use, still use those skills. But again, I kind of chose the articles that I wanted them to use in their research. And the last mini database I made, if y'all don't know, Texas is having a lot of issues with book banning and lots of scary things happening in libraries. And I have a lot of friends who are parents of students, parents who just want to get involved, community members, all kinds of people who are asking, hey, how can we help? You know, yeah, there's a lot of things in the news that are coming up, but we want to know how can we help librarians and how can we help our students to be able to have access to what we want them to have access for. So I, again, decided to make a Wakelet collection, and I just made it something where they had links to articles that were about what was happening in libraries, but also the information that they can get about the Library Bill of Rights and about from the Texas Library Association that had information about the bills that were coming through so that they could be not just keeping themselves aware, but share that information with their students so that the students can also learn about what's happening in libraries. And again, made sure that I updated that as the year went on. So students and teachers and parents and community members all had access to this information. And one of the greatest parts of making these mini databases was when I had a student come up to me that was not someone who wanted to be on their Chromebook all the time. Like, he told me that he wanted to use the nonfiction section, and he even wanted me to find an encyclopedia to do his dinosaur research. So when he was doing this, I told him, just give it a try. Try the mini database. Tell me what you think. And he came and told me I really liked this project, and it made something that I was afraid of because there's so many words and there's so much information in the big database, and this made it easy and exciting for me to do. And so that made me feel really, really good and really grateful that I was able to use a tool like this to help students that I wouldn't normally get to work with. So thank you so much for having me, Wakelet community. I'm so happy to be here, and I know my links were shared with everybody in the chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Once again, some amazing shares from you. It was incredible to see all of those ideas, and I really like the whole concept of those mini databases, because I think for myself as well, it's so easy to, with a Wakelet collection, just fill it, just throw lots of things in, which is great. If you want that kind of one-stop shop, that's great. But there are certain people, students in particular, who need that to be a little bit more easy to digest and combat that kind of overwhelming what do I go to first. So I really love that each of those are so beautifully sort of separated and catering to what you want to deliver to your students and what they need at that time as well. I'm sure they appreciate you putting the time into delivering that to them in a way that's going to make more sense to them as well.
Thank you.
Also, I loved that you mentioned when you were speaking about the book trailers. I love that concept as well, and that idea. But also when you said about asking about layouts, because I'm the same. I'm a big media view person.
Yes,
I always put it in there. Yes, and some people like the movie board. Some I don't mind the scrolling, because again, I like that kind of storytelling way of delivering it. So I think there's lots of great options for those layouts with Wakelet, which is great to have. But I really like that you actually ask your students, how are you going to best receive this? And again, I bet they really appreciate that.
Yeah, I always feel like getting feedback from the students is important, making sure we're catering to them and their needs.
Yeah, fantastic. And there's a lot of love in the chat as well. You'll have to go back and have a look at those comments. We have shared those resources out because, again, everyone was loving to see it and wanting to take a look at those as well and use them for themselves. But yeah, a few even aspiring librarians. I think it was, who was it in the chat just then? I can't remember the name now, but they said they were becoming a librarian. So that is a great idea for them to take away. So really inspired us all, Stephanie. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
Thank you. See you soon. Fantastic. Well, we are halfway through now, but we still have two incredible speakers ready and waiting to share with you. So I'm going to bring up our next speaker, who is Renee. Hi, Renee. How are you?
Hey, I'm well. How are you?
Yes, very well. Thank you. How's your day going?
It's been busy. I'm at another conference, so I'm kind of.
Oh, wow. So yeah, you're very much on the go. Well, we appreciate you being here with us today. And I know everyone's super excited to hear from you and see what you have to share with us today.
Awesome. Can I go ahead and share my screen?
Go for it. Yes.
Okay, awesome. Let's see. Get it started. There we go.
Fantastic.
All right. How is everybody doing today? I'm going to talk to you about waking up your resume with Wakelet. So I love a good resume, but I do so much that it's hard to get it all onto one or two pages. And I just want to do more with my resume. And I love to show off all the different features that I've had, articles I've written, ways that I've shared technology with people. And let's look at some ways you can do that with your resume on Wakelet. So here's the session materials if you want them. I put a bit.ly in there for you and a QR code. And I'm a big fan of getting them in the beginning because I hate waiting. So you don't have to wait. You can get it now. I'm an educational technology specialist in Atlanta, Georgia. Prior to this role, I taught special education for 15 years, And when my role as an educational technology specialist began, I wanted an easy way to showcase all of my accomplishments, and Wakelet became the perfect tool for that. I could add more to my resume without taking up too much space and have it be really visual and really represent who I am as a person. Because I'm a very bright and bubbly person. So that black and white resume that I submit online doesn't always showcase who I really am. So what is a digital resume? A digital resume is a collection of your accolades, your features, any other digital content that you want to highlight for your potential employers or just people you're meeting, any conferences you're presenting at. I have it on my LinkedIn. I have it on my Popple. I don't know if you're familiar with Popple, but I have it on there. So when people scan my Popple to get my contact info, they also get my resume. Why would you want to do this? Well, you want to showcase yourself. You want to put your best foot forward. And it's easier to do that with a lot of visual content than just with words on a resume. So why did I choose Wakelet? Well, it's so easy to curate content on Wakelet. When I trained Wakelet with my teachers in my school district, I always say that Wakelet is like Pinterest on steroids, because I really believe that. Because you can do so much more. You can upload so many different formats. You can app smash with so many amazing apps. It's so easy to share and even easier to update as you do more cool stuff in your career. One of the things that I love about my resume are the headers. And I divided my Wakelet into sections with headers that I made in Canva to organize my professional highlights. So mine's organized into About Renee, features, accolades, webinars, conferences, podcasts, and articles. You, however, could choose whatever areas you are featured in or whatever highlights you want to put forward with your resume. I did include the headers on the Wakelet that I shared and as well in the presentation. When I do these headers, I downloaded each header as a GIF and then just dragged and dropped it into my Wakelet collection. And then I just added my content under each header to make it look very streamlined. And I picked wild colors because that's just my personality, but you can definitely pick more chill, subdued colors if that's how you like to come across. I'm very loud and boisterous, so I just present that way in everything I do. So let's look at my digital resume and kind of see what I put on there and give you some ideas for how you can create yours and then share it out with the world. So I'm going to stop sharing this one. Now I'm going to share my resume. So let's check it out. So I made the cover image on Canva. Obviously, Wakelet and Canva have such a great app smash going that it's so easy to just put your Canva creation right on the top as your header. Then I made another just little fun header to say who I am and what I do. I'm a big Apple person and I love emojis. So I made a memoji video just telling about my background and who I am and what you're looking at. It's about 30 seconds long. It's just silly, but it's just a fun way to kind of display yourself. Then, of course, my contact information. So anybody looking at it can get in touch with me. If you're on Twitter, please follow me on Twitter. I'm always on Twitter. And I try to tweet really cool stuff. So please, please, please follow me and reach out and connect with me. And then I also linked in my LinkedIn profile, because who doesn't have one of those these days? And my YouTube channel. I make really interesting tutorials and really bad rap parodies. So if you like bad rap parodies, check out my YouTube channel. And then my About Me, I just listed with some emojis to brighten it up. My why, my creative side, my features, different things I've been featured in, from fellowships to videos to case studies, all sorts of different things. And it's just a really great way to showcase all the amazing ways I've been highlighted over my career, that anybody looking to either connect with me or have me come speak at a conference, or maybe even hire me for contract work or for a full-time job, can see my range and what I'm really passionate about. So here are all my webinars. Just keeps going, doesn't it? And my podcast that I've been on. And then some articles that have either featured my students or myself. Both of these featured my student tech teams. This is an article I wrote for a wonderful UK publication, Rise. And then just some other fun things that I've been a part of. Just different conferences I've done. So the sky is the limit, really, with what you share on your resume, but you definitely want to share a wide range of what you're doing in the world where your professional life lies. So I'm an ed tech specialist, so I definitely want to highlight all the technology things that I do. I want to highlight anywhere I've been featured where they can look and see what I'm doing now, what I might be doing next. So it's just a really fun way to just have fun with showing off what you've done, because you should be proud of everything you've done in your career and every way you're highlighted and spotlighted and featured. And you should want to show that off to everybody. So definitely jump on the Wakelet resume bandwagon with me and have some fun with it. I went really fast.
Fantastic, Renee. That was awesome to see. And what a fantastic resume you have. It was beautiful. It was personal even. And I just got so much of your personality just from looking at it as well. Like you say, it's the colorfulness, it's the boldness, and you can get so much more across using those sort of visual aids, but also just putting your creativity into it.
Right.
Whilst also showcasing the skills that you have. You know, you can see that you're techie and you can use all of these different programs and apps and things like that to put it together, but also a lovely way to showcase and, like you say, all of the incredible things that you've done.
Right. And I work with students on the tech team at my school, and a lot of them do internships within our building in 8th grade. So I have them create their own resume in Wakelet to share once they move on to high school, or even if they wanted to do some contract work with graphic design or video production or whatever their specialty was on tech team. So they leave middle school with a full Wakelet resume of their work to present to anybody. So it's not just for teachers, it's not just for professionals, but your students can also showcase the awesome things that they are doing on a Wakelet resume.
Yeah, fantastic. And like you just said, it's something that you can keep building on as well. I mean, look at yours, it looks incredible and it goes on, but you know, that's because but it's brilliant because it has that journey and it shows all of the different things that you've been doing. I mean, for anyone out there in the chat, because there was a lot of love for it, anyone who's thinking, and they are, I want to create my resume on Wakelet, where would you say to start with? How did you get started with that?
How did I get started? Well, I included the header template for you guys. I just got started by making my headers of the different sections I wanted to highlight, and then just adding my content. And then when I share it, like if I go for a job interview or if I have a paper resume that I'm sharing, I have a bit.ly of the Wakelet resume that's just on there, and a QR code, because I just like to make sure. But I have the bit.ly and the QR code on my paper resume so that people looking at it, potential employers, can just scan it or look at it right there and see all of these things that, wow, like this is now in color in front of me. The videos are here. The podcasts are here. I can really interact and get to know this person. So definitely get started by just like going through and making your headers and then adding what you want to add. And the sky's the limit with what you can put on your headers. So anything you've done, any committees you've led, really anything you want to showcase, showcase it with Wakelet, because it's such an easy and visual way to pull people in to just share the amazing things that you've done, because you should be proud of them.
Yeah, I love that. And like you say, whether it's a podcast or you've done a webinar, or hopefully this will go in there as well. We'll see that in there as well. But yeah, all of these incredible achievements, whether, it was a video or a podcast, or you've written an essay or anything like that, because any kind of media can go into Wakelet. It's a really nice way to document it. And like you said, it makes you stand out. It's going to make someone want to read, that compared to, a black and white resume, they're going to want to click through. They're going to want to be intrigued. Who wouldn't want to hear about what someone's done on a podcast or a webinar,
Right,
So
right. If I
it's
was
even more
told that on my
engaging.
resume, it would be 12 pages and then they wouldn't even look at it. They just toss it away. So I keep it like a page, maybe a page and a half. And then I have this, that's this impactful part that I always encourage them to look at either before the interview when I communicate with them to schedule it or in the interview itself.
Yeah. And the great thing about that as well is it's like you touched on, it's easy to share out. So if it is something that you do need to hand to someone in paper form, that's absolutely fine. You can still link to it, QR code, like you said. But even if you've got your LinkedIn profile, you can even link it in those across all your social channels. And yes, I do agree with Renee. Everyone go follow her on Twitter. She's fantastic. So it's easy then to share and showcase that on lots of different channels. But again, they've got that one kind of hub of your creativity, and it allows you to just showcase. I think it was Louise in the chat saying it just brought it to life. And you could see that, like I said, it showcased who you were simply by the creativity. And you start to understand that person already. So yeah, it was fantastic to see. It's certainly something I wish I had done going forward, and when I was at school and things like that. So teaching it to your students for them to start doing is fantastic. I think it's a great way to document all of your proudest achievements.
Yeah, especially the high schoolers, any high schoolers that are looking towards college, like how impactful would that be on a college resume or a college application, having this digital piece to show I'm a 21st century learner. I can handle the technology. I'm ready for the jobs of the future and like bring it on because I'm like ready to change the world. So just having that like showcase who they really are, I think would really be impactful on college applications as well. Like showing their best work, all their clubs they're into, just all that stuff is just so much more impactful when it's visual and interactive as opposed to black and white and written out.
Yeah. And I know it certainly would have saved me from the panicky phone calls to my mum saying, where's this certificate from 5 years back that I need to now, showcase? If I had digitalized it, it would have been all good. But yes, I mean, it's a fantastic way, as you say, to showcase and kind of, tell your story. And I think, even the younger you start it, the better as well, because like I said, it's that journey. And that's why we're so passionate on the Wakelet team as well about these digital portfolios that students are doing, because like you say, it's a great way for them to be able to document their journey and, show off all their skills, prove it there, what they've been up to and what they enjoy as well. So yeah, thank you so much. So many great ideas. And I know everyone in the chat's going to be jumping on to create their resume on Wakelet.
Yes. And when you do, please share it with me on Twitter. I would love to see what you create. I love seeing other people's creations. So share it with me on Twitter, tag me in it. And then I have it on a couple websites that I'm on, and I just embed the smart code that Wakelet makes so easy to do. And it's just right there for me. So it's just so great. There's so many easy ways to share out your resume once you create it on Wakelet that the sky's the limit, really.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Renee. I really appreciate it. And of course, you've got a conference to get to as well. So thank you so much for jumping on in the midst of that. We really do appreciate it. And I appreciate you coming and sharing with us today. So thank you so much and enjoy your conference.
If you're at ISTE, find me. I'll be there.
Of course, we will be there and we will certainly come and see you. Fantastic.
Bye.
Bye, Renee. Fantastic. Well, I am certainly inspired to use Wakelet as my resume, and I'm sure you guys are too as well. But we have another speaker who I know is going to inspire us all as well with her incredible ideas. So I would love to invite Sharo to the stage. Hi, Sharo.
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Very well, thank you. We're coming to an end, but I know we have an incredible session with you, and you are going to wrap up what has been an incredible day with some fantastic ideas. Firstly, I love that background. That is fantastic.
Try to match it with a theme, as promised.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, I am going to hand it over to you.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. So let me go ahead and share my screen here. So I'm just going to focus on this one right here so everybody can see it. So here we go. All right, Amy, thank you so much. So anyway, wonderful good afternoon from El Paso, Texas. I'm Shara Dickerson, and I am the Director of Digital and Learning Resources here in El Paso ISD. It is the oldest public school district in El Paso, Texas. And El Paso, Texas is a border city. So right next door is Juarez, Mexico. So just with that information, our students are 95% coming from Hispanic culture and heritage. El Paso also has a big population of military because we have the Fort Bliss military base, and it's also connected with White Sands military base, which is not so far away. That's New Mexico. So it's like a triad. So we have Juarez, Mexico, we have White Sands area in New Mexico, and El Paso, Texas. So with that introduction, I am going to share with you now Wakelet. So when I was introduced to Wakelet by Stormy Daniels, one of our amazing, spectacular teachers here in El Paso ISD, I didn't know what to do with it. So when she was showing me all these features, I was just like, how am I going to use this with my profession being a district leader and be able to influence and make a positive impact to all of our educators so they can also start using it. So, of course, as time went by, I literally fell in love with Wakelet, just like all the other presenters since Monday. And I hope that we continue to share our ideas in order to keep on growing the different collections in Wakelet, because that's where we get inspiration from each other. So Wakelet is a place where I get to share presentations, and also you can see here information about myself, what exactly I do, and whether it is for professional or for personal advocacy. So I am a big advocate and promoter of global education, being an immigrant myself, and being part of the LGBTQ plus community, and also really promoting equality among all our students when it comes to access to quality education. So as I scroll down here, I think what I was able to resonate with after much mentoring and coaching from Stormy, I settled with best practices, because that is something that comes close to my heart as a classroom teacher, as a instructional coach, as a former campus administrator, and now, like what I said, as a district leader. So you can see here, I organize by best practice. And of course, I have my ongoing profile or portfolio as a Wakelet ambassador. I know as a Wakelet ambassador, we have huge responsibility and ownership, and really communicating and sharing the wonders of Wakelet to our education committee. So you can see there, I'm already prepping my ISTE live. So if you are going to ISTE, I hope that we get to bump into each other, take some selfies, just like what Jane said, and share our experiences and learning from each other. So I have a background in graphic designing, and I love creating digital art, and I also do digital photography. So I think those skills has helped me create a comfortable relationship with Wakelet, if that makes sense, you know. So all these little skills that I have learned through the years, I was able to put it together. That's why in the comment section earlier, I wrote Wakelet is like a blank canvas where all the applications that we know or we're experts on, and all the software that we have learned through the years have actually are able to come together as one big happy family. So you can see here what I have prepped now would be for my own learning as an adult and as a professional. I've added already all the ISTE like featured voices, the sessions, the program overview, and believe it or not, I've also, as a Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert and Fellow, I combine that learning by preparing already my digital notebooks. So these notebooks are open to anyone to view. So whether you're able to go to ISTE or not, it is available for you to access. And when you click on one of my digital notebooks, it will open in OneNote. Because I just love using Microsoft OneNote. And so you'll be able to see all the notes, all the resources in there. And my plan is to categorize the different ISTE sessions according to the learners. So again, I'm a district leader. So my goal is to gather resources for teachers, for librarians, media specialists, for tech coaches, for curriculum specialists, for principals and technology coordinators and directors, and for superintendents. So all of this information is ready. That's what I love about Wakelet, is that I can already start sharing, and it's a live web-based application that, you know, will be accessible to anybody who has access or are connected with me through Wakelet. So that's the spirit of true sharing. And as you can see at the bottom, I'm already starting to build my schedule. And of course, again, I love digital art. So I start to add some GIFs or GIFs in there, and also add in the description so that I will not forget. As you age, it's kind of hard to always remember everything. So I'm starting to put them all together. It's organized the way I want it. It's in columns form. So it's just very interactive. So when I share this with the teachers that I train, the librarians that I train, and also the fellow instructional technology specialist that comprises my team, it's ready. I don't have to spend hours doing that. It's all here. It is up and running, right? Isn't that amazing? So also right here, again, I supervise librarians. School libraries is one of my responsibilities as a director. So one of my goals is to really up the game of school libraries in my district. We still have some very traditional ways of thinking. So I want to challenge that and change that, so that the purpose is to serve our students, because the bottom line is they are our clients, they are customers, right? And so part of the sharing that I did with the librarians is introducing them or reintroducing to some of them the ISTE standards. So again, love the column look. I listed down the standards that we will be learning together. They also have their own texts, school library standards, and guidelines, and they are in the form of strands, so you can easily see here the strands. I'm also incorporating the American Association of School Libraries, or nationwide standards, which is composed of these categories as part of their framework. I also included here the ELAR strands, because as librarians, it's important to be very knowledgeable about ELAR TEKS and technology TEKS. So they are just one happy marriage together, right? So all of these resources are ready for the librarians as we come together and build and grow our 21st century school libraries here in El Paso ISD. Also, when I went to TCA earlier this year, you can already here access the sessions that I've gone to, the links that were shared during, at the different sessions that I attended. So you can kind of see here my categories are a little bit different. I categorize it by just topics like powerhouse speakers, AR, VR, coaching and education, STEAM and STEM, and student engagement, library advocacy, AI, and so on and so forth. So feel free to take a look at them. And what's so useful for me is that since I do present at TCA and other, other conferences, what I do is I get inspiration and ideas from presenters who I have attended, and then make my own spin or create an original work. So then I don't have to search for it. Like, where was it located, what was the description of that session, what were the resources used, right? So it's easy for me to find it here because I created my own digital learning notebook for myself. Okay. Also, part of being a Wakelet ambassador, I built like a little tour of my website. I do love what was shared earlier by Stephanie. So she gave a lot of cool ideas on how to improve this. But my spin off for this Wakelet collection about my website has to do with the 3 pillars that I believe in, that I continue to advertise and promote as I, again, promote myself, right? As a person who provides professional development or professional learning. So I believe in the 3 pillars. That is create, communicate, and cultivate. And you'll see the same pillars there in my LinkedIn, in my Twitter. They're all interconnected. So if you are thinking down the road, building your own consultancy, or like what Stephanie was sharing, look for other advancing yourself, looking for other opportunities, then think already of all of these little ideas that we're sharing with you, because this is how recruiters and job people who are hiring that's how you'll be able to get their attention. And it's kind of nice to kind of streamline everything because then it makes sense. Everything flows in your social media handles and also in your website if you are a person like me who loves to create a website. So I kind of just broken down my own website as to how it is, so it's easy for them to jump into the spaces that they want to look, because sometimes in an actual website, it's kind of hard to navigate. Here with Wakelet, it is pretty straight cut and simple. It shows exactly the links, and people who will see this will be able just to click on it and find out what collections you have there. Okay, so that's pretty cool. I'm going to go into the different best practices here. So you pick and choose. I hope that I believe the link of my Wakelet has been shared with you, but please explore as I kind of demonstrate here some of the pieces. So what I love about Wakelet is that it helped reinforce my thinking and also keep on building a growth mindset as a leader. So as a leader, just like teachers in the classroom, when you get complacent and comfortable in what you're doing, when there's not a lot of like interesting challenges that kind of make you think and work differently, you get to be stagnant, and that's the worst thing that you can do as a professional, no matter what your title you have. So with this collection, it really challenges me to really gather, do some research, search out, and I'm a big reader. So I would, let's say, on critical analysis and research, I have some collections here that I look at, sites like Edutopia, but it also tells me if they've been there for a while and it's not growing. It gives me a visual reminder that, hey, you gotta get on it and put into in Wakelet all the different articles that you've read or resources that you've gathered, and so or resources you've gathered from conferences, from webinars, from listening from podcasts, TED Talks, all of that good stuff. Because like what I said, as you get older, it's hard to remember everything. But with Wakelet, it enables you to put it in a very nice format, very organized and purposeful according to your need. And so I think that's the fun part about it, is that you design it according to your need. Now, talk about designing. Again, whether you have a graphic background like myself or not, it's important to make it visually appealing. It doesn't have to be very elaborate, right? But it kind of gives a little inspiration, right? When you're able to see something visually appealing. So, and it also catches your attention. So when you see here, like now I'm diving more into using Canva. I love Canva, just like many of you guys, because again, it really opens up your creativity and make you, design it the way you want it. So it's really very personalized. So eventually all my little headers here are going to change as I continue to improve on the look and design. But just looking at here on parent communication, for example, let's just look into that. And you can see here, different articles that I know when I provide training to parent liaisons or during our parent conference, I can give them this. It's a one-stop shop, and they can go in there, get some ideas. I can easily use these resources and conduct a small group professional development with parents. And what the beauty of it is that they get to pick and choose, right? Pick and choose on what topic they want to dive in, and then they share out, or we do a gallery walk of ideas if there's a product that I want them to create. Okay, so that's that. Digital citizenship. I know earlier today somebody mentioned about digital citizenship. So my district is partners with Common Sense Media when it comes to digital citizenship. So you can see here what I did. I broke it down by grade level. So I have SEL and Digital Life, family resources. Again, the column look, which is actually my favorite layout. There's also family tips for pre-K to second, K to 5, 6 to 12. And then I also pulled out some workshop activities. And look, these are already all in there. Family resources. And of course, about my team. So my team of tech integration and learning specialists. So it's pretty organized. It's clean. And again, I take the time to really add some visuals because it makes a big difference. It really does. And I think a lot of us adults, in order to sustain our attention, we need to have some of those pictures or videos in there, right? Another piece that I really enjoyed presenting recently, let me look for it. Here we go. How is your bias? So I was in San Diego presenting to a lot of leaders about how is your bias after post-pandemic. So it was so easy just to give them this link and share it with them with a little explanation about what my presentation is all about. And I just simply gathered all these different resources from editorial cartoons to articles. You can see their Edutopia again, or other resources or websites which I have vetted. And so this is shared to many people, and they're still using it, because sometimes I will still get emails about the wonderful resources that I have curated for them. And this would not have been made possible without Wakelet. Again, it is so straightforward, clean and organized, and it just looks beautiful. It really does. So it's just very nice to really organize yourself. And that's the thing. It's I think it's very important that we spend the time to really put all our ideas, our materials and resources in one place, and then share it with the world. Another thing that I enjoyed also doing would be your game-based learning. So again, there's so many game-based templates out there. So I was co-presenting with a colleague, and we presented this, I believe, at TCA, if I'm not mistaken. So this one right here, again, look at that background and also the top part, and I kind of added a little bit of stuff in there. I have the QR code, so whether they're using the phone, which makes Wakelet very flexible, you can use it on your phone, you can edit it on a tablet, or you can edit it in your laptop, right? So you can see here as I scroll down, this actually goes to or links to a slide deck. And also I have here a scavenger hunt and also a Google Drive. Look at all the different ways in which you can integrate and incorporate different applications. So if you go here on this link, it should launch all the different slide templates that my colleague and I were able to gather together that can be used for game-based learning. So shop around, and it's all free for you to use and share it also with your fellow educators. So again, pretty straightforward and simple. Everything is in there, and it's just a joy to be able to use Wakelet in different shapes and form. And I think one of the next thing that I'll be looking into as an MIE fellow and expert is refining this. So here, building more Microsoft or MIE educators in my district and sharing with them all these wonderful resources. So this is more of your media look. You've been seeing me, you've seen a lot of the column layout that I've used, and this is more of a media layout. You've also seen like the mood board layout, right? But pretty much in here, I can link it to different outside of Wakelet, different links that are also open to the public that they can access and use. And it's something that a lot of the new teachers have gravitated into, and they really loved it. And I was able to explain clearly here how to go through the Microsoft Educator pathway. It's pretty straightforward. Again, very simple, easier to follow, easy to understand. And again, there are different pathways. So part of that, so Wakelet has really given me the tool to be able to provide these Microsoft resources. Again, I keep on using the same word. I'm like a broken record. Very organized, streamlined, straightforward manner, and all the teachers have to do is follow it. So that's pretty exciting. And also, other things that I enjoy doing would be spaces. So spaces are pretty cool. If you haven't tried spaces yet, you can actually build, let's take a look one here. So this is the TCA Convention and Exposition space that I created with my colleague when we presented our session. So it's pretty nice because we just share this link to the participants, and it makes the organization also pretty cool. And if you click on view public profile, I don't know if it's going to show. Oh, it did. Yay. So you can see here, this is what we shared, and this is what the participants were able to see. So again, it shows the time, the date. So there's so many ways. It's like just a website within the website within the website. So very flexible. There's so many ways in which you can use it. And I just simply love Wakelet. All right. So that's it for me, Amy. I think I went too fast, and I apologize if I did. So I am not sure.
That was fantastic, Shara. Thank you so much. There were so many incredible things shared, and your profile itself is, I urge everyone in the chat, and I know you will be as well, to go and work through, well, not work through, but have a look through those sections, because it's so beautifully presented. I feel like we've come really full circle, which is lovely, because we had Anna in the chat there kicking us off with building a profile on Wakelet, and now we've had you sort of bookend the sessions today, showcasing your fantastic profile as well. I love how much you put into, sharing things at conferences for those who are there, but also those who can't be there as well, and curating all of those valuable resources. I always, when I'm at conferences, I'm seeing educators jumping to different sessions, which is fantastic. It's all part of that, but there's also so much to take in. There's so many sessions, there's so many resources, and not always enough time to save them down. So I think, having someone like you say, spirit of sharing, saving those down for other educators, but also inspiring others to do the same, because sometimes you might not have chance to grab that link, but if you just bookmark it down for now and then save it for later on, you're going to come back with this hub of knowledge that then you can sort out a little bit later and sort of digest in your own time. So I think those are really powerful, those conference curation, and even, like you say, for your own sessions as well. It's fantastic to see.
And be patient with yourself. It takes time, because I think that was my challenge when I started curating, is that how am I going to use this? What am I going to put in that doesn't sound like a duplicate or repetition? So when you finally get the niche, so to speak, of what you're going to gravitate to, that's how you build your collection. And so don't be too hard on yourself, and just keep on getting inspiration from other individuals, because I did the same thing, and focus on that. So don't make it too big where it's impossible to put collections together because you just feel like you're dragging, right? So try not to do that to yourself. Focus on one, start small, and start building and building and building. And believe me, it's an ongoing learning. And it's an ongoing development, and that's how it's supposed to be. It's not something that will be static. It's going to continuously going to grow, and you're going to change. You're going to delete some, you're going to add some, and that's just how Wakelet's supposed to be used.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is perfect advice, because like you say, you're not going to have that final product straight away. You're going to, you're going to learn through the process of how best you find to digest resources, and the training that you want to put out, and how others receive that. And there's going to be, all of these different experiences that allow you to learn and see how best you want to shape that profile, that collection, and the story that you're trying to tell as well. So no, I think that's fantastic advice, and I so appreciate you joining us today, and I can't wait to see you at ISTE as well.
Yeah,
and,
we'll see each other over there. I'm going to bring a little crew with me.
Fantastic, the more the merrier. But yes, it's going to be great, and everyone should definitely check out the profile and keep an eye out for those ISTE resources. Whether you are able to go or you're not, there's going to be so many valuable things in there that Sharo's so kindly sharing with the world as well. So it's so fantastic to see.
Yes, absolutely. I really enjoyed this. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. See you very soon. Bye. Wow, well, that is the end of the 12-hour live stream, and what an incredible day it has been. We have started learning around Wakelet profiles. We have learned about student portfolios. We've learned about resumes. We have learned about global collaboration projects. So many incredible takeaways and learning points, and we have absolutely loved every moment of it. And we really hope that everyone who has been able to jump in today has also enjoyed the session. We really do appreciate you joining in the chat, sharing your ideas as well, and supporting the presenters that we've had today. So a big shout out to all of the presenters that we've had on the 12-hour live stream, and of course all of you guys as well, our wonderful attendees as well. So the week does not stop here, though. We have a fantastic lineup still to come throughout the rest of the week. Today has ended. It's now nighttime here. So we have come to the end of the 12-hour live stream. However, we have some fantastic sessions still to come this week. We're going to be exploring the land of learning tomorrow. So make sure you have your wristbands, and we are going to jump into some fantastic sessions, spotlight sessions. We're going to have some student speakers, which is going to be awesome. We've got some incredible keynotes and some incredible guests. And of course, that competition running throughout. So please share everything that you've learned today on social. Use that hashtag Wakelet Community Week, and you'll be in for some great prizes. But for now, from myself and the wonderful Wakelet team, thank you all so much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, everyone. Bye.